support safety, overnight, personnel training, and economic regulation. The memo, signed by the Director of Finance and Accounts, Olufemi Odukoya, was circulated to the authority's regional offices and copied to the Director General of Civil Aviation and other senior officials. Affected airlines include Air Peace, Ibom Air, Arik Air, United Nigeria Airlines, Umza Air, NG Eagle, Max Air, Caverton Helicopters, Overland Airways, Rano Air, and Value Jet. The directive could lead to disruptions in regulatory support, raising concerns over possible operational delays and wider implications for the aviation sector. Still in business news, the Nigeria Customs Service Tinkan Island Port Command says it generated 1.6 trillion naira in revenue in 2025, surpassing its annual target of 1.52 trillion naira. The disclosure was made in a statement by the command's public relations officer, Oscar Ivara, following the promotion of Frank Onyeka to the rank of Assistant Controller General of Customs. Onyeka, the immediate past Customs Area Controller of the command, officially handed over leadership after his promotion. The command also recorded 401 billion naira in revenue in the first quarter of 2026. Speaking during the handover ceremony, Assistant Controller General Frank Onyeka described the tenure as one of the most rewarding periods of his career in the Customs Service. He formally handed over to Controller Joe Anani, who previously served as Customs Area Controller at Ports and Terminal Multi-Services Limited. While in sports news, Super Eagles defender Shemi Ajayi has expressed excitement following Hull City's promotion to the Premier League. Hull City secured promotion after a 1-0 victory over Middlesbrough in the Championship playoff final at Wembley Stadium on Saturday. Oli McBurney scored the decisive goal 5 minutes into added time. The result marks Hull City's return to the English top flight after 9 years in the second tier. Meantime, Manchester United midfielder Bruno Fernandes has set a new Premier League assists record after registering his 21st assist of the season in the final game against Brighton and Hove Albion on Sunday. Fernandes, who was named Premier League Player of the Season on Saturday, had previously shared the record of 20 assists with former Arsenal striker Thierry Henry and former Manchester City midfielder Kevin De Bruyne. He broke the record in the 32nd minute from a corner kick, which was headed in by Patrick Dogo to give Manchester United the lead, with teammates celebrating the milestone with their captain. Straight up to entertainment news, superstars Lionel Messi, Kylian Mbappe, and Erling Haaland have appeared in the music video for Die Die by Shakira and Burna Boy, the official song of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The audio was released on May 15, while the video shared by the FIFA World Cup account ends with the message, "We are ready." The 4-minute video opens with Messi, Mbappe, and Haaland taking the field and declaring they're ready for Shakira. Filmed partly in Miami, the visual features Shakira atop Mexico City's Angel of Independence, sings in a desert with African children, and Burna Boy delivering his verse against the glowing globe backdrop. It also shows stadium scenes with dancers representing participating nations and paying tribute to football legends including Maradona, Pele, Ronaldo, and others. Shakira, who has a long association with the World Cup through performances in 2006 and 2014 and the 2010 hit Waka Waka, is also set to co-headline the World Cup final halftime show alongside Madonna and BTS. Still entertainment, the new Star Wars film, The Mandalorian and Grogu, is projected to end the U.S. Memorial Day weekend with about $165 million in global ticket sales. Walt Disney said about $102 million of that total will come from the United States and Canada. While the domestic opening beat pre-weekend forecasts, it still marks the lowest debut for any Star Wars film released under Disney. By comparison, Solo A Star Wars story earned $103 million over Memorial Day weekend in 2018 and was previously the franchise's weakest performer. The studio noted that the new film had also a comparatively smaller production budget of about $165 million. Well, it's a wrap on News Hour. Thank you so much for watching. I am Vivian Uguche.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not putting in the talk, with the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padaputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind, but last, more than No Mind, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
A voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television.
It's a beautiful, wet Monday morning, and I welcome you to VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey, and a lot happened over the weekend. A lot of states conducted their party primaries, especially for the APC, and ADC, factional ADC members conducted theirs as well, their convention, that is, and a lot happened over the weekend. And we'll be sharing all of that with you this morning. So do come along with us as we dive into the conversation. First on our radar this morning, Tinubu secures the APC 2027 ticket in what has been described as a landslide win. Interesting. ADC hit by internal rift ahead of 2027 primary. PRP clears Donald Duke, 2 others for presidential primary. Well, these are the focus for this Monday morning. And of course, there are other conversations that we will be chiming in on in the course of the program. Welcome on board.
Welcome on board indeed. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on VOP this morning. We hope you had a great weekend. So please stick with us. And in the next 2 hours, we'll take you around Nigeria, bringing to you the stories that matter. I'm Jane Ogoye.
Good morning, and good to have you join us this morning. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now let's dive into other interesting trending stories before we talk about the major topics of this.
Oh yes, of course. Other interesting trending stories. This one is about a man who is identified as Kawiyu from Ibaragun, Ogun State. Well, he is in police custody after raising a false alarm of a bandit attack in a TikTok video. Kawiyu admitted he staged the incident with a Fulani headsman from behind his shop to gain social media followers. Well, he said, I'm quoting him now, he said, I raised a fake bandit attack alarm just to get TikTok followers. Please forgive me. That's where he was pleading with the police to forgive him. He told the police, well, he said he persuaded the headsman to feature in the video and had his apprentice record it after seeing others do similar content. So in his church mind, he believes this is content. When you talk about bandits, people die, it is content. You see, what content will do to us in this country? You see a lot of people put out false information. You see a lot of, our morality has dipped greatly, and all because of content, a desire to make social media money, get the followers, get the money. And that's why I will always, join my voice, lend my voice to the call for regulation in this space, in the social media space. It should be tightly regulated. Now, people like this should be made to face the wrath of the law. And also, it should be made public so others would know that you don't just play around with things. You don't just cry wolf. And then when it really happens, nobody will believe you. Nobody will start taking, people might start taking, serious issues with levity, which is heartbreaking. People have died. People have lost loved ones. People have lost houses.
because of such attacks. And then you raise such an alarm, and ordinarily people would want to, seek for, believe you and try to protect themselves and want to call to protect their loved ones and all. And it was just, a hoax. Very annoying, I must say. Very annoying.
Very, very annoying for me. I think it's a level of creative audacity for me. Like, how do you wake up, in the morning and pull up such a prank? And he literally had to go the extra mile by co-opting a Fulani headsman
who was just doing his business
behind his
and I'm
shop.
sure the man did not know what he
didn't
was
know,
doing.
obviously. He didn't know, but if you recall what you read, he did tell him that the guy said, "I'm not interested." I mean, the Fulani man, and he kept.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Ariko here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's Vop TV. Keep watching Vop TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Services to Air Peace, Ibom Air, 9 others over unpaid charges. Terrorists attack prayer ground, abducts 15 in Kwara. Kwara again. Oh well, those are the headlines there from the News Direct, Nigerian News Direct.
Daily Trust newspaper, ADC presidential primaries, Atiku, Amechi, Hayatuddin battle for tickets. APC primaries, governors outdo one another as Tinubu nets over 10 million votes. Nigeria remains World Bank's third largest borrower with $18.5 billion. Disruptions loom as NCCA places airlines on no service order. Eid el-Kabir, commuters spend hours on Abuja-Kaduna highway. Those are the stories from the Daily Trust newspaper.
And quickly, from the Daily Sun newspaper, ADC, 3.4 million members to decide Atiku, Amechi, Hayatuddin's fate today. And that's it from the Daily Sun. I think practically, Transita Security Services Nigeria Limited took up almost all the front pages of major dailies. Doing what now? A toast to President Tinubu, who the cap fits. Probably, apparently congratulating the president on his victory.
Landslide victory.
Landslide victory. No, this is not land. I think this is airslide victory.
Airslide, honestly.
For clinching the presidential ticket of the APC. Congratulations to you, Mr. President.
Well, pretty much we'll get into that conversation in the course of time. Let's take a quick break. Now, when we come back, we'll be talking, of course, about the president, incumbent, securing the APC presidential ticket for another tenure 2027. Let's look at this. And of course, the landslide, like Chukuma did say. Let's look at this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, President Bola Tinubu has accepted the APC's 2027 nomination after winning the party's primary with 10.99 million votes, just a little short of 11 million votes, against Stanley Osifo. Well, Stanley Osifo polled in 16,500 votes. Well, he did try, 16,000. Well, receiving his certificate of return, the president admitted his reforms have been tough, saying, if you lost sleep I have lost some too. If you lost weight, I think I've lost some too. Oh well. Well, he vowed to push reforms further and warned against opposition with no clear vision while offering dialogue to critics. APC leaders called 2027 a walkover, with Governor Hope Uzodinma saying APC members alone could re-elect Tinubu. And that's where I want to take my first question from. Well, we do have with us Darlington Agumwa, who is a lawyer and a public affairs commentator, and we'll also be joined by Barrister Laddie Johnson in the course of the program. Where we'll also have Dr. Bright Onyeva Kuka join us virtually, and we just might be having Dayo Kayode also join the conversation this morning. But we do have Barrister Darlington with us in the studio right now. Now, good morning to you.
Morning, Moses, and the rest of the crew. How are we today?
Very well. Thank you. Talking about the APC primaries, it was conducted. We saw it yesterday, and it was all over television screens. The president polled almost 11 million votes. 11 million votes. That's interesting. And what do you think? Now, let's speak to the votes that he polled in, and also to the fact that in some states there was rancor in some states, especially for other offices, those looking to contest other offices. The APC primaries in general, what would be your assessment of it?
Please, I will appeal to every analyst. I will appeal to every Nigerians. Please, don't ever reckon with this APC primary and the way they counted their votes. Because since the time of history, since the time of mankind, I have never seen where educated men, professors will count 10 and then count 100. From 100 to 2,000. From 2,000 to 5,000. And it was recorded, Moses. It was recorded, though. And INEC validated it. Please, are we in a zombie territory? Are we in a zombie territory in this country, for God's sake? What will Tinubu not do to Nigeria?
Who should contest that?
It is you, Nigeria. That's what I'm telling you here now.
Nigerians that are not members of the party?
Look, everybody now involved.
No, but these are primaries within the party. So should people who are not members of the party start contesting that?
Good, look at it this way. This is why I quarrel with this particular clause in that electoral act about forgery. That whenever any political party appointed anybody with a false certificate in their primary or whatever, that you, an outsider, you should not complain or go to court for it because it is their primary. Now, if they elect somebody with their primary, with a false certificate, that person is coming to rule you and I with that certificate, Moses. Can't you see the implication here?
Well, don't you think it's up to the opposition to bring up a viable candidate that can actually compete?
Please, with this record you are seeing now, I can never imagine how any other opposition party will garner 10 million votes in their primary election. It can never happen. It can never happen. Meanwhile, they will be posing with it that they made a 10 million.
11 million.
In a fraudulent election. Oh, God Almighty. What is all this for God's sake?
Okay, so I like the angle that you have brought in now. And I hope Uzodinma says, well, that the APC on their own alone could elect the president, because if you rely on the 2023 general elections, where he scored 8.7 million votes, and so he has almost 11 million now. So we are looking at excess of 1.3 million.
Almost 2 million.
2 million.
Almost 2 million. You know, addition to. Meanwhile, in 2023, it wasn't only APC members that voted for him. I mean, non-carried members of the APC probably voted for him as well. Now, what do you see regarding 2027? What picture do you see?
It is a bleak picture. Seriously. Because I have always told you here, pursue the black sheep in the daytime before it is nightfall. These people have told us what is to happen. Do you know what embarrassed me? When some journalists were asking Tinubu how did he see the primary and the county? He was, in fact, he was validating it. He was very, very ebullient about it. He was so happy. It was as if nothing happened. Mr. Okoro, this is Nigeria for God's sake. This is our Nigeria. Look, these people have messed up Nigeria. I don't even know where to start. Okay, were you not here when INEC told us that the party membership register, they will use it for the primary and they will use it for for the election, for the general election? Is that not what he told us? I don't want to countenance with what is in section 77 of the Electoral Act. Please. Was there any time in those things that you saw that anybody's membership register was brought to the polling units? Is it not when they gather people from somewhere, either in the marketplace or they saw you line up, then they will line up and start counting? If they counted you number 5 in front, you will not go back again and requeue, and they will count you again, Moses. Everybody saw all these things. Nigerians, you saw all these things. And you are telling me that Tinubu meant well for Nigeria.
Mr. Agomo, you said that the president in his acceptance speech validated the process.
Of course, he was so happy.
Do you think that the president might be aware of the shenanigans, what happened during the primaries?
Hey, he voted.
Okay.
Did he not? He voted. He was aware. We thought the crowd, he was aware. He saw what happened. He said it is local politics, that this is politics, that yes, it went well, everything is fine. The way he was very jubilant about it, as if nothing happened, and you now tell me that this president meant well for Nigeria. That's even my question. Because you should have been worried that this kind of thing is happening under your watch, under your government. We saw what Yar'Adua did. When this type of thing happened under his own election, he condemned it. And you are so happy with what has happened in a primary.
Okay, all right, Mr. Agomo, sorry, Jen. Mr. Agomo, there are a few concerns that I noticed, in the primaries, going back, relying on the experience of history. Now, in Bayelsa State, at official B8, that's Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in the elections proper, scored 48,000 votes in 2023. But yesterday, on the presidential primaries, he scored 277,000 votes during the presidential primary.
Of course, yeah. So,
and
some dead people woke up.
Okay. And so, in which other state? In Adamawa State, he scored in elections proper 104,833 votes in 2023. But the recently concluded presidential primaries, he scored 644,149 votes. In Imo State, in Oyo State, in the elections proper, he scored 449,884 votes in 2023, but presidential primaries, he scored 578,143. You can see some quantum leaps in all of this. So does it speak to the fact that the president has done so well in the past 3 years that more Nigerians, enrolled with the APC, and more Nigerians are saying, Mr. President, you have done well and we want you to continue. What do you see in all of this?
I did not see any celebration here. Rather, I saw infamy. Because these figures does not add up. We also saw how they counted these things. So it did not add up. That is not the reality on ground. That's why I'm telling anybody, don't use these things. Don't use it. You see this primary result, don't use this for anything. In fact, you'll be making a fool of yourself, thinking that, President won 10 million. How did it come about? How did he win 10 million? When they counted 1,000, the next one is 5,000. The next one is 10,000. Please, what kind of figure is this?
Let's look at the individual that contested against the president, Stanley Osifo. In his own ward, Uluku, in, I think, Delta State, he got 1 vote. Is that, how do you, but then, if you count the totality of it, it came up to about a little over 16,000 votes that he was able to gather. What is the perception of that individual who has, some people call him a serial aspirant, because he was with the SDP at some point, wanted to contest sometime around 2018. 2019, he contested, he was an aspirant in the PDP, but wasn't given an opportunity. And then he is given an opportunity in the APC to contest. What do you make of?
Yes, he was placed there to give a semblance.
You think he was placed there? Isn't
yes,
that?
He was placed there to give a semblance of what? Democracy.
Is that what you say?
That is what it is, please. That is what it is. Because in Lagos here, the person that contested with Hamzat got only 1 vote. 1. The whole of Lagos. Meanwhile, Hamzat got over 500,000. 560 something.
No, that's a different thing entirely. But we're talking about the presidential.
Look
and
at
the fact
Moses,
that,
to validate what I'm saying. Look at what Adelabu said in Oyo State. He said all the members of APC in Oyo State, they are not more than 150,000. But the man that defeated him got over 500,000. The man was not asking, where did the 500 come from, Mr. Moses? That's an APC man, former Minister of Power. That will tell you that all over the states, this type of nonsense has been going on, Mr. Moses. And you are telling me that during the election proper, worse things will not happen? Worse things will not happen for God's sake. And then somebody will come and tell me it's a master strategy, they have won. Is this how to win an election?
Can we examine this primary, barrister? Everything went on smoothly, at least so it appeared. So does this mean that internally the APC is united? Or is it that some people have just kept quiet just to protect their position?
No, this is a false unity. This is the fact. Most of the people that voted are not APC people. I just told you how the figure came about. Nobody actually voted though. They just.
Well, you don't have facts to that.
I said the number they are giving us.
Okay.
You cannot point out these are the people that voted. They are not up to that. I can say that authoritatively. The number they are giving us, that number did not vote in this primary. They just allocated figure. Jane, they allocated figure. I mean, can you hide that one? Did you see it? Would you see the counting? No, is that one in doubt? So how can you now use it to make reference and all that? I cannot do that. They allocated figure, especially that of the president.
All right. Let's go to Benin now, where we have Dr. Bright Onyeva-Kuka. Dr. Bright, good morning to you. Welcome to VOP this morning. We're talking about the APC primaries and the president emerging, the flag bearer for the APC for the 2027 elections and how it all went down. What are your thoughts, especially while the president was reeling out his achievements so far? I mentioned there was a video that played where they mentioned 70,000 naira minimum wage as one of the things that he achieved in this administration that Nigerians should be proud of, and also about NEL Fund, the fact that students have an opportunity to get loans to help them go through their education. But talking about the achievements of the president, he also did say that he needs more time to give Nigerians electricity. But some Nigerians are troubled at that because when he came in 2020, while he was campaigning for the 2023 elections, he said he was going to give Nigerians electricity in less than 4 years. But we're rounding up the first 4 years and he's making another promise. Are you convinced? What are your thoughts?
And other analysts in the studio. Looking at the
All right, then. Unfortunately, we understand that the feedback we're getting from you is, there's a holdback, so it's affecting the output. Unfortunately, we'll try and work on that and come back to you, Dr. Bright Onyeva-Kuka. Well, we have Laddie Johnson join the conversation, former NNPP spokesman. Good morning to you. Well, he's also a lawyer. Good morning to you. Good to have you virtually this time around.
Good to.
Now, the APC primaries, was laden with a lot of violence in some parts. Some discordant tunes were recorded. If you come to areas like Oshodi, Mafoluku, I was in that area over the weekend. I was there on Saturday actually, and at about some minutes to 9, people were running, closing shops. I was on the, people were closing shops, running away, and I asked what was going on. They said, "Oh, there's because of the primaries, people have been warned to stay indoors. That anything from 9, anybody seen on the street might be affected." In fact, we were told that they want to conduct Oro, and that's the reason people should stay indoors. And so people were running helter-skelter, and on my way home, I got to the airport junction area, and I could see people running. That was some minutes past 9. People were running like, what do you make of the primaries in the APC? Is that a pointer to what we should expect in 2027 elections proper?
Well, unfortunately, it is. This is indicative of the sort of government we have. The people, they mobilize to break down the opposition and even members of their own party. So it's quite unfortunate. And that is what we have dealt with time and time again. You would recall that the last elections in Lagos, after the presidential election, when President Bola Tinubu lost to Peter Obi in Lagos, you recall that before the gubernatorial elections, this was the same thing that happened. People coming out with canes and saying that there would be Oro and that non-indigens should not vote, things like that. So it is the unfortunate situation we find ourselves in. And regarding all the marvelous figures that we have, we've seen the counting that they've adopted, from 100 to 200 to
geometric
300, then
counting
350,
method.
305. Crazy. But that is the ruling party.
All right, Laddie. Laddie, good to have you. Good to see you once again. It's been a while.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my colleague here addressed you, introduced you as former NNPP spokesperson. Laddie, have you moved? The last time I asked you, you said you were. It was neither here nor there. So where?
Members of the Concoursia movement moved to the ADC. I didn't move.
Oh, okay.
I stayed in the LNPP.
Oh.
But when we moved to the NDC, I moved immediately.
Oh, beautiful. So you are now a member of the NDC. Good to know. Now, let's go back to the issue in focus, which is the primaries, the APC primaries. In 2023, the sitting president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, garnered 8.7 million votes, to win that trophy in 2023. Now, a lot of people outside the APC might have voted for him because they believed in him. Fast forward to 2027 APC primaries, he gets close to 11 million votes, apparently by only members of the APC. And the Progressive Governors Forum chairman, Hope Uzodinma, says, well, the APC on our own can elect a president. Does this speak to the fact that the president has done so well in the past 3 years that more people have joined the APC and probably more Nigerians are happy with what the president has done? What do you see?
No, I think that just shows you that they think we're all fools. They're laying the ground, the foundation to rig. That's all they're doing, So, look, millions of Nigerians, tens of millions, have fallen into poverty in the last 3+ years. So it's just a joke, And Nigerians have seen beyond the veil, and we'll talk to them appropriately in January next year by God's grace.
All right.
Sorry, when you talk about Nigerians, talking to them appropriately in January 2023, sorry, in January 2027, talking about the election. Yes, 2027, talking about the election proper. About 3 weeks ago or a month ago, the opposition figures met somewhere in Ibadan and had what they called a Ibadan declaration that they were going to, choose a sole presidential candidate to represent the opposition. Apparently, Nigerians believe that all the opposition parties, ADC, NDC, PDP, Labour Party, ABC, and all of that will collapse. Even if they don't collapse their structures, but they will collapse in favor of a particular presidential candidate. So that the 2023 scenario will not play out. A few days after that, it seems to have, fallen apart. And so how do you think that Nigerians will speak in 2027, given that now Obiko Kwanso, your principal in NDC, Atiku Abubakar Amechi, or whoever that might be in ADC, PDP is there, PRP, Donald Duke is there, and all of that. So how would that happen? Especially when we see that the president has already 11 million votes in his kitty.
Well, let's start from the fact that the president doesn't have 11 million votes, right? That's. But you see, people misunderstood what happened in Ibadan. There were several things in the communique, which I think the most important one was that we resolved that we would ensure as much as possible that we contest the election against the APC. Because we all found that, and we believe that the opposition as a whole are under attack. Virtually everyone has one legal issue or the other. Now, one of the last thing that was said was that we would seek to ensure that we have one candidate against the president, which is what you just alluded to. Now, many people presumed or assumed that that would be the ADC candidate. But that was not the case. And there is nothing stopping us as the campaigns go along. When we see which combination is strong enough and which party has survived the court issues and all the landmines that have been put in place for us all, then we will know who to support against.
So basically, at this moment,
in January,
the coalition doesn't exactly know who they will support.
No, yet, because you see, you have 8 months now to begin to campaign and to work towards January.
Okay.
When the campaigns go on, you will see which party or which president and vice presidential team has the support of majority of
has the support of majority. Ladi, based on your position now, is it likely to be the NDC? Because one of the conditions,
I believe so.
Okay. I've not even asked my question, because one of the conditions is that the party has to be bereft of legal issues. Apparently, it's only the NDC now, because PDP, ADC, even PRP are all enmeshed in one legal tussle or the other. So is it likely to be the NDC? And if it is the NDC, do you think that somebody like Atiku Abubakar will support the NDC candidacy, the NDC ticket?
I would say that whilst we all will say politically that we doubt he would do that, I personally believe that when it comes to that stage, he will be statesmanly enough to say, okay, this has gone, let me support Peter Obi and Kwankwo. I believe that will happen, and I hope that will happen. You understand?
All right, Ladi.
And not just because of the legal issues. I believe that we have a combination that firstly generated so much buzz within the youth and people of the country. And I believe that by the time we start rolling out the manifesto and the plan to turn around the economic whatever that we have now, the malaise that we have now, that Nigerians will queue in behind us, support us, and give us the next 4 years to try to bring about that positive change.
All right, Ladi. The APC leadership is already boasting that, they had an air-slide victory, as my co-host did say. And now, looking forward to 2027, there's so much confidence in the air on the part of the APC. As a member of the NDC, what's your blueprint, to dismantle this confidence?
Well, you see, the blueprint is simple. You finish your primaries. After the 30th, in a properly laid out manner, bring out your message to Nigerians. They begin to see. You see, the issue now is that we're not voting for hope any longer. Right? Someone said renew hope, whatever hope, and there's still no electricity, etc. Insecurity is worse. Then you now tell the people that these are the things that we want to do. And I believe that gradually, as they begin to see, look, let me tell you, I'm jumping now. Most of the people around there, some of the governors around there, they believe there'll be no election, that there'll be rigging, that they'll just write the results. They told us, we're wasting our time. They're just going to write the results. Let's join them. But the will of the people of the country will prevail. And the elections will hold by God's grace, and this will be a one-term precedent.
All right. Thank you very much, Ladi Johnson, a barrister. Let's bring it back to the studio to another barrister, Darlington Agomor. Now, picking up from what he said, do you think the APC has succeeded in increasing voter apathy with the mindset or the impression that votes will be written, because I had a conversation with somebody over the weekend, and the president, don't worry, don't bother yourself. They know who they will pick. Let's not even bother. And I tried to educate the person on how this is done. At the end of the day, it was, okay, now I understand. So we should still get our voters card and go. I said, yes, get your cards and go out and vote. Now, do you think with everything playing out now, APC has succeeded in worsening voter apathy? And how can we fix that?
No, they have succeeded in increasing the anger of the people. Because the real fact is that everybody knows that with the counting, that figure did not add up. People did not
But a situation whereby people feel their votes will not count.
Sorry?
A situation whereby people feel their votes do not count, will not count.
They will go to vote. In fact, like I told you, they will go to vote to tell them that these 11 million people that voted in the primary is a sham. Because the election proper will determine. All these things, I am thinking that this will give the opposition an edge. They should go inwards and work on their own people to make sure that on that day, they will flood the polling unit with their agents and their people, so that when you vote, you stand there to defend your vote. Let's assume this is their primary, fine. I don't believe that during the election proper, somebody will come and count 10 and count 100 and count 1,000. No, it can never happen, Moses. I am very sure of that. It can never happen. It can never happen. And so people are now wary of what they are going to do in 2027. So they are waiting for them.
With what you see happen around, especially within the opposition, do you see the opposition uniting to fight the APC in 2027?
Of course. In fact, it is more than important for them to do that now. They have to unite. If they don't want embarrassment, seriously, because they should be in a greater number than APC.
Mr. Gumo, we are not looking at the necessity. The necessity has been established. We are looking at the possibility.
Yes, it's more than possible. I said with this thing now, the opposition should educate their people. Let them realize what is in the offing so that they will prepare.
We see more presidential candidates come out from different political parties. PRP, Donald Duke, Esandiono, PDP, Goodluck Jonathan, PDP, and all of that.
It doesn't look like, because the court may torpedo some of the things we are saying. Well, if all the opposition except NDC is in court, which other opposition are you expecting to feature? Which other? Even though the court have given them leeway to extend the time of submission of names and all that.
All right then.
The court may not agree with them to even feature anybody. It is obvious. How can one political party have 3 presidential people?
All right, we have to let you go now, Mr. Darlington Agumo. Thank you very much for your time and your contribution. But we keep other analysts. Do stay with us as let's quickly run to Benin. Let's go back to Benin. I hope the audio issue has been fixed. Dr. Brighton Cooker. Let's have you react to, let's have your reaction now.
Okay, thank you very much. When you mentioned about the issue of third fund, we needed to, first of all, get the back end of the third fund before we could begin to judge the president. We need to see the back end of that third fund. They're talking about the 70,000 naira minimum wage. You know, as things are in Nigeria at the moment, we are not actually looking at the figure, but we should be concerned about the purchasing power. What can 70,000 naira purchase if we want to benchmark it against 2014 or thereabouts to say, okay, what the 35,000 naira buy, can 70,000 naira of today actually buy it? Nigerians should not actually be deceived by one particular statement. It was our president who told us that if he does not feel electricity, we shouldn't talk about his second tenure for him. And now the tenure is almost over, and yet we don't have anything about electricity to write home about, and yet the president is coming about the 2027. Above all, no matter the achievements he has come up to say he has achieved, whichever way, then the issue of insecurity, as it actually abated, is increasing every day by day. And instead of it being addressed squarely, we're having media gag and so many other things, underreporting and taking all form of stories to cover the issue of insecurity. Insecurity is increasing and is increasing. So you need to also look at that. For the opposition, they should understand that right from time, APC has a way of creating a decoy. They put up something for them to talk about. Meanwhile, they have other plans that they are having in place. And all of a sudden, just like a joker in a card game, they just pull it off. Talking about the primaries.
Yes.
I'm not keen about the figures that the president got in terms of his own nomination. They were all put together to ensure that he eventually emerged. This was just like a little deviation from what has been in the past, where you have plenty of the aspirants on the day of primaries. They are stepping down after spending a huge amount of money to purchase a form. This is just a little deviation from that. All their plans was just to ensure that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerges. But that is, to me, that is a skit, like Barrister Daisy has actually said, from 5 to 100 to 2,000. So I wonder how they got their 11 million votes. But the real picture of what is happening in the APC, let's remove the presidential election, the presidential primaries.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the lower level election. As we speak today, we don't know who is the true candidate for Senate in Edo South. And of course, pocket of issues in those places. And if you add the parallel primaries that were conducted in Edo State, for example, the figures that all the parties scored, if you add it together, it does not add up, or there's not even, it's not even up to the vote that the president secured in the primaries in terms of, they got about 130-something thousand. So if you add the figures of all those who did their parallel primaries together, it does not add up to that figure. So the question is, where did they get those people from? That's a picture of what is at their level. But like has been said, the election itself proper will speak more to what it is. Let the opposition just do their homework and ensure that all loose ends are tied. Thank you.
Okay, can we talk a bit about the ordinary man on the streets? I mean, examining the 11 million landslide, 11 million votes, the landslide victory by the incumbent president at the primaries. What does this send? What message does this send to the average Nigerian? Would this breed more voter apathy in 2027? Let's forget about the opposition party for a bit. The opposition parties, and let's talk about the ordinary Nigerian. I think Moses did bring up that issue. Do you see a lot of apathy happening, voter apathy happening in 2027?
See, we cannot take off the opposition in terms of this because people need to come out and vote. One of the strategies that the politicians use in rigging the election is to kind of create some level of apathy, discourage people from coming to vote, while they are encouraging their own persons to come out and vote. We should talk more about the figures. Are they real figures or they are just fictitious figures? For me, that was a skit. They just put up a skit to entertain Nigerians, for Nigerians to, whichever way they have used, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu would have still emerged. So allocating figures to him does not make sense. If we want to actually do a check, let's check the APC register against the votes that were thrown out in those various states to tell you a true picture of it. So for me, Nigerians shouldn't be bothered about that figure. Those statements were just political statements that would kind of push people to one side. It's more work for the opposition. That's just it.
All right, more work for the opposition, you say. That's Dr. Bracha Nivakuka. Thank you very much. We must also appreciate... Oh, okay. We do have Dayo Kayode join the conversation. Let's quickly take his own thoughts now, and then we get into our second conversation this morning. Mr. Kayode, good morning to you. Okay, unfortunately, we lost connection to him. Well, this is where we draw the curtain on this particular conversation. And when we come back after this break, we'll be looking at the ADC. That's the African Democratic Congress. ADC hit by internal rift ahead of 2027 primary. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Gentlemen, stay with us.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection. Ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Well, ADC youth leaders in Enugu have rejected support for Atiku Abubakar and backed Rotimi Amechi for the 2027 ticket, calling the Enugu chairman's claim for Atiku false and misleading. They urged the ADC NEC to ensure transparency before the May 25 primary. Atiku said the party needs competence. Nigeria cannot afford a learning on the job presidency. While in Kebbi, aspirant Bashir Abubakar Shehu quit the party over alleged irregularities in the primary. Meanwhile, ICPC has denied ADC leaders access to detained ex-governor Nasir El-Rufai, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, saying that only family members, doctors, and his counsel are allowed to see him. Well, we saw a situation where some leaders of the ADC went to consult with him, to see him in detention, but they were denied. Well, let me come to you now, Laddie Johnson. Now, let's look at the ADC. What we see in the ADC is Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi. You know, basically, there was this animated post that was in the papers on Friday. It showed Amechi and Atiku dragging, you know, the flag or the ticket of the ADC. With what is going on, some youths saying that, look, we are in support of Atiku. We don't want a northern candidate. I beg your pardon, we are in support of Amechi. We don't want a northern candidate. And Atiku insisted that he will run regardless of whatever arrangement is on ground. What do you see play out in the ADC? By the way, the Dumebi Kachuku faction of the ADC held their own convention yesterday where they sacked the David Mark-led NWC and inaugurated their own NWC and also named Dumebi Kachuku as the flag bearer of their faction of the ADC. So the ADC is in murky waters as it is. How do you react to all of this? All right, I understand that we have a bit of a network problem there with Laddie Johnson. We'll get back to him much later. Let's take this conversation to Dr. Bright Onyeva-Kuka, who is in our Benin station. But Dr. Bright, if you heard the question, let's have you react.
Well, you know, before now, I've had a concern about the ADC. I never trusted ADC. I never believed any good thing would come out of ADC. They are my personal opinion. The reason being that the combination of persons in that party called for worry. And like I said before now, I was waiting for their end. Let me see to how they will manage this set of persons to the end. But somewhere along the line, it has never been. The persons who rushed to ADC, I think many of them have actually left. And these same persons now talking about Amechi and Atiku dragging the tickets, they've always been there from the onset. And in fact, the two of them were the major concern where I wasn't comfortable with the party. And that was why initially I was like, why should Peter Obi even consider going to that party? Because these persons, their quest for power is so strong. You understand? For the likes of Atiku, he would not want to step down for anybody. That's why even when the barristers, just I was talking about, if maybe eventually they did not come together, maybe we form part of the coalition that would help. I still don't expect it.
Dr. Bright.
For the article that I know, he will do everything. Yes.
Dr. Bright, the article you know, he will do everything. Now, do you think that article is just being obstinate about the whole thing, considering the fact that a lot of Northerners also agree that, well, it's the turn of the South, and that the South should be allowed to serve out their term. But at every turn, Atiku has been like, well, I'm in. Imagine him paying $1.2 million, to a PR company to burnish his image ahead of the primary that is holding today, by the way. And when we talk about ADC, we should also not forget Muhammad Hayatuddin, who says, well, it's either me or no one else. He bought full-page spaces on newspapers. I think that was on Friday or so, to say, well, I'm in the race and I want to be president of Nigeria. In all of this, do you think that Atiku Abubakar is being fair to Nigerians by trying to, more like, I'm looking for an appropriate word, to obstruct, that rotational presidency between North and South? Why must he be on the race? What do you think?
That's why I said that for him, he will do everything to get the party's ticket, even though he knows where politicians they don't agree that they will lose the election. But just check in all the elections he had, both when he was in PDP, he has contested in PDP, he has contested in APC, and now he's coming up in ADC. He will do everything possible to get that ticket. That was the same thing he did in 2019, repeated in 2023. Just check all the time he has been contesting. Yes, he has the money to buy all that he needs to buy, bulldoze his way forward. If somebody like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for example, now, defeating Atiku is not a threat. It's not something that's about. It's something that he can readily just do. But there are other candidates that this man will not allow to breathe. He will use his money to go against these persons.
Dr. Bright, what will happen? What will happen if the 2023 scenario is replayed? What do you think will happen? I mean, Atiku had 6.9 million votes. Peter Obi had 6.1 million votes. Kwakwanso had 1.8, roughly 2 million votes. And so if you put the votes of Peter Obi and Kwakwanso together, you probably have about 8 million votes. The president scored 8.7 million votes. Now, if that scenario is replayed, do you think that, what do you think will happen?
First and foremost, let's also correct that. For the 6-point-something million vote that was recorded, a lot were destroyed. A lot were destroyed. A lot were not recorded for him. So that would not actually be
for Atiku? For who? For Atiku or for Peter Obi?
No. For Peter Obi. For Peter Obi. Let's be fair. For Peter Obi.
Okay.
You understand? A lot of their votes were destroyed because in many of their strongholds, they didn't allow the result to reflect what it should be. So actually, what they got is far more than that. Coupled with the different manipulations that were alleged to have taken place. So we cannot even use that to judge 2027. My only concern is that some of the persons who came out to vote in 2023, because in 2023 we had many persons who were voting for the first time, many persons who registered, and so many other things. Some of them are discouraged. They don't want to come out to vote 2027. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and the person was like, I'm not going to vote again. So I think those are some of the things that they are doing related to voters' apathy.
Okay.
So I don't see that playing back, or we cannot even use that to judge or to project for 2027.
Okay.
Let alone this skit made of 10 million votes from one
okay. All right. Then. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright. Now let's take this conversation back to Mr. Ladi Johnson. Ladi, good to have you join us again. I want us to talk about the Kwakwansia movement briefly. Now, Governor Abba Yusuf has been about town that, look, I mean, nothing is left of Kwakwansia movement. As a matter of fact, he believes that he slashed the Kwakwansia movement into two halves, and he has the better half in the APC in Kano State. How much of what happened in Kano in 2023 will repeat in favor of Kwakwanso and Obi in 2027 if we have the sitting governor said, hey, I'm in charge of that movement, not just by name, but by membership. They might have their name, Kwakwanso movement, but the followership is with me now. What do you think? What will happen in 2027 in favor of Kwakwanso in Kano State and the French states, talking about KB, Jigawa, and all of that? What will happen?
I think that we should understand Kano. You see, it's not really about Kwankwaso alone. The betrayal that we spoke about was not just to Kwankwaso. The majority of the people of Kano. In 2019, they voted massively in support of us, of the Kwankwasia movement. And of course, Abba was the gubernatorial candidate under the PDP. We know what happened, inconclusive results, blah, 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 blah. We lost at the Supreme Court. In 2023, we came back without any officer, anybody in government, not a senator, no, from zero level, as we say. And Abba became governor. We won 2 senatorial seats. We won about 20-something House of Reps. Now, that was the will of the people of Kano. And at that time, they said that they had had 8 years of maladministration by Ganduje's APC. So, Abba became. Now, without going back to those people, he now took the sacred mandates they gave him and took it back to the CC that the people are complaining about. So there lies the fact that the majority of people of Kano will support Kwankwaso's NDC in 2027, especially as Kwankwaso is on the ticket.
All right.
So we have no fears. We just have to do our work and campaign properly.
All right. Can we examine the ADC structure, for a bit? We have a massive clash of egos. You have Amechi vying. You also have Atiku. So do you see, between both of them, whoever wins, do you see either of them supporting the other? That's number one. And then number two, do you see the ADC imploding after all of this, or do you think they will stand the test of time?
The first question is, which ADC? I think yesterday or day before we saw, I think was it Gombe or what's his name? And some of the chairmen having their convention. We have a court case. All what they're doing, setting forms and preparing for primaries. There's a court case that says they shouldn't, that some of the state chairmen went to court about. So it is not a clear-cut position whatsoever for them. But when you talk about the character of the leading politicians in the city that we're talking about, that is the former vice president and the former minister of transport, then you have a cocktail, a recipe for disaster, for political disaster. So I cannot, I'm not a clairvoyant, I cannot predict what will happen. But if they survive legally, I'm not sure they will survive politically to come out as a joint team.
All right, then let's quickly look at what's happening with the PRP. Now, the PRP, that's the People's Redemption Party, has cleared former Cross River Governor Donald Duke and 2 other aspirants for its presidential primary that will be holding later today. Also cleared are economist Dr. Noke Ufere from Abia State and former AAC candidate Yakubu Muhammad Kingsley from Edo State. PRP National Publicity Secretary Muhammad Ishak stated that the three aspirants agreed to submit their aspirations to the will of the party members during the nationwide primaries. Now, he added that PRP will conduct credible, transparent primaries with over 260 aspirants contesting various elective offices. Well, let's talking about the PRP now. Let me stay with you, Ladi. Talking about the PRP, Donald Duke is contesting. Well, we had, I think he contested in 2020. Did he contest in 2023 as well?
I can't remember.
Okay, well, I don't recall. But what chances do you think the PRP? Yes, there you have it on the screen. The contestants for the PRP. What chances do they have, really? Or is this just making up the parties to appear on the ballot? Or do we still have Ladi with us?
Okay. Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, please.
I'm here. I'm not so sure that they have any credible right terms. For instance, regarding Governor Donald Duke, he's a great gentleman, very good friend of my principal, Rabiu Konkoso. But I haven't seen any activity. In fact, I was shocked yesterday when I heard that he would be contesting for the presidency.
You were shocked?
So I'm not sure.
Why were you shocked?
I was shocked in the sense that, if you want to contest for any position, you'd be doing some background work and consultations maybe around the country and what have you. But I tell you, I've heard nothing about it. So it's just come up.
So you think all of this is just to make up the ballot, make up the parties that will appear?
It's not to make up the ballot. I don't want to insinuate anything.
Okay.
But of course, you know that there's been talk about President Goodluck Jonathan again under the PDP. Now, I just believe that all these people coming out from the South are a part of the game to try to reduce the votes of Peter Obi and the NDC.
All right.
And I don't think that will happen.
Okay.
If you look at Oyo State, Governor Sheyi Makinde in the APM, he will have an immediate and he'll have it on the president vote from Oyo State. He will impact on President, not much on the NDC. It will be on President Tinubu's votes. And of course, we will be there to work on President's votes in Lagos State. So even Mr. President's path is becoming tighter and more difficult.
Okay.
All right.
And I tell you, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Land on your thought.
Let's have you land on your thoughts, please.
Yes, I was just going to say that I keep telling people that the president is an intelligent man.
Okay.
And that is why I believe that they're going to try us because he knows that he cannot win a free and fair election.
Okay.
All right, then.
They're going to try us.
Okay, thank you very much, Ladi Johnson. Now, let's quickly take this conversation to Dr. Bright Onovio-Kiku. Bright Onovio-Kiku, PRP is on the table now. 3 presidential aspirants want to emerge, the 3 of them from the South. PRP, Aminu Kano's party. And we have somebody in the like of Dati Baba Ahmed, you know, who was Peter Obi's running mate in 2023, is in the party. He's not running for presidency. We have his elder brother, Hakim Baba Ahmed, the factional chairman of the PRP. Looks like the PRP understands clearly that it is the turn of the South to finish up until 2031. So again, does that speak to an acquiescence by the North, the northern oligarchy, that, look, let us allow the South to finish their tenure before we go back to the North, where it's supposed to be from 2031? Does it look like that is what it is? What do you see?
Well, according to the Constitution of Nigeria, these persons, they have rights. It's part of their civic rights and responsibility. They can contest. And in the actual sense of our politics, it is not about the people. It's about their personal interest. So some persons could actually place themselves in places where they can have something to bargain with.
Okay.
And so that's why I see some of all these parties, because if actually we say, oh, it has been zoned to the South, why fragment the votes? Why not put the votes together? Like you say, you have a piece of meat in the soup. They are all cut into small, small pieces. Meanwhile, somebody has a big chunk somewhere that the person wants to take. You know, it also reflects how those politicians in the South actually behave. You just throw a little thing and everybody is rushing down.
Dr. Bright, Dr. Bright, I hate to butt in. I hate to butt in. In 1999, we had two strong candidates from the Southwest, not just from the South. As a matter of fact, from the Southwest, Olusegun Obasanjo and Olufalaye, and yet the Southwest had it. So what is difficult in having like three strong presidential candidates from the South? Does it make a difference in favor of the North?
You see, no. It's not that it doesn't make sense. But when you look at it, you realize that the politics of 1999 kind of drifted. It has changed compared to what we have in 2023 and now what will come up in 2027. So that's analogy of maybe two of them coming from one place. It's not a problem. Compared to what we have at the moment, the nation is increasing, so it's just so glaring. So it's more of interest, not even in people.
All right.
We're talking about a system that can rescue Nigeria. If, for example, 2027, the election is free and fair, and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerges, yes, Nigeria will understand. But the grievance is because of the manipulation that is alleged, that is being perceived.
All right, then.
So nobody hates him as sin or what.
All right, thank you very much.
So when you now have people who cannot even get to that place, are still strong to say this is what they want to do, it's been seen as dividing votes.
Dividing votes. Okay, this is how much time we have for the conversation. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright Onyeva Cooker. Well, thank you for your time. We must appreciate Ladi Johnson, who is a lawyer and, of course, now a member of the NDC. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and your thoughts on the program. We'll take a break now. When we come back at 10, we'll be looking at what the papers have for us this morning, and we'll be dissecting the headlines. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you at 10.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching. Newspaper Review is next.
I am Chukwuma Okoro. Bye for now. See you on top of the hour.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday.
Well, make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry, Ampelhorn. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the talk, please discuss.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports. Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports. Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports. Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports. Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports. Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer.
name is Vop Tv, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota, this is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching.
And of course, Chukwuma Okoro very much here. And Mr. Darlington Nagumo also joins the conversation. Welcome back.
My pleasure.
Now let's look at the papers. What do we have? The Guardian has these headlines. Nigeria needs president with capacity to govern, Atiku tells ADC. Kachukwu emerges factional presidential candidate. Berates Mark Aregbesola. Confusion in Rivers chapter as two governorship candidates emerge. There you have it. So let's start off with this one. Did you know, the Kachuku's faction of the ADC held their convention yesterday. It looked a lot to me like a concert. You know, it looked. Okay, I think I should be mindful of my words, but it looked sort of serious.
On what ground should even the press report such a thing?
No, they paid for airtime. They paid for airtime, so it's news.
Yes,
it's news. It's a faction.
But
it's
this
news.
is a bad news that can divert our attention.
No, it's not.
But it needs to be put out as well.
The courts have not decided which one is the authentic faction of the party.
But as long as the court did not recognize Kachukwu and whatever he did, why should they go and conduct another primary?
Shouldn't we be looking at INEC for when you talk about recognition? Shouldn't we be looking at INEC?
As long as David Mark has been recognized as the authentic chairman of ADC, anything you are doing outside that is null and void. Nobody would.
So how then do you react to the Kachuku's faction sacking David Mark-led NWC?
He was just joking. He's just joking. Nobody would recognize whatever Kachuku is doing. In the public, what is the position of Kachuku for him to sack anybody? Does he have the local standard?
No, his faction
These things are very obvious.
His faction did. No,
you know,
even
Nofiu Bala, he too was talking of his own faction, Abi. I mean, these are very, very ridiculous times for opposition parties. Very ridiculous. Everybody just wake up and create a faction for himself and start making trouble.
Well, I think what Ibe Kachuku is, what Dumebi Kachuku is trying to do is to build up something like a case for himself. You recall that at some point in the PDP, we had the Wike faction sack the Turaki faction, and the Turaki faction sacked the Wike faction. If at last count, PDP has two BOT, one headed by Adolphus Mwabara, another headed by Mao Ohuabunwa. Now, PDP has Sandy Ono, as the presidential candidate from the Wike faction. Then the other faction has cleared who? Goodluck Jonathan. And who again? And so I think all of this will be settled in the court. But the dangerous thing in all of this is that when we allow the courts to decide our democracy, it's problematic for us, for every little thing. And so it is good that we also had a court, the Supreme Court, say, well, courts should not interfere in the leadership crisis of political parties.
But they are not listening.
But they are not listening. People are still running back to the courts. And so when you outsource your leadership crisis to the courts, what are you telling the courts to take decision? And the court says, now, on one of the shows, I asked you this question. In a situation where we have the court saying, hey, don't come to us, stay within yourselves and resolve this problem. And the problems are unable to be resolved. What happens?
No.
Because that is exactly why we have the court in the first place. So that, Jane, if you and I have a problem and we go through arbitration, we go through out of court settlement and all of that, and we're unable to do that, we go to the court to resolve it. And the decision of the High Court in Nigeria becomes binding. But in a situation where you have internal crisis within the political party, and the court says we can't help you, so where else should they run to?
I think that's why we had a pronouncement recently, I think it was last month, where, I think was it the High Court or so, there was a ruling that was said that parties should settle their infighting.
Exactly. That's
I think,
my point.
yeah, I think there was something to that effect.
I think that thing creates a lacuna, as far as I'm concerned, in our jurisprudence,
It would
in our legal
have
system.
been possible what you are suggesting if only the ruling party will hands off of the opposition. Most of these factions are being created and supported by the ruling party. That is why they have the gut to do what they are doing. Take, for example, somebody like Abure. Somebody like Abure, the Supreme Court, in fact, the appeal court even fined him 10 million naira for parading himself as the chairman of Labour Party. Yet, the man is still waxing stronger. Who is backing him? The other time, the PDP wanted to expel the Wike and his group, but they came back with police and thought to even destroy things when the PDP BOT were holding a meeting. You all saw it. So if only the ruling party can hands off, this thing will be settled.
I think it's a bigger problem that I'm looking at here, where we have a situation where the Electoral Act or the Nigerian law says political parties don't come to us to resolve their crisis.
I think there's a part of the Constitution that still enables aggrieved parties to still approach the court.
On the condition that the process leading, you can question the process, but you cannot question the outcome.
The leadership.
Yes, you can question the process that led to the emergence of that leadership.
Yes.
Because I think in the first instance, the law, the presumption of the law, why the courts came to be in the first place, the presumption of the law is that man by nature is unreasonable. And so if you're unable to reason with your fellow human being, then we have a court of reasonable men, wise men.
An arbiter.
An arbiter to go there and adjudicate, on the matter. And so that ouster clause is what I have a problem. Unfortunately, I might seem to be a lone voice. Barrister Adams, one day on the show, voiced out, his displeasure with that ouster clause. If people have problems and they can't go to resolve it in the court, so where else should they go to?
Unfortunately, the arbiter has become the problem, because by the ruling of the Supreme Court on ADC leadership, they validated David Mark as the authentic chairman of ADC, but ordered them to go back to the lower court to continue on the same matter.
Instead of resolving the matter,
I am telling you,
as they did in the reverse case.
Exactly. They would have told every other person that based on this judgment, any other matter on the leadership of ADC should be null and void. It should be struck out anywhere in any court. Because I didn't see why you should carry your victory from the Supreme Court and you not take it to the lower court again. I
think the thing is that in that case, the Supreme Court will not grant a prayer that you did not ask. Mark didn't ask that prayer.
But they have already ruled on that matter. So if they're not finished with the lower court, go to appeal and then come back to the Supreme Court again. What will the Supreme Court do? They will not say David Mark is no longer the chairman. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense, seriously. It doesn't. I don't know why the Supreme Court is just doing all these things. There is no reason why he should ask them to go back to the lower court and continue.
So let's go back to the issue. Moses, maybe held a primary. So, you know, Bala Nafiu Gombe held his own convention days after the Mark-led convention. And so he held, so this one was a primary.
It was both a convention and a primary. Well, it was a convention, actually.
It was
a convention, but he was declared the presidential candidate.
Okay, so ADC has a presidential candidate.
In the person of...
After today, now, Atiku Amechi Memajabi.
Dumebi's faction. Mr. Capable, DK.
Okay.
That is. But then today, we'll get to find out who emerges between Atiku and Amechi.
And then they will go back to the court again to resolve. This leads some people to think that, as a matter of fact, ADC might not be on the ballot.
At the end of the day, really.
At the end of the day.
I'm beginning to
But they are lucky too. They are lucky because a court has extended the deadline, the timetable,
up to September,
and all of that up until September. So we'll see what happens. But my worry in this extension is that NDC seems to be the and the APC seems to be the two political parties that might have presidential candidates without spots here and there. But that extension might
still... Would you say the NDC doesn't have spots? Because remember, what's his name now?
Ado.
Umar Ado is contesting the legality of the NDC.
Okay. But he's not conducted a convention. He's not saying I'm a member of the party. He's not saying I'm a presidential candidate.
He pushed for ADA, which was not. So
ADC is not a political party, and
ADA,
he has never at
ADA,
some point. He has never at any point said I'm a member of the NDC.
No, he's not a member of the NDC.
He's not a member of it. So he doesn't even have the locus, to institute that case, because he's unable to prove how the registration of NDC has injured his personal interest. I'm not a lawyer, but I understand all of that. So, but I'm talking about, I'm not saying that they are case-free. I'm talking about in terms of candidates and conventions. APC has held their convention and their primaries, and they have presidential candidate in the person of our own dear president. Well, NDC, because only one person bought the presidential ticket in the person of Peter Obi, he might just emerge as the presidential candidate when they conduct their convention. Now, PDP has two. One already made, that's Sandy Yono, and Goodluck Jonathan has been cleared. PRP
for PDP.
For PDP. Now, PRP will do their own today. ADC will do their... ADC has one man standing, and another one will emerge today.
But this man, Goodluck Jonathan, has a case in court too, which has not been decided.
No, let him get the ticket first. If he gets the ticket, now the court will decide whether he's eligible to contest or not.
That would be an embarrassment of the highest order.
All right, let's take this headline, and then we'll bring Dr. Bright into the conversation because he joins us virtually. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Bright Kuka, for joining. Tinubu to sustain reforms after APC's 10.9 million votes. Figures exceed President's 2023 election tally. Critics question credibility as APC defends transparency of poll. Tinubu vows to sustain economic reforms. Osifo accepts defeat, pledges support for Tinubu. I mean, he was standing on his mandate in the first instance. He was standing. How do you contest with somebody whose mandate you were standing on? That's just amazing things happening here in Nigeria. Okechukwu warns on hardship, insecurity, unemployment. Analysts fear impact on 2027 electoral credibility. Party fixes deadline for primary by-election results. Those are some of the headlines that you would find in the dailies. Dr. Bryce, please.
Well, looking at the different headlines is just the result of the primaries and of course publishing issue. Well, like I said before, all those more like skits. Nobody should take that of the president. The figures there serious, but rather let us focus on the lower level. Some state governors are not finding it easy in terms of their primaries. Some House of Rep members are having, like I did mention earlier, as we stand today, people will still wait till the end of the month to know who is the authentic candidate for the those South Victoria districts under the APC. So for me, and I also want to experience, let those figures not scare us. Let us look at what we can do. But like I said, it is more work for the opposition. This is not time for them to be having their infighting. It is time for them to put their hands together and begin to look at strategy. But above all, APC have always had a decoy. They put it on the ground, it distracts Nigeria, and before you know it, they come out with another stunt. And before you begin to react to it, it's game over. Therefore, those courts that were mentioned earlier, I begin to wonder how supreme is our Supreme Court? Because even judgment from Supreme Court are still being challenged. Barrister Darlington will tell us more about that. I'm not a legal practitioner or whatever, but I don't expect judgment from Supreme Court to be challenged. So he said it's supreme.
Okay.
See judgment today being. Then I want to also appeal. Okay. I wrote on my Facebook page. Okay. President Jonathan should not go and fool himself. He's already in a pedestal that is different. He should just remain there. Coming down to talk about staying himself with PDP primaries is an insult. He should not just bother to do it.
Well, a lot of Nigerians feel the same way. A lot of Nigerians feel
he should just walk away. He has gone beyond the Nigeria he left in 2014. It's not the same.
The Nigeria of today.
So you should not just go and himself.
You see,
even if he should emerge as the sole candidate in the opposition, I believe Tinubu will be very happy because it will be an easy decision.
It's a walkover. Like
yes, so he should not just stay himself. He should just walk away.
All right.
Rather let him throw his weight behind another candidate.
Okay.
The Jonathan issue is it strikes me as one that we just witnessed recently, and talking about Sim Fubara.
Okay.
When Sim Fubara was suspended, a lot of Nigerians felt that, well, I mean, it was time for him to give up. He mustn't be governor, some people said, but that the earlier, the attraction, the lure of that office would not allow a lot of people, to say, well, I quit at this moment. Mm. And so, having gone through all of that, he came back, they were pushing him from here to there. They pushed him to the presidency. President will push him back to Wike. They push him to the House of Assembly. Assemblymen will push him back to Wike. They push him back to the presidency. He will run to the presidency.
So he basically became a yo-yo.
Yo-yo, playing him.
You remember yo-yo?
Yes, yes, playing him around.
All for the fear of EFCC. I hope you remember.
Well, I wouldn't know if it is for the fear of EFCC.
That is it.
After all said and done, at the last minute, he had to crumble and said, well, the game is up for me. A little too late.
A little too late. Now embarrassing.
Now embarrassing. And I hope that Jonathan doesn't get in that mix where he will get to a point where he will come out. He has a way of, he's soft-spoken. He has a way of playing on people's emotions and all of that with his, he will apologize and all of that.
And Nigerians will forgive and move on.
Forgive him and he move on. He will take up his role as former president, shuttling through parts of West Africa and Africa.
And AU.
It is now that he should be more measured.
Honestly.
But in all of this, Jonathan has not come out to say, I'm in or not. He's still consulting. Sorry, Moses, before you take us to another topic, there's one topic that you read out I'd like to talk about. The president has promised to sustain his reforms.
Oh, yes.
After winning the APC primaries. And I hope that the president and his handlers are listening and probably take my questions to him. Mr. President, what reforms are you talking about? The reforms that have taken Nigerians, from being a less secure state to a state that borders between collapse and failed state. That is what we are now. In 2015, we were dealing with 276 kidnapped Chibok girls, who, by the way, we have not rescued about 87 of them in the past how many years. At last count, in the last 3 years of his administration, it's on record that more than 800 people, school children, have been kidnapped. the Oyo incident of last week is still fresh in our memory. So is it reforms in the security sector where one person has been taken down, talking about Minuki and probably pockets of terrorists here and there, not more than 200 or 250 of them? Is it the fact that we have over 141 million Nigerians multidimensionally poor? Is it because we have about 18 million Nigerian children out of school? Or is it the fact that in his 3 years of administration, Nigeria has borrowed more than they borrowed in 55 years of independence? Between 1960 and 2015, we're indebted to the tune of 12 trillion naira total exposure. But the president, the current president, has borrowed in just 3 years.
Oh, yes.
Much more than that 12 trillion that we borrowed in 12 years. So you see that when he talks about reforms, I don't know where the reforms. Is it about NEL fund?
NEL fund.
Is it about tax reforms? Or is it about what?
In fact, the issue of borrowing comes up here. It's one of the headlines here. And I'm going to quote the chairman of the Alliance for Economic Research and Ethics, Dele Oye, who is lamenting actually that the president has borrowed, that in 24 months, the president, President Bola Tinubu, has borrowed more than Nigeria's debt record in the past 55 years.
What I just said.
Exactly.
And, you know,
and the money is nowhere to be seen.
And when you ask them, where is this money? They are quick to point the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, the Badagry-Sokoto Highway, and NEL fund. That's all.
And
that is all.
Nobody is telling us.
So just to expatiate on this, he also puts it, he says, look, he says with 159.28 trillion naira debt, every Nigerian owes approximately 670,000 naira, if you want to share it.
Wow.
That is for now.
For now.
Because more borrowing is in the
past
offing.
1 year.
More borrowing is in the offing. The thing is that if only the president can tell us in actual figure how much these projects are costing Nigeria, we can say, okay. But whereby you want to build the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road and the 47 kilometers of road that you have concluded, it costing $1 million and 50 billion. And from all indication, from what we have heard from world experts within and outside on construction of a bridge of that nature, they are saying that the one constructed so far cannot be more than 50 billion. So the other trillion, where did it go to? And mind you, none of these projects are being bidded for. No competitive bidding, no costing. We just wake up and hear that one Chagori brothers have been given a contract to do this, to do that. The Apapa port, last year, there was a contract, $700 million. The same Apapa port, this year, they are going to borrow 700 million pounds. In all this, for God's sake, I mean, are you sure you are actually constructing anything, or the money is just disappearing? These are realities.
Because you don't see a national landmark like we saw the Third Mainland Bridge, that was concluded by IBB. Like we saw the National Theatre. If you go to the Apapa side of Lagos State, the flyovers crisscross each other, and so none of them was built, by this administration. None of them was even built by the civilian. They were all built by Obasanjo and Gowon and all of that. Is it the ICC, the International Conference Center in Abuja? What national landmark do we have, for all
this money?
And anytime you ask them, they are quick to point out infrastructure. What is infrastructure?
Well, let me tell you one of the reforms. Sorry, please.
Okay.
Let's have you land here.
Okay, so, and when you talk about NELF, when they talk about NELF, when they say, now Nigerian students are going to school. I said, before NELF fund, were we not, all of us here went to university.
With NELF fund,
without NELF fund.
The intake have dropped. University said it the other time that the intake have actually dropped because the NELF fund cannot pay the school fees, because immediately that fund came out, all the schools increase their school fees. And so the money they are collecting from NELF fund cannot
It's not enough to pay.
It's not enough to pay. And when they collect they contribute it for the president to buy an expression of interest form.
I am telling you.
So what in Anambra said it happened.
They don't fund beneficiaries.
They
actually
don't fund beneficiaries.
money.
Yes,
Can you just imagine?
money.
So all these things are there. Then the money you said that the governors are collecting from subsidy. Are you not here when they told us that about 908 billion have been set aside for the president election from that fund that the governors have set aside?
Now, Dave Umahi, Minister of Works, said something. He said if the Southeast doesn't vote for Tinubu, that he's going to starve them of projects.
He said that.
Yes,
well,
he said that.
Let's take
and
another.
we're asking, what are the projects
headline.
now?
Let's take this.
Let's take this headline.
When we finish that,
Let's take this headline because it affects us. I mean, directly. Yes. Cooking gas hits.
Okay,
let's-
barrister. The barrister. He's not a barrister. He's Dr.
Bright.
Dr. Bright, you're never cooker. Let's have you.
I want to say something.
Go ahead.
About the statement of the president. I think talk is cheap. Because I just want to make reference to two statements. Number one, before he assumed power, he talked about insecurity. If it lasts over a certain period, you begin to ask yourself if that has a government. That was a statement he made before he became president. Then, when he became president, he has talked about the issue of power. If I cannot give you electricity, there is no need talking about second tenure.
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume the first one, talking about if a country does not fight insecurity within a certain period, if there is a government in that country, let's say that was a mistake. This second one of electricity, was it a coincidence? And now talking about building on economic reform. The question is, all these statements, can't he just go back and review them and say, oh, this is what I said against what I'm doing? Now, you didn't give us electricity as promised. Now you are coming for second tenure without explaining to us why that promise that you made is being reneged upon.
I think the thing is,
so
Nigerians are
it's not a big deal. It's for us to go back and let's remind them of these promises or these statements.
I think
under what circumstance were they made?
It's up to Nigerians. Nigerians are not asking for clarity because the president said, look, I mean, he said something about prosperity for all, prosperity. But then a few people have prospered in this administration. It may not be the generality of the public, but a few people within the caucus of the president. We've seen lawmakers have gotten more monies sent to their mail boxes, all right? Governors are getting more monies in. So some people are prospering. So if the president says, look, prosperity, I mean, we should be asking the question, who exactly are you referring to? Is it the generality of Nigerians or your friends or those within the corridors of power as well? Those are the questions that Nigerians should be asking. Because he said he will sustain reforms. And then when, I was watching that on television when he said that, and I quickly looked up the price of gas. I looked it up and I chuckled where I was. And then I looked up the price of fuel. In the first few months of 2023, fuel was going for about 460 something naira, 400, and all of that. But now, this is May 2026. It's 1,400 approximately for fuel at the pump. And the president is saying he will sustain his reforms. he probably will sustain that. So Nigeria should be asking the pertinent questions, for clarity. Anyway, talking about gas, there's a headline here that Jane has for us. Jane, let's have it.
Okay. Cooking gas hits 1,500 naira per kg as marketers warn of imminent crisis over supply shortage. Nigerian Association of Liquefied Petroleum Gas Marketers have raised the alarm over a fresh spike in cooking gas prices. They said Nigerians are now paying 1,005 per kg, while marketers were forced to buy 20 metric tons between 25.2 million naira and 26.2 million, depending on the location. So they're actually saying that our consumption also rose from 900,000 metric tons in 2021 to 2 million metric tons in 2025, making it the fastest growing market in Africa. So there's a looming shortage of gas, cooking gas.
There has always been.
Yeah.
There has always been. And so those are the reforms that the president is talking about, you know, the reform that brings hardship for Nigerians. And when they are asked, they say, well, it has to get rough before it gets better. But it is not getting rough for everybody. That is the problem. People in government, the elite class, the political class, you know, it is not getting tough for them. Look at how everybody is struggling to get on the ballot in 2027, right from the House of Assembly to House of Representatives, to senators, people that have been in Senate for the past 12 years want to go back to Senate, people that have done 12 years in House of Assembly, the Desmond Elliots of this world, the Ojus Okalo of this world, want to get back to Senate, even when they had promised that they wouldn't go beyond 2027. And so because of the perks of office, the protection that office provides for them, nobody wants to leave. And so you have more people struggling to get into
and
that
I see
class.
a businessman who was able to purchase the APC 100 million naira form. And I had to look up, you know, what business, I mean, Stanley Osifo, that's his name. Look up what business he's into. I couldn't find any specific business that he's into.
Yeah.
You know, aside from him being, having masters and, you know, his bachelor's degree and master's in theology, I couldn't find any other thing.
Maybe he's a preacher.
Oh, okay. So the business of preaching.
No, maybe. I'm just saying.
I know. But I couldn't find, and, you know, and these are the questions.
So that is to tell you that the whole thing was state managed. You know, it's a mastermind by people in government, you know, to make the thing look just like, you know, a semblance of participatory democracy, where the president was not returned alone. It was, you know, he was on the ballot. And in 2023, he was on the ballot.
It wasn't consensus. It
wasn't consensus. You know, we went to the field because someone disagreed. And so they will pride themselves, you know. The APC now prides itself as having internal democracy, where people are given free rein, you know, to make decisions for who represents them, aspirants and candidates. But they will not tell you about the rancor that this particular primaries has generated across the state. Dr. Bright keeps asking this question. In Edo South, now they don't know who is the authentic APC senatorial candidate. Because I spoke with Pastor Ize Iyamo, Sagi Ize Iyamo, you know, shortly after the primaries. And he was on my show. He said, well, I'm the duly elected senatorial candidate for South. It's on the platform of this APC. Minutes after that, we heard that Obede had also claimed the same thing. And so the committee, at some point, there was this thing on the Nation newspaper that profiled the number of states, and I saw Obede's name there. But now, the National Committee, the screening committee has said they have not released any result. So which one do we take to tell you that people are dissatisfied with whatever they call the primaries in the APC at this moment?
And that means there may be more court cases.
Within the APC?
Yes.
You think so?
Of course, they'll go to...
Because some people have threatened going to court.
They'll go to
and
court.
Some people have said, well, if we can't get out, maybe because of this window that has been extended, they were threatening that time, well, if we can't get out, we'll stay here and cause trouble for you. And now the question was that the president might have been able to do all of that in Lagos in the past 27 years or so. Does he have the capacity to spread his net across the country, you know, to do all of that? 36 states, 105 senatorial seats, and all those 101. In those 101, about 74 of them are disputed. The same thing with House of Representatives. So does he have the capacity to settle all of those problems before the election proper?
Does he have the capacity? Oh, well. Well, I pretty much I think we're coasting home now.
Yeah, sadly.
Sadly, there's a lot to talk about in the dailies. Let's see. Let me just put out a few headlines. I feel we just might, push this a little further. Xenophobia. That's a major issue now. I was going to take that one from The Guardian. Some Africans were led into a bus, to go do some sort of verification. So, xenophobia from The Guardian report says, xenophobia, Durban authorities move immigrants to screening center. And then we saw videos of it on social media where these immigrants were, basically moved into a bus and then they were taken to a center where their papers were checked to ensure how many of them have overstayed in South Africa. And we know that the Dudula movement have given a deadline. So you hear the government of South Africa saying one thing, saying, oh, calm down, don't worry, nothing is going to happen to anybody. But then the people are saying, don't even listen to the government because we will take your businesses. A Nigerian who had lived in South Africa for a long time was also approached. I mean, I saw that one on social media as well, running a car wash business. And he was told, look, this is the informal sector. You can't be running a car wash business in South Africa. The informal sector belongs to South Africa. And so close down your business. I said, look, I've done this for years. I said, we don't want to know. Close down and go back.
That's the Dudula people.
Yes. Go back.
Yes, I see all of this happen. At the highest level of diplomacy, these things are expected. Because someone
shouldn't our government be doing something to this?
No, yes, South Africa should do something about it. But if you suborn their envoy here, the envoy will probably read out for you their commitments, to Africanism, protection of lives and property of natives and all of that. But what happens there is different. Peter Obi was in South Africa over the weekend, and before he got into the men business, he had an audience with Nigerians in South Africa. And I saw a lot of people, Nigerians, in the town hall meeting, relaxed, some of them looking very well fed, unperturbed, oblivious of what is happening outside. And I'm like, between the feeds we get from South Africa, I know that these things happen. But those people belong to probably the business class, the elite class. What happens to the ordinary person? Like the car wash person that you are talking about now, what happens to them, the informal sector? How are they going to survive? And we haven't heard, beyond the 130 of them that wanted to come back, we have not heard more about, are they back? Because at some point, the authorities have to say, hey, even if you are coming back, you have to foot your bill and all of that. Yes, that was it then.
Well,
so what is NITCOM doing? What is the Ministry of External Affairs doing? Are we updated?
The thing is that Nigeria has not played its role in Africa. If you call yourself the giant of Africa, these are things you should have been taking care of before it begin to happen. If Nigeria is where it should be, it's the question of the president of Nigeria giving order to South African president, just like Donald Trump would have done to any Latin American nation that this type of thing is happening to. But we are not there. So if you think this is going to end tomorrow, it's a lie. It will continue.
Oh my.
Even after this, it will continue.
We've not even heard about FFK. I'm not sure he said
That's
anything.
what I wanted to say.
Has he resumed office?
We've not heard anything from him.
We've not heard. It's so unlike him, though.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Dr. Brighton Evercooker, thank you for your time. Thank you for being with us. Thank you, Mr. Darlington Nagumo, for your time. He's a lawyer and a public affairs commentator. Chukwuma Okoro also, thank you very much. I shouldn't be thanking him. We do this together every time. Jane is back with us for today. She just might run off again, but don't worry. Good to have you back, Jane.
Same here. I'm glad to be back.
All right, then. I am Moses Humphrey. God willing, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Sports comes up next, by the way. And by the way, Arsenal is doing great things. So, yeah, big ups to all Arsenal fans. Woo, woo, woo.
In fact, the churches held their church for Arsenal yesterday.
My name is Vop Tv, and here is to Vop Tv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching Vop Tv. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the Vop, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sport. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions. Take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
On the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Phil Storms out here and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Good luck.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Yes, we don't think anybody wants to say no congratulations to Arsenal. 22 years wait is over, and you can say Arsenal has done exceedingly well. They've done so well. Great to see 22 years run over. Now, congratulations to Arsenal, we must say. But let's give you some of the facts right here on the show. You're watching Voice of People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. It's been great. If you're an Arsenal fan, maybe, I don't know if that's the reason why I'm going on red today, but we must say this team, they've done so well. If it was about going off, have done so well for themselves. But let's give you some of the facts. 9 changes yesterday, we must say, for Arteta. And then Christian Norgard, you must know, 56 minutes. He has played just 56 minutes before that very game yesterday where he got a start for the Dance International. And that has changed the story of Arsenal's trajectory. Mikel Arteta also becomes the first manager in the Premier League to win the trophy and also plays for the same club. And that's about Arsenal. Congratulations to the very side. And then Gabriel Jesus missed a couple of chances yesterday. We felt like he should have scored some of the goals. Maybe a hat-trick yesterday, but never paid off. But then his record stands out. He becomes the first. I think that's his record against Crystal Palace continues. He's got 8 goals against Crystal Palace, just 10 in the Premier League. And that's about Gabriel Jesus on the show today. And first Premier League goal in Arsenal's colours since January. And then another record we just say was that man is just 16. Max Dolman becomes the youngest player in the Premier League to win that trophy. 16 years and 144 days. And also the first man to start a lineup for a younger age, and that's about this very man. And Arsenal, good record, I must tell you. Arsenal have a record of now, I think a set piece, 25 set piece goals, and then the record is great, 19 from the corners. You must say Arsenal are doing well for themselves. And then we must tell you, Gabriel Jesus as well, for every time he scored, he remains unbeaten. For every time he plays for Arsenal, for every time he gets to score, he's never lost a game and that's about it. But this man is incredible to say. Max Doman, just 16 years, 144 days and counting for himself. And I must tell you again, only Man United and Liverpool are the teams that have got more league titles than Arsenal, 14. And then this season, whenever Arsenal plays first, they don't lose. Whenever they score first. So it's a record to say that you must reckon with Arsenal. For every time they go on to score a goal, they've never lost. And that's a record for Arteta and his side. Now again, Martin Zubimendi becomes the only player after Jens Lehmann to have played every 38 games, and he made sure to play for every other time that he wanted to be involved. So Jens Lehmann did it for the Invisible back in the time since 2004, and it's a great record for Martin Zubimendi. And moving on, Arsenal had 19 clean sheets in the Premier League this season, 7 and 8 league games. Obviously, that's the qualities of a champion, and that's how Arsenal has been this time around. Arsenal have won the Premier League more than any other side on the final day. No side has come close like Arsenal have done so well, and they stayed on top of the Premier League this season. We must tell you, that's 222 days, and that's longer than the Invincible squad that we had, the likes of Martin Keown, Kano Wankor, Patrick Vieira, Overmars, Pires, and the rest of the quality they have in that team. Thierry Henry cannot be taken off. And we tell you, Mikel Arteta now becomes the second youngest manager to win the Premier League after Jose Mourinho 20 years ago. So it's all about Arsenal, we must say on the show. Congratulations to Arsenal Football Club and how far they've come. And we believe just maybe it will be a very great talk point for them next season. But a lot of questions will be asked accordingly with time. We'll be talking about Arsenal. We'll talk about Arsenal signings. We're talking about Arsenal new recruitment. We'll talk about Nico Jova, set piece king, how he has done it. We'll talk about the Champions League mentality. Now, the question is, can they go again? Can they retain the title? Can they win it again? Are they the team to beat? All of this we'll be talking about when we return. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Up until then, it's Arsenal. Kyokers.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them
Welcome back from that quick break. Yes, they have something to play for. You're still watching VOP TV right here in Lagos, and it's time for us to go over the Arsenal news. We'll come back to do the analysis for that very game. But quickly, let's let you know what's really going on in the Super Eagles camp now. 17 players are in camp ahead of the Unity Cup opener against Zimbabwe. Eric Chelsea opened camp on Saturday with 14 players, including 8 home-based stars, reporting the first day. Juro Simi, Francis Uzoho, Chibuike will join on Sunday, and Captain Wilfred Ndidi, winger Moses Simon are amongst the 9 players involved in this very one, and that's for Tuesday, Zimbabwe, and we'll hold on to that very one, the Valley. And quickly, let's run to the players who we have in camp. The likes of Junior Ayobami is also there. Talking about Ahmed Tijani, Michael Atata, Adioye Adiremi, Oputa Chibweze, Igoke Obina, Ocholi Elias, Oyedo Kutosi, Filippo Tele, Otto Okonkwo, Femi Aziz, Oweni Oseni, and also Nadi Chuku, that's the name, Owen Oseni, very key player. We would like to watch him play. And also, Terry Murphy is there. Francis Zoho is there, Chibuike Wiwu, and then Rafiu Juro Simi. These are the players in camp at this point. But before we get to the boxing story, let's quickly let you know that this is the time for us to look into Eric Chelsea's selection and possibly say what the manager has to say, what he has to do, what he wants to make about the team right now. Just hoping this the man, Otto Okonkwo as well, he's in the team. The man from Wrexham, you could say Arsenal player one time, now away from the club side, but you know, he's just what it is. So competition still lies for the Super Eagles in this one. There's no World Cup for Nigeria, but there's something to play for, and that's about the Unity Cup. Now, a team also we need to watch out for is this Super Eagles side. And then, quickly, let's get to the boxing story. Many in the boxing and MMA world are not pleased with how the weekend went. Alexander Usyk and then Rico Verhoeven at the Pyramid in Giza, Egypt, ended a big fight. Now, despite being the far less experienced boxer stepping into the ring for pound fight, Verhoeven surpassed expectation against the cat. Now, king of the kickboxing looks, we could say, he looked quite sharp, you know, throughout the fight and landed a cleaner, heavier shots across the round and also never allowed Usyk to dominate. Now, this is what we did see in that very one. But looking at this one, you can say, however, in the 11th round, the 39-year-old Ukrainian international finally shifted the momentum after dropping Rico Verhoeven with a massive shot. Verhoeven managed to beat the count and continue, but Usyk immediately went all out in search of the first and a very big one. And this time around, he had a very strong combo. The ending, however, is questionable, everybody could say, and many are still debating whether the referee stopped the bout just before the final bell in round 11 or waved it off at the second last round already. But then Verhoeven has made it clear he's unhappy with the decision and has already filed an appeal. You could say Rico Verhoeven has confirmed on social media that he has lodged an appeal after his fight with Alexander Usyk, and that was in the round 11. Now, we get into the next one now. This is about Benavidez. He's urged people to talk about him, and then David Benavidez urged to stop making a whole lot of talk about himself. If you know you're strong in the cruiserweight, then show us why they call you the man who knows how to do it so well in the boxing ring. And then Benavidez also had a very big fight. The Mexican monster, you could say, is just one man we should be talking about. David Benavidez he's been urged to stop making a whole lot of noise. Excuses and also fight to prove he is the world's best cruiserweight. Benavidez has been accused of making seamlessly noise and also distancing himself from the most significant fight in this era. The Mexican monster made a cruiserweight debut earlier this month, becoming a 3-division world champion by destroying Gilberto Ramirez with a 6th round finish. But despite claiming that Ramirez will be the WBO and WA titles, Benavidez has expressed that he just came for the next one. And up until then, let's talk about golf right now and let you know what's really going on in the golf story and how far it's been Teenager Anna Hong became the youngest player to win the European, and that's about the European tournament. You could say ladies European tournament, and that's about Lala Mayin Cup in Morocco. The Canadian 17 has been 6 shots off the lead going into the final round, but 6 birdies and also an eagle in a closing round of 66 minutes. She piped overnight leader of the 14 under. Now, moving on about the set lady, her win on Royal Dar Salami Blue Cross follows the back-to-back titles in September after the La Sella Open and Lacoste Ladies Open de France. And that means she has broken the record of Joan Chilugi, who was aged 19. That's 18, better word, at that point in time. Now, from golf to golf, let's talk about golf in Nigeria. Yes, listen about this one. Kokola, that's the name. I like as it goes. Abiodun Kokola has emerged as the overall winner in the inaugural TYB Captain Golf Tournament held at the prestigious Toko Yusuf Bruta International Golf Resort and Country Club TYP IGRCC in Abuja. The tournament, which commenced on Monday, showcased an impressive array of talent. Kokola, who had played a very good handicap of 18, achieved a commendable score at 84 across 16 nets, securing the top prize amidst fierce competition. And we must tell you, in a statement following his victory, Kukola expressed his gratitude towards the General Nicholas Achinze for his extraordinary leadership enhancing the facilities of the club. And then we run also away from the golf and let you know what's really happening right there in the NBA stories this morning. It's been great to let you know that Jalen Brunson has scored 30 points. Mikal Bridges added 22, and also the New York Knicks moved with 1 game in the first NBA final appearances since 1999 with Cleveland Cavaliers, and that was on Saturday. Now, New York is the 7th team from the NBA to at least win 10 straight games and also put themselves out there before Boston Celtics did it back in the time. Cleveland, also San Antonio, and Los Angeles Lakers have done it twice. New York Knicks moved within 1 point for the first NBA Finals bet since 1999 after 10 straight postseason with a led Brunson 30-point haul. So congratulations to them. And from there, we get into Formula One story this morning. We must tell you that this man has been great to talk about. 4-time world champion Max Verstappen, the Dutchman, has been one of the strongest critics, or one of the strongest men who's been criticized on the new power unit formula introduced this season, which released and also rallies heavily on electrical development and energy harvesting. Formula One drivers repeatedly complained at the country recruitment, and then it's just about this man, how far he's been. One postponed is talked about Max Verstappen should be reckoned with. Formula One drivers have repeatedly complained that the current engines have reduced their ability to push flat out with energy recovery demand, forcing usual driving techniques even during qualifying ropes. Now, we go into the next one about George Russell. Yes, George Russell is in the news. He beat Mercedes, that's teammate Antonelli and McLaren Lando Norris to win the pole position for the Canadian Grand Prix with the last gaps out. Russell, who had won Sprint Montreal earlier on Saturday, posted 1,012,578 seconds with his final effort to also finish just 0.068 clear of Antonelli as Mercedes locked out the front row of Sunday's 70-lap race. Now, the Briton has been on the back foot in the final segment of qualifying, having aborted his first time flying laps, and also has also gone down in order to that completed run. And also we'll go off that one and let you know, still in the news from Formula One, we tell you this is just a breaking about the World Cup news. It's been great to let you know that this time around, that's the news about FIFA World Cup, and our own very Nigerian international, Rema, is in the news, Lisa in the news, and also Brazilian Anita, also all involved in this very big one. No surprise, but regardless, the World Cup will be massive, and we must tell you, you cannot underestimate what we are expecting to see. Nigerian Afrobeat star, I know his name, Rema. I love Rema very well. I love his music. Good star in everything he does. Now, Rema, in collaboration with star rapper Lisa and Brazilian star Anita, releases goals for official anthem for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. FIFA announced the release in a post shared on its X handle, revealing that the trio will also perform the song during the FIFA World Cup opening ceremony in Los Angeles, United States. According to FIFA, the anthem is now available across major streaming platforms and blends Afrobeat, K-pop, and also Latin pop influences to reflect on diversity and excitement of the global football tournament. The upbeat track countries also centers on themes of confidence, ambition, victory, and then celebration, with the artist delivering verses inspired by the football passion and global youth culture. FIFA added that the song uses scoring goals as a metaphor for chasing dreams, overcoming obstacles, and achieving success. Since its release, the manufacturer and the multicultural single has gained massive global attention fueled by fan-organized streaming campaigns across the several countries. On Spotify, Gold secured top placement, won players including Hot Hits Nigeria and also the Global Pulse. The song also emerges as the most searched song released by Shazam shortly after its debut, recording, I think, strong traction across Southeast Asia, West Africa, and also South America. Meanwhile, the official music video, which premiered on FIFA Verified YouTube channel, surpassed 3 million views, also attracted more than 400,000 likes within 24 hours. Now, Rema is not just the man who has been in the news about this. We've had also Davido, we've had Burna Boy involved in the World Cup. But so you don't miss out on the big one, the Dia Dia talk will be out for Shakira to do what she loves to do. But then Rema and that one connecting with Tia, and then we'll see Anita doing what they love to do. And it's a good one for Nigerian music. That's how far you can say that we are really going. Now, from that one, we tell you what's really going on again about the FIFA World Cup. This is a news, doesn't sound cool to say, but then it's just what it is. Because right now, there is a news about the Congolese people. I don't think we want to talk about this, but considerments we must bring to you because they've been barred from the World Cup if the team fails to comply, or they'll be barred rather if they fail to comply, with a strict isolation recruitment and requirement after traveling to the United States. Now, we must tell you the news about Congo, what is really going on in Congo right now. They are in Portugal, and the news is that, are we going to see Congo play at the World Cup? And a lot of news are having to say that maybe, just maybe, this will be an opportunity for Nigeria, but that's like a same talk because we don't think that will be possible for now. But the African side are scheduled to arrive in Houston, Texas on June 11 ahead of their tournament opener against Portugal 6 days later. The squad have been structured by the observers to also adhere to a 21-day isolation period before the arrival due to an ongoing Ebola outbreak in the country. This means that training bubbles must already be in or through our place. They have to watch. Executive Director of the White House Task Force of the World Cup, Andrew Giuliani, has warned that failure to maintain the protocol could result in the team being excluded from the tournament. Now, he said that United States have already engaged with FIFA at the DR Congo national team, the government official regarding adherence of the bubble arrangement in Belgium, where the squad is currently based for their training camp. That's Belgium, sorry to say. Now, Giuliani told reports that we've been very clear to Congo that they should maintain the integrity of the bubble for 21 days before they can then come to Houston on June the 11th. So, Congo news is just what it is. We have to wait to know if Congo will be part of the World Cup or not. But custody demands they need to do what's right, what's the needful, and the needful happens to be maybe, just maybe, isolation-wise, 21 days adhere to the rules by the FIFA body, and then it gives you the edge. Because the outbreak in Congo doesn't sound good. Everybody knows this is a very bad one and the bad news for African story at this point in time. But just maybe this could be, and I don't want to say an edge for Congo to have a different time of being in America, but they need to be there to make sure they get it all right. Now, from that one, we let you know, last in the World Cup news, it's been all about Neymar Jr. Carlo Ancelotti is already feeling the heat as Brazil manager before the ball has been kicked in the World Cup. The Italian decision to include veteran star Neymar Jr. in the final squad has been labeled absurd by former Salazar international who recently performed level indiscretion. Now, former international Wagner Fernando Veloso has pulled no punches in his assessment talking about Neymar Jr. He's not happy with the inclusion of Neymar in this very one. Now, I don't know how Ancelotti would have to go with this. A lot of pressures on the Italian international, knowing fully well that Neymar is a key player and a vital figure. But then, speaking to the newsman on the program, the retired goalkeeper expressed his disbelief that Neymar was selected rather in the Chelsea, than the Chelsea man, that's the name, João Pedro. But according to Veloso, he said, I would not call up Neymar to the World Cup. To take Neymar and not take João Pedro is an absurdity of those that football allows. Pedro is the top scorer of Chelsea. Neymar cannot even play Rocoleta and also in the World Cup. And he further stressed, he accused the Santos man of being selective with his fitness, claiming that Neymar chooses the games he wants to play. He didn't play against Palmeiras. He did not play against Flamengo. He did not play against Bahia. But he played against Rocoleta. He played against Red Bull Bragantino, only against the weak teams to try to make the difference. And then he didn't do it. Now, moving on this one. While Veloso also was harsh on Neymar's current output, he did it by saying this is not what it is. Neymar should not be involved in the squad. So, what could be said about Neymar Jr.? You begin to ask questions, is he the right man to be involved in this? But we know the truth that the World Cup quality is what Neymar has, and he should be in the World Cup, where we have Ronaldo, we have Messi, and maybe Neymar. So this is the last time these players, I just feel, will be involved in the World Cup tournament, And this time around, it's 48 format. And this is just what it is. You talk about 48 format, countries involved, 10 African countries on this one, no Super Eagles, but a Brazil side with world-class players, Vinicius Junior, Rafinha also in the team, Neymar as well in that same team. That's a Casemiro quality in the midfield as well for them. So just hopefully we can see them come out. But this is a whole lot of talk point because as it stands now, Ancelotti is not really happy with what's going on in Brazil. When the name Neymar was mentioned, everybody celebrated and said, yes, we should see Neymar at the World Cup. But from Veloso, who knows the Brazil from the high level, the nitty-gritty about the team, is being optimistic that Neymar should not be part of the squad. One reason he talked about is saying Neymar has not really done well with Santos this season. To compare with Chelsea, João Pedro, who is the leading goal scorer, 20 goals in our competition, 15 in the Premier League, and what have you. Chelsea best player to say this season, he should be part of the World Cup. And that's about Veloso to Ancelotti. So it's a whole lot of talk point, and the countdown continues. We'll let you know how the World Cup will be going, and then everything you want to know about the World Cup, regardless. Like we say, no Super Eagles. But we're going to quick break, just a short one. When we return, it will be time for analysis segment to tell you what will be going on right there and how Arsenal, maybe, just maybe, can sustain the momentum and keep the same abreast on the Premier League next season. Please stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back just shortly.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring home.
So, yes, welcome back from that quick break. Let's head into the top point of Arsenal winning the Premier League. How they got themselves to this phase, we don't know. But it's about the energy, the mentality, elite energy, and also a great mentality from Mikel Arteta. Right here on the show with me, I have Adeniyi Ojo, who will be talking this exclusively with me. And possibly he could tell me if you ever see or did see Arsenal winning the Premier League. Adeniyi, feels great to have you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good to be on the show back.
So let's talk about Arsenal. Did you see this happening? Did you see Arsenal win the Premier League? Let's start with that one from the onset.
Well, from the 5th or the 6th week, after Liverpool's 7 win,
right,
you could see the resurgence of this Arsenal side, how they started, they won United first game. And I knew this was their season anyway, but because Liverpool was not actually on form. And a lot of things happened this season. For me,
that played out to be Arsenal.
And again, they had very good squad depth. Trossard, Martinelli, they had Saka, they had Madueke. So amazing signings. And Arteta too. And their corner kicks too. So they did a lot of things.
25, I think 25 set pieces, 19 corners. But let's talk about the signings. Like Arteta, I don't know how he was able to do it. He let the likes of Aubameyang leave. He let some player go, Torreira, Mesut Ozil. And when he was making this move, a lot of people felt like you're not doing the right thing. Why are you letting these key players go? And then he did it and brought in the likes of Gyökeres, Martin Odegaard. We could see how instrumental he's been. And looking at what Arsenal has done, Arteta to say, would you want to say they need to sign in more players come next season?
For me, they just need little additions. That's up front. Maybe a support striker for Gyökeres.
Right.
And on the left side, they still have Martinelli, though he has dropped form. And
but the Premier League winner, though, by the way. He's a Premier League winner.
Premier League winner, no doubt about that. But for me, I feel they need extra firepower on the right side. That's maybe after Trossard, they need better options. But the midfield is still solid. They still have what's his name, Rice. They still have Eze. So amazing signings. So I think they got it right when it comes to signings this season. The transfer window did an amazing job for me.
Well, this season they had a quality in the back line. I could see a lot of picture taking there. I saw Magalhaes, Saliba, David Raya, Declan Rice. Talk about these four players were instrumental for Arsenal, right? But who would you want to say picking out for what you saw? Say this one is Arsenal's best player this season. Who would you want to keep and why?
Arsenal best player this season, I'll give it to Eze. The guy was fantastic because I think
with a short stint.
With short stint because when Odegaard dropped form, Eze picked up, and you could see that he made some very key decisions. Even when Odegaard came back from injury, so you could see he couldn't actually even take Eze out of the first team. So you could see Eze was the key signing for me. The key signing.
You don't want to give reference. A lot of people have come to say David Raya.
David Raya too. In fact, when I saw Fernandes when he won the PFA Player of the Year, I was like, they would have given it to Raya because he saved Arsenal this season. A lot of clear-cut chances that that's the goal. He saved it, and for me, well, since it's players they voted for this and fans too. So for me, Fernandes deserved the ball. I would have gone to Raya. Raya was fantastic. It was fabulous.
Well, I think the point is when you look into what Arsenal has done, you can begin to ask questions. The back line, formidable. Magalhaes, Saliba, the best defense in the world. They have it. You agree with me. And you look at the right, depth.
They were a bit shaky.
Fiorentina got off. But White got off. Mosquera showed us a different kind of a player. Spanish is just a young boy, you could say. Now they brought in Hincapi, Calafiori in the team as well. Miles Kelly, who is still young. So I think Arteta's transition paid off. We must say to that. But we can't talk about Arsenal without referencing the man with the set piece, Niko Jova. Set piece is now part of the game. 25 goals, 19 from corners. So these are not mere goals. These guys, they play to get to this level. It's well rehearsed, well trained. Back in the time, we see people begin to say when they play football. I think I was listening to Sheringham or one of the old players saying just sometimes 5 minutes, just have a ball walk, 5 minutes set piece training after the training for the session of the day. But this time around, these guys go on hours, 2 hours training just to make sure that they can score. Now, you want to look at Arsenal and Niko Jova, how far they've come. People feel like they know their strategy. You only know what they want to do, but they keep on scoring goals.
I feel next season, Premier League, they will have to review this set piece of everything because now Arsenal, they perfected the system.
Right.
We have to give it to their set piece manager. They perfected the system. And people will say, you just have to win the game. Whatever you have to do, just win the game. The points, the 3 points, they are valuable 3 points. And you can see, they perfected it. Teams struggle to actually neutralize it.
Even when you know what they want to do.
You can't. Because they're going to cluster the box. And the major focus is the goalkeeper. Don't let him try to jump and hit the ball. So, and you can see, The guy is amazing. So
this man,
you just have to just give him credit because
you can't talk less. The work is showing.
I feel he won them the league. This is the guy that won Arsenal the league.
Oh,
This
you
is
can
the guy.
say that.
This is the guy.
Oh, you want to say Arsenal's winning of the Premier League was based on set piece alone?
Set pieces. Because open play, they didn't really create chances like that. Most of their games, I saw the highlights of most of their goals. They didn't really create clear-cut chances. Like the Arsenal used to know that their tiki-taka style of play, they tap into the box. But now it's just set pieces.
But at the end of the year, like you said, people know what they want to do, but still they can't stop them. Now you're trying to say they should go back and get right. Look at this. There's a write-off. You can see Arsenal are the first team with a big record in the Premier League. History to complete a season without receiving a red card and then without, conceding a penalty. And we must give it to this guy. We must give it to this guy as well. You should give it to Saliba. The back line, incredible.
And in addition to, they had very disciplined defensive line. At the point they lost their heads, they were not concentrating. And
what, the defense?
The defense, yeah, they were a bit shaky. But because the game against Wolves,
right?
The game against Bournemouth, some games that you expect Arsenal should win, they lost their heads in those games. And kudos to the manager, he didn't criticize them. Arteta has it. He has that.
Right.
Knowing how to rally around the boys. No, you've made a mistake, but no, get back together. Focus.
So he has an elite mentality, you can say.
So this is a lot of things culminated in Arsenal winning this league. So it's not just the set pieces, but getting the players, getting their mentality back in the game.
But is there a possibility without talking about Arsenal, what they've done, and then not giving the board some reference? The reason because a lot of managers, he spent a lot of money. They spent a lot of money for Arteta. They were patient enough. They believed in his dream. They believed that he's the right man. Kroenke and the rest, they knew he had something to offer. And he said, we've been close. Keep going closer. Just one day. When to win it, I don't know. And it was the belief. So you have a word to the board because not every team, like a Chelsea side, would give you that space, then believing that, yes, you can make it all right. And it's paid off. 22 years after, since 2004. How old are you then?
I was in JSS2 or JSS3 then.
So
I think I was like 12.
You're quite young then. So we don't want to say about the board, Arsenal board.
Well, kudos to them because they backed the manager. That's one of the reasons that Pep has actually dominated Premier League over the years because I want this player, get me player. So you can see that now they pumped money into the team.
Yeah.
And it gave them good squad depth. For Martinelli, they have Trossard. For Saka, they have Madueke. For Rice, they have... So they lost some players, but they replaced them. So, and the Eze signing, the defensive line again, no fun, even via signing. So they pumped money, they invested money, and you can see money well spent. This is the result.
Best signing for you for Arsenal this season?
For me, it's still Eze.
Eze?
Eberichi Eze.
This man, I mean, from a very young age, he said he wanted to play for Arsenal. The dream. He deceived Tottenham at some point, and then he made a move to Arsenal. But that's about Eberichi Eze. Now we move straight to the point where the Champions League is a big one. People have come to say with Arsenal winning this game, the Premier League, it's that point for them to win the Champions League. And Anonymous rightly said something. He said, we've gone into one more remaining. Declan Rice say one more remaining. At the Champions League, Paris Saint-Germain, May 30th, Budapest. Who wins?
That's a PSG win.
Why?
That's it.
But you've talked so good about Arsenal. So why can't Arsenal win the Champions League?
They don't have the elite mentality for such peak, how would I call it? Those levels of football. For Premier League, yes, they know how to do their tricks and their gimmicks, and they get away with it. But for Champions League, against this PSG side, if you make any errors, you're going to pay for it.
So which side looks to be under pressure? Who are the underdogs for the Champions League?
But the underdog is definitely Arsenal. I'm sorry to say, but it's Arsenal. Paris Saint-Germain, those guys they're more cohesive, they're more tactical, they're more technical.
They've been here before. They won it before. They're holders of this tournament. And I think I would say for a hungry side like an Arsenal side, you don't think they'll have to give their all.
And Enrique is a master tactician. He knows how to deal with players like this. Even Arsenal, you see, they're going to make very, very costly errors at the back. When they play,
I think if I want to quote you, right, you say they'll make costly errors, right? This team has been decent from the Champions League. You can see how many goals conceded, how many clean sheets they've kept for themselves. It's a good record for us now. So if you begin to say they'll make errors, I think if you ask my opinion, I just feel they should just go out to play. They've got everything to lose. Now, one thing is inevitable. They should play the English football. A bit of the flair from Arteta would work, just maybe physicality. These guys are set-piece king. Paris Saint-Germain has a 0 record on set-pieces in the league on. So I just would say maybe Arteta have to find a way to fine-tune this thing. It's an open game for me. I don't really want to say it goes to Paris Saint-Germain alone.
The biggest mistake would be over-respecting PSG. And that is what I believe they will want to do. Okay, they're the holders, they're the defending champions. Let's give them respect. That is their first mistake. take the game to PSG, play them at their own turf, man to man, no zonal marking, every man on the ball. Well, the way Arsenal played their football when they played City, and you can see they've lost 2 finals.
Right. Yeah, he just couldn't contain that.
So you can see, so when it comes to finals, these guys, they don't have that elite mentality to want to handle such pressure.
Well, we just don't want to write them off. This to see, you can see the screen, everything's all red. It's about Arsenal. Timber, the skip of the side. This man has been wonderful. Norwegian international. Talking about Martin Odegaard. Saliba likes a lot of pictures. You can see, what's the name? Hincapi, Declan Rice, David Raya, a whole lot of Arsenal pictures out there. Footage has been on social media and it's trending. So we should say, congratulations to Arsenal one more time. But at the end of the year, wrapping up, can this team, can they go again? Can they retain it? Will it be their team? Will they be a team to beat next season?
Next season will be a very difficult season for Arsenal. They might end up winning again because City now, no more Pep. Maybe trying to invite, maybe like Aya Maresca. We don't know
maybe.
that. So now we are seeing a resurgent Man United.
Right.
We are seeing. We are going to see a resurgent Liverpool too.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of teams that didn't really do well this season. I'm very sure let them go back to their drawing boards, and it's going to be a very difficult season for us. I don't see them defending this league.
Wow, that's a tough one. You don't see Arsenal defending the title.
I don't see them defending the title.
But for this one, it goes here.
No, PSG. Because nobody wants to see Arsenal leave this Champions League because we're not going to see.
Don't say nobody. You don't want to see. I just feel like that's your opinion. You don't want to see. I just want to see.
I'm speaking for a whole lot of football fans now.
It could go either ways. I don't know why people just think.
But it's going to Paris.
Why?
Because look at Paris. Look at the team.
Is it about the squad? This same team was one. I mean, Chelsea beat them at the FIFA Club World Cup. They had the same squad. And we till date still don't know how Maresca did it. Maresca is on the contention of being a replacement for Pep Guardiola. Now, Arteta, I mean, he's got...
I feel that...
Experience-wise, Arteta cannot be compared with Enrique. We know. But it's a masterclass game, I
feel they took that game for granted against Chelsea. But...
The FIFA Club World Cup.
Yeah, the World Cup. They took that game for... Because if you see the approach to the game, they were kind of very casual. So when the first game came, the first goal entered, the second goal, they woke up. But it was already too late. But for us now, they'll be very disciplined. And Paris Saint-Germain, these guys they've played on this level countless times. So they know how to handle finals. They have mature players, likes of Vitinha, likes of our Neves, likes of Krav, World Player of the Year. We're talking about Ballon d'Or now as a contender. So,
all right, so we have to call it a close here. Adeniyi, thank you so much for being on the show with me. But before you go, you have to give us a prediction for this very one. Hopefully, we have you on the show before the May 30th to come talk about what will happen in Budapest. It's about English team trying to dominate European football. One gone already. Aston Villa getting the better of Freiburg, and then we'll be seeing Rayo Vallecano alongside Crystal Palace. Hopefully, Oliver Glasner, the Watson injury doesn't look so serious, and they can get it right. But then the final comes to be a big one. Paris Saint-Germain, Arsenal. I didn't need your prediction for this.
Oh, my predictions. That would be like 2-0. I don't see Arsenal scoring. 2-0.
2-0.
Yeah.
All right, it says 2-0. Thank you so much. Yes, we have to call it a close. Thank you so much, Lagos, Nigeria, for being part of the show right here. It's been nice having a chit chat with Adeniyi Joe. Hopefully, we can bring him on to tell us more. But up until then, it's all about Arsenal. Congratulations to every Arsenal fan all about Nigeria, the world, Lagos to be exact. My name is Kizike, and I'll see you again when we return. And that hopefully for me will be Wednesday here. Stay safe.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching Vop TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to Vop TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to Vop TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe.
Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philou Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. On the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Vop TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd. Keep watching Vop TV.
Hi everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Vop TV, and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching Vop TV.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I'm Solomon Offem. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng trending news. First, the headlines. Marketers warn of supply crisis as cooking gas hit 1,500 naira per kilograms. Tinubu says 2027 for reaffirming democratic maturity, not contest of ideas. Factional ADC picks Kachuku as Atiku, others no fate today. Military warns of possible terrorist attacks in Northeast, assures safety. NCDC activates nationwide emergency measure. Ondo Varsities Akinteya emerges new NANS president. On a business news, agents flay 100,000 naira daily demurrage over single window issues. In sports, Sundowns clinch CAF Champions title. Arsenal wins English Premier League. And in entertainment, Nkadi's shattered bond to Premier in London. Now details in just a moment. We are still on to the media news on Voice of the People Television. Now details, the Nigerian Association of Liquefied Petroleum Gas Marketers, NALPGMA, has raised the alarm over the worsening shortage and rising prices of cooking gas, also known as liquefied petroleum gas (LPG). The association lamented that Nigerians were currently paying above 1,000 naira per kilogram for cooking gas, while marketers source 20 metric tons at between 25.2 million naira and 26.2 million naira, depending on location. It warned that if the situation persists, growing frustration could spill over and trigger a backlash against the operators in the gas distribution chain. In a statement by its national president, Edu Inyang, the association said the crisis was already worsening hardship for households, small businesses, food vendors, and low-income earners who rely on LPG for daily cooking. The NALPGMA further noted that the situation was undermining the progress made under Nigeria's clean emergency and clean energy transition effort aimed at reducing dependence on kerosene, charcoal, and firewood. Therefore, it urged the federal government, regulators, industry operators, importers, producers, depot owners, consumers, and the public to urgently address the sector's instability in both supply and pricing. Away from that, President Bola Tinubu has set the tone for the pursuit of his re-election in 2027 and possible governance afterwards, declaring that this next election must not merely be a contest of parties or ideas, but a reaffirmation of Nigeria's democratic maturity. In his acceptance speech after receiving the All Progressives Congress APC's certificate of return and the party's flag for the next election, Tinubu said his government has taken giant steps forward. Therefore, he urged his team not to give in to complacency by allowing those he described as politicians with no clear alternative vision to take Nigeria backwards. Tinubu also renewed his personal commitments to the country, pledging to pursue governance with greater energy and determination. He added that continuity had become necessary to consolidate the gains of his administration's reforms. According to him, while the 2023 campaign focused on charting a new course for the country, the task ahead is to deepen and sustain the progress already made. These included what he described as significant structural reforms in the economy, such as fiscal adjustment, tax reforms, and measures aimed at strengthening public revenue. Ahead of the African Democratic Congress ADC commencement of the process of selecting its presidential candidate for the 2027 general election today, the faction loyal to Dumebi Kachuku has dissolved the party's National Working Committee, NWC, and declared him as its sole presidential candidate. The delegates at the factional National Convention and presidential primary in Abuja adopted Kachuku through a voice vote. The faction also immediately unveiled a new set of national officers with Kingsley Oga as chairman, Board of Trustees Abdulkadir Bashir as national chairman of the party, and John Derek as national secretary, among others. Meanwhile, barring any last-minute changes, the faction led by Senator David Mark has opted for direct primary method after former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Minister of Transportation Chibuike Amici, and former banker Mohammed Ayatuddin declined calls for a consensus candidate. The ADC had considered an affirmation process similar to the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC method. The party leaders insisted on direct primary, saying that it fully aligns with the provisions of the Electoral Act 2026. Meanwhile, activist Aisha Yusufu has dismissed suggestions that the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, would be an obstacle for her political ambition, stressing that her focus remains to secure the FCT senatorial mandate from the people rather than contending with political appointees, insisting that her immediate concern was to clinch the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC senatorial ticket for the 2027 general elections. Yusufu stated that though some people had vowed to take over Abuja, the NDC desires to give people a viable option that they can be proud and passionate about. She emphasized that she has continued to contend with political appointees as she is not one, but rather seek the mandate of the people. Against the background, Yusufu urged Abuja residents and members of the NDC to support her during the party primaries, stressing that public popularity alone would not guarantee victory without active participation from supporters. She added that she would only begin engaging other candidates in the race after emerging as the party's flag bearer. In the meantime, supporters of some leading presidential aspirants gathered at Golden Tulip Terrace Hall, Iruka Tower in Lagos for a town hall debate. Attacked my candidate is the best. The event, organized by Voice of the People Media, provided a platform for supporters to showcase the strength and leadership qualities of their preferred candidates ahead of the 2027 general election. Onyeka Ogolo reports.
Lagos for a lively town hall debate organized by Voice of the People Television and Radio. The debate tagged "My Candidate is the Best" featured supporters of major presidential hopefuls who defend their competence, achievements, and leadership capacity of their preferred candidates. Key national issues including insecurity, economic growth, youth empowerment, and governance formed the center of discussion as supporters exchanged views before a live audience.
At this point, there are representatives of political parties at that hall. It's not going to be a one-off thing. It's going to be continuous until the election. We want to hold people accountable. We want people to share the manifesto of their party. If ADC is saying this is what we want to do, as long as it is the members of that political party that is promising, then we can hold the party to their words, you know. So that's what we are trying to do. And it's a novel thing. Probably, I stand to be corrected if any other TV station had done, a national TV station like VOP had done it in the past. So we are just blazing the trail. Others may follow. But here we are, showing Nigerians that they have power. They have everything within their power to choose the right candidate of their choice.
Some debaters insisted their candidate possessed the experience and vision needed to move the country forward.
This kind of platform is being encouraged and is being supported, especially bringing on board fresh minds, young people in the country, youth on board, not just elites that comes with theories and policies whereby at the end of the day what they do in their offices is even more worse and critical. So we believe that there is hope, and whereby we youth can be able to have such kind of debate ideologically, intellectually, with good composure. I believe that there's a better days for this country, whereby we are not just leaders of tomorrow, we are leaders of today. And also it means that we are walking that path of the responsibility and leadership.
I want to encourage Nigerians to come out and participate in the election. If you look at the last election of 2023, you understand that the voter apathy was high. A situation where the registered voters were about 93 million, and we had a situation where only about 24 million came out to vote. That represented about 26% or so. So for me, I will encourage Nigerians to come out and participate in the electoral process and shun voter apathy, because the current electoral act is better than what we had in 2023 election.
African Action Congress, AAC party led by Omoyele Sowore, is still the only existing party in Nigeria today that has a clear manifesto, programs and economic plan that we have. So apparently we do not only speak, we have something that we speak to.
Audience members also applauded the initiative, describing it as a positive step towards strengthening democratic participation and political awareness among citizens.
I must say big kudos to the VOP TV team, first and foremost, for beginning this town hall initiative. Absolutely, I was definitely waking up on that political side. You know, we need to put our foot down and set the ball rolling. Enough talk. Enough promises. We need to get our economy advancing in order to achieve greatness for our nation.
One thing I will take from this debate is this adds to a growing conversations that helps to reform our country. You know, so when we learn our voices, it's also part of the things we can do.
Observers say the debate reflects growing public interest in political engagement as Nigerians continue to demand accountability and the people-focused leadership. From the Voice of the People Center Stage, I am Onyeka Ogolo.
Away from party politics, the headquarters Joint Task Force operation at KOPHK in northeastern Nigeria has warned of the possibility of the terrorists Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa province ISWAP to launch isolated attacks during Eid el-Kabir celebrations in the region. In a statement on Monday, the Operations Media Information Officer, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, said credible intelligence indicated that terrorists might attempt to target civilians with suicide bombers and improvised explosive devices, IEDs, especially in densely populated areas across the region, particularly in Borno State. However, the military assured residents that it had anticipated the threat and already deployed troops to vulnerable locations across all sectors ahead of the celebrations. According to Uba intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition, and reconnaissance (RSR) assets have been activated, patrols intensified in collaboration with sister security agencies, including the Civilian Joint Task Force and local vigilance groups. Nevertheless, the command urged residents to remain vigilant during the celebrations, avoid crowded areas where possible, as well as unnecessary movement, especially at night, and report suspicious persons or objects to security agencies. In another development, wives of the detained military officers being tried for alleged coup have urged the federal government to ensure fairness and transparency in the ongoing military trial, warning against convicting suspects without credible evidence. In a letter to President Bola Tinubu on the issue, signed by Shafa Atu Aliagu, Fatima Dauda, and Josephine Nemona, among others, the women described Tinubu's approval for the commencement of the military trial as an important step towards accountability, clarity, and the pursuit of justice. However, they expressed fears that the process could be tainted by bias, coercion, and institutional prejudice, and then that as citizens who understand the importance of discipline within the armed forces, they also recognize that allegations relating to mutiny, coup plotting, or similar acts are grave matters. Nevertheless, the woman added it is precisely based on the seriousness of these allegations that the process through which justice is pursued must itself remain just, transparent, impartial, and free from every appearance of prejudice. The Imo State Police Command says it has arrested 2 suspects in connection with the alleged rape and murder of a 21-year-old nursing student, Wenda Achumba, in Obowo Council area of the state. Identified as 32-year-old Onyema Okonkwo and 25-year-old Emmanuel Onyekachi, the police said both suspects were arrested following sustained intelligence-led investigations in collaboration with community stakeholders. In a statement, the command spokesperson, Henry Okoye, said preliminary investigations linked the suspects to the incident and that one of them have confessed to the crime. Onyeka further disclosed that the suspects have been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department for further investigations and possible prosecution. The deceased, who was a post-basic nursing student of Mercy College of Nursing Science, Umulogo, was reportedly found dead in a private off-campus residence in Umadara, Umulogo. Now to health matters. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has placed the country on highest Ebola alert, warning of a high risk of Ebola virus disease importation and outbreaks in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. NCDC Director General Dr. Jide Idris said in an emergency preparedness update that although Nigeria has not recorded any confirmed case linked to the current outbreak, surveillance and response systems have been activated nationwide. The agency said its risk assessment identified international travel, population movement, porous borders, and delayed symptom recognition as key factors increasing Nigeria's vulnerability. It added that surveillance has been strengthened at airports, border communities, and health facilities to enable early detection of suspected cases. To prevent health care transmission, infection prevention and control tools have been distributed to hospitals, while health workers are being trained on case detection, triage, and protective protocols. States have also been directed to set up isolation centers, assess bed capacity, and strengthen emergency response systems. The NCDC said laboratory networks have been placed on alert with testing capacity already available in states with international points of entry. In a similar development, the Lagos State government has reassured residents that there is no immediate threat of Ebola virus disease in the state despite outbreaks in parts of Central and East Africa. Commissioner for Health, Professor Akin Abayomi, said in a statement that the state's biosecurity and emergency response systems remained fully activated and outbreak tested. They said Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has ordered intensified surveillance, preparedness, and rapid response measures across the state. Abayomi stressed that no suspected or confirmed Ebola case has been recorded in Lagos State. He said the state has developed a strong public health emergency structure capable of responding to diseases such as Ebola, Lassa fever, cholera, diphtheria, and influenza, strengthened since the 2014 Ebola outbreak and the COVID-19 pandemic. He added that the Lagos Incident Command System, led by the governor as incident commander, shows a rapid coordination during emergencies, while the Emergency Operations Center remains active 24 hours a day for surveillance and response. Joining us to analyze this story is legal practitioner and current affairs analyst Darlington Agwomo, and joining us virtually is public affairs analyst Amobi Ihegboro. Let's start with the analyst in the studio, Barrister Darlington. Thank you very much for joining us on the news.
My pleasure, Solomon. How are you?
Now let's go to the first story of the day, which is the Nigerian Association of Liquefied Petroleum Gas Marketers raising alarm over the worsening shortage and rising prices of cooking gas, also known as liquefied petroleum gas, that's LPG. Now we've had this situation for a while, especially since the Strait of Hormuz, due to what's happening with the U.S., Israel, and Iran that have escalated to the wider Middle East. This is not exactly surprising, but would have been expecting that this situation has been on for a while. The federal government to have contingency plans to prevent situations like this from happening. What's your take on this story?
I am surprised that a situation that people are making money from turned out to be a situation for Nigerians to be suffering. With this ruckus at Strait of Hormuz, many countries are making money out of it because there is a little fuel, moving through that area. And so being an OPEC country, I was thinking that we would make money out of it, but the reverse is the case. And nobody is talking to us. So when the gas situation is getting this embarrassing, I don't have any other solution than for me to resort to wood. Yes, deforestation.
I mean, even wood is not exactly cheap these days. It's a little expensive now because woods, multi-purpose resources can be used for so many other things. So
good.
It definitely won't be easy to come by.
But I'm telling you that there must be an alternative for people. If gas is out of their reach, they will look for charcoal or something. But that's not even the real issue. The real issue, why is government not telling us why this scarcity? Fuel is scarce, gas is scarce, everything is scarce. Just because Iran and America are not smiling at each other. How does that concern you and I? How does it concern Nigeria? You can see that this government, the worst thing that happened in Nigeria is this particular government. They don't know what is called economic management. Seriously. Their only aim of coming to office is just to fritter our money. That is, deplete our resources, our reserves. If not, why is this economy going down when other people's economy are going up? Can somebody explain that to me? Since 3 years ago that Tinubu came into office, it has been one lamentation or the other. That means this man doesn't know anything about economy. Meanwhile, he's calling himself master strategy. What are you strategizing? Practically nothing. It's just that some media houses are promoting and hyping him. It looks like something is happening. There is nothing going on. Seriously. I've always asked myself, where is that thing that I can be proud of Tinubu today? Something that he has done that people can go to bank with. Nothing. Nothing. Where people are making money, that is where Nigeria is losing money. Can you explain that to me? And so, this gas issue, I am sorry, people must look for alternative, one way or the other.
Let's go back to our virtual guest. We have Amobi Ihegboro. Mr. Ihegboro, thank you very much for joining us on the Midday News. Now, according to the association, Nigerians are currently paying above 1,500 naira per kilogram for cooking gas, while marketers source 20 metric tons at between 25.2 million naira and 26.2 million naira, depending on the location. What's your take?
It is no longer a rumor. Personally, I bought on Saturday 1,500 naira against 15,000 to go. So it is a treason. What is important is that The people are suffering. There have been a lot of advocates on greener environment. People have jettisoned EPK, the firewood, and what have you. Now, health has become, the normal household good material. What it proposes is that the Nigerian people are much more impoverished. Because without LPG, cooking becomes difficult. This idea of everything in price is attributed to war between America, Israel, and Iran. Nigeria needs to do something. The government has come to the time is now on our feet. If you stop buy food, you also stop to get gas to cook. And people are junketing from one place. So that is more unfortunate in this country. What involves Nigerians take a back seat? What ruling class from takes a front street? That is preposterous. It should not happen. We will talk in 2027 and talk more of survival of this country. The way we are going, just like that is going, I do not want to happen in the next 1 to 3 weeks. The government should put on their thing and not talk about 2027 as if our life depends on 2027. There must be a country before 2027 where we need to introspect. We need to look inwards and see how Nigeria can survive. Doing the right thing. It is high time they start doing the right thing. Nigeria is at the precipice of collapse. This saga is one. So my contention here is that government should not abdicate their responsibility in this regard. The average Nigerian is suffering too much. So it is incumbent on the nation to can do to rate the suffering of Nigerians.
Let me come back to you here in the studio, Pastor Darlington. Are there any other things responsible for this shortage? Because we can't at this point attribute everything to the Strait of Hormuz, because the signs were there, especially since we've had issues with supply chain, petroleum supply chain for a while. That was further complicated after the removal of fuel subsidy. The signs had always been there. So can we truly attribute every of these things to the Strait of Hormuz? So what do you think are the other reasons why we're having this LPG crisis right now?
I don't think this gas situation should be attributed to the Strait of Hormuz or Iran or US. This is an eternal matter because as of today we have more gas than crude oil. It has been a fact that we have more gas than the crude oil. So harnessing it is the issue. Harnessing it is the issue. That is the major issue here. Then the one that they managed to bring in, some importers are cashing out on Nigerians because the regulatory body are not even keen in doing what they ought to do. They are making things difficult, and the government is looking the other side as if they don't know what is going on. Let somebody come and tell me what concerns the Strait of Hormuz with this gas scarcity. You can see. It's just like government is looking for every available excuse to deal with Nigerians. Because they believe that you are not supposed to enjoy anything. They are not supposed to. It's like enjoying the resources of your land is a cost. And so they want to make sure that you don't, while they are living large. It's as simple as that. Where are the refineries that they told us is working? Were you not here when they told you that refineries are working? Where are they? The only refinery that is functioning today is that of Dangote. And they are making things difficult for him. So, the government deliberately want to make things difficult for Nigerians. Deliberately. I said deliberately. Because things that concerns them, they don't find it difficult. But things that have to do with the generality of Nigerians, that is where the problem are always. Nigerians are not supposed to enjoy anything. But today.
Now, the economic implication of this is quite enormous. So because of time, we won't be able to look at it. So let's quickly go to politics because of time, where a series of political activities at the weekend, APC had a presidential primaries where President Bola Tinubu, not surprising there, clinched the ticket, reaffirming democratic maturity, saying that it's not contests of ideas, but economic consolidation. What's your take on what happened with the APC?
What happened with APC is that there was no primary election. They just selected people and call it a primary election. There was no election because...
Well, consensus is not against the law.
Sorry?
Consensus is not against the law.
Even the consensus was not even choosing. There was no consensus here. I said they selected people. That was what happened because no voters register was used. Most of the people that voted are not even members of APC.
Well, the report says he got 10.9 million votes.
I will not join you in mentioning that figure because there is no human being to support what you said. There is no human being to support the 10 million. You are now hard when they were counting 100, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. Is that what you want me to sit down here and validate? My brother will not, seriously. Until APC come and tell me how they got 10 million votes for Tinubu, I will never make reference to that. Never. Until Tinubu
Mr. Hegbero, what's your take on that?
I will never.
It's preposterous. It's preposterous because even as at today, I learned, allegedly that somebody has petitioned that the register of APC reached about 7.2 million. And now they are declaring 10.9 million.
Oh.
You are watching. You look at, like Barrister said, you look at the lineup. They don't look like party men. Mostly women. They don't look like party men. And look at our county. What many people have estimated county. Where did they get those figures from? I think there are much to it that meets the eyes. And this is a future to the general election. This is not a primary election. Their gaze will be as good as mine. What will happen in the general election?
Now, because of time, let's go to the other political stories where the ADC, two different factions, the other faction, the Kachiku-led faction, well, not surprising there, some people will say, he's been made the sole candidate for that faction of the ADC, while the result for the other faction will be expected today. And if stories we've been hearing the past few months is anything to go by, then former Vice President Atiku Abubakar should be expected to clinch that presidential ticket. This is a legal somersault waiting to happen. Two presidential candidates from one political party. What's your take on that?
Yeah, as of today, today, the David Mark led is the one that INEC has recognized. So we will wait patiently. Now the Katiku faction has presidential candidates. By the end of today, or worst case scenario, tomorrow morning, David Mark faction of the ADC will have their own presidential candidates. And in the next few weeks, INEC will react. We are waiting. We are waiting. The fight or the blow against thing on. A lot of things have been unleashed in the opposition. The aim is to disintegrate and decimate the opposition. So we are waiting.
Okay. Because of time, let's come to the analyst in the studio, Barrister Darlington. Your take on that situation. Just like he said, the David Mark-led faction is the one that's been recognized by INEC. So what do you think the other factions are doing, trying to cause more chaos?
They are on a stroll. You know, when people want to crack joke, they will crack it in such a funny way, in a ridiculous manner. Because what is Dumebi Kachuku doing? On what ground is he doing it? Is he recognized? Everybody can just wake up. Any party member will wake up and form his own faction and his own committee and whatever. Is that what democracy has become in Nigeria? After the Supreme Court have validated David Mark as the authentic chairman of ADC, these other factions, who is supporting them, who is promoting them, who is giving them the funds for all these frivolities? Anyway, I want to see how it will end. I want to see whether INEC, of all their infamy, we recognize these two people. Bala.
We'll be here to see the outcome of the
yes,
drama.
I want to see.
But we have to go.
Yes, I want to see how they will recognize
Thank you
them.
very much, Mr. Amobi Heboro. It was a pleasure talking to both of you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to the next story. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NAS, has announced that the election of Akintoye Afiz of the Olusegun Gagu University of Science and Technology as its new national president. This followed the successful conclusion of the association's 2026 National Convention held at the old Parade Ground, Abuja. A former NAN Senate President Akintoye bids for other presidential candidates in the election. He officially succeeded Olushola Aladoja, who has completed his tenure. Speaking shortly on Monday after his emergence, Akintoye expressed gratitude to the delegates and pledged to sustain the achievement of the outgoing administration by promoting unity among Nigerian students. He commended the peaceful atmosphere during the convention, noting that there were no crises, violence, or disputes throughout the process. Meanwhile, participants also described the convention, which was conducted under tight security with the presence of police officers and operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, as one of the most peaceful NANs in history. And out of business news, importers and clearing agents have raised concerns about the mounting demurrage costs at the Nigerian seaports, attributing it to the delay from the National Single Window NSW platform that has created prolonged cargo clearance processes. This comes as the second phase rollout of the platform is built to commence in June 2026. The national president of the National Council of Managing Directors of Licensed Customs Agents, Lucky Amiwero, said some importers now pay as much as 100,000 naira daily in demurrage to shipping companies and terminal operators as they await regulatory approvals. Amiwero described the NSW platform as ineffective, saying it has complicated rather than streamlined port operations. He further alleged that the delays in obtaining approvals from the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, and the Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON, among others, have worsened congestion and increased the cost of doing business. However, the director of NSW Secretariat, Tola Folakade, has denied claims that the platform promised a single-day clearance process. Folakade disclosed that the platform has processed over 39,000 applications for licenses, permits, certificates, and other trade-related documents within 8 weeks of its launch, highlighting its growing adoption by stakeholders. Now to sports news. South Africa's Mamelodi Sundowns beat Morocco's FAR Rabat 2-1 on aggregate to clinch the CAF Champions League crown after building a 1-0 lead in the first leg in Pretoria last weekend. Teboho Mokoena equalized in Rabat during the first half at the time after Mohamed Mrimat had put FAR ahead from the penalty spot. However, when FAR were awarded a second penalty on 77 minutes, Williams parried the attempt from Rimat, triggering an exodus from the stadium by thousands of Moroccan supporters. With away goals counting double, the Moroccans had to score at least 2 more goals to become the first champions for Morocco since Wydad as Casablanca lifted the trophy in 2022. In faraway England, it was all excitement and joy as Arsenal were crowned as champions of the English Premier League at Selhurst Park on Sunday. Mikel Arteta's side lifted the Premier League trophy after celebrating their first game as champions with a 2-1 win against Crystal Palace after a 22-year Premiership title drought. The Gunners took the lead through Gabriel Jesus late in the first half at Selhurst Park, while Noni Madueke scored Arsenal's second goal after the interval to secure the champions, ended the league campaign with 26 wins from 38 games. From sports, we go over to entertainment news where Fenkadrik's Film Production UK has announced the London premiere of its Nollywood feature Shattered Bond, produced by Felix Nkadi and directed by Umanu Elijah. Shattered Bond tells a gripping story of love, betrayal, loyalty, and redemption, promising a cinematic experience movie lovers, celebrities, industry stakeholders, and the public are all looking forward to. An evening of glamour, suspense, and emotion as the film debut at Odeon Greenwich, London on May 30. According to Nkadi, the event will kick off at 7 o'clock in the evening with a red carpet reception followed by the movie screening. And that's a wrap up. Before we go, let's do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we have Voice of the People Television, Voice of the People TV rather, and on other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage, request photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814 606 4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. And that's all we have for you on the midday news on Voice of the People Television. I am Solomon of Good afternoon, and thank you for watching.
The red carpets, awards, The razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Yes, welcome to the Spotlight Show. It's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is a show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, and I hope you've not forgotten that I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, a.k.a. Call Me Pressy. I see the what? I see the B. E for the what? Energy. So yes, everyone, get ready because we're about to write through stories that matter. We're about to gist about a lot of things. But guess what? Someone is joining me today. I am not doing this alone. So joining us today is Heli Simni, popularly known as Ghanaian Goddess, an award-winning actress, TV host, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and healthcare professional whose work spans Nollywood, Gollywood, and Hollywood, from starring in hit productions on Netflix and African Magic to empowering communities through the Heli Simni Foundation. And she's also a nominee for the AMVCA, and trust me, she's actually beautiful. Come, somebody say, clock it. All right, let's welcome Heli Simni to the show. I need to hear the drum rolls. Come tell me, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really good, and I love your energy. Thank you so much.
Please, all the energy, we need it.
Energy goddess. Ghana goddess and energy goddess. I love it.
Do you see the lines? I always say there's lines. Get ready. So tell me, how's your week been for you? You know, you've been to Lagos and Nigeria. How has it been for you?
My week has been really good. So amazing. Glad to be in Lagos. Ginger's in Lagos. The vibe is in Lagos. The energy in Lagos.
So tell me, you're really loving the vibe of Lagos.
Yeah.
So let's say maybe Lagos or Ghana.
Here we go.
I just like the feeling. Like
yeah. So, you know, in Lagos, you come, you get things done, you want to relax, you go to Ghana.
So we're giving you, feeding you all the, you know.
Yeah.
So I would love to, you know, we'd love to do a little game with you. I hope you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, so before we go into what we have, and yes, we're doing a this or that game, and this is the spotlight game. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, so first now we're going to ask, do you like, you have to choose between the two. Hollywood, Nollywood, or Hollywood?
Nollywood or Hollywood?
Yeah.
Nollywood.
Why?
I feel like Nollywood, of course I'm African, so I'm
Okay.
going to support my African people, and I just
Yeah.
love what we're doing as Africans, especially West Africans.
Yeah.
And Nigeria is just putting the African community on the map, like
Yeah.
too much on the map. Like Met Gala versus AMVCA, you know what I mean?
All right, the next one, heels or sneakers? I mean, it's...
I'm a heels woman.
Ooh.
Yeah, I love my heels. I like to look girly. Funny enough, I was a tomboy.
Wow.
And film got me to be so girly, so now I'm a heels
serious?
girl. Yeah, it's
Please,
crazy.
you know help me.
Nobody would have ever guessed, right? But I'm such a heels girl. I got my heels on right now.
Somebody clock it.
So-
See, we're all the girls, the baddies.
Yeah.
We love our heels, please. All right, tea or coffee?
I love coffee. Yeah.
That's soothing.
Yeah. Tea's good, but I love coffee because I need to wake up, especially when I'm on set, filming, you know, coming on shows like this. I need some coffee to wake me up. So I'm a coffee girl.
All right. Seriously, I'm already loving this. But yes, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we still have our guest with us. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
And yes, welcome back to the show. Spotlight is still happening here on VOP TV. And I know that you've not forgotten. I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. And guess what? We still have our guest, Haley, with us. Oh, my God. So, Haley. See, when I see beautiful ladies, I'm always smiling. I don't know, but clock it. So tell me, growing up in Canada and California with Ghanaian roots, how has your background shaped you and who you are today exactly?
Canada. I left there when I was 2 years old. So I actually grew up more in California, Los Angeles, Hollywood, California.
Yeah.
And while I was living in California, I grew up to two very strict Ghanaian parents that wanted me to be a doctor. You know, African families, I think it's the same thing everywhere.
Yeah.
And I got into nursing. Yeah, and graduated as a nurse, worked as a nurse, and when I started getting into entertainment and stuff, I was thinking that my parents weren't going to be supportive, but they were actually very, very supportive from day one. And even when I was younger, my mom used to take me to auditions, modeling school and stuff, because, you know, I was very slim and tall. You know, now I'm a little bit, but you know what I mean. So, yeah, I came from a strict background, but my parents, you know, me being their child and seeing that this is where I wanted to go, they supported me, and I appreciate them for that. So another thing I love is the best of both worlds, because I also came back to Ghana for secondary school, which a lot of people don't know.
Wow.
So I was able to go to school in West Africa and also in America, and I feel like it shaped me to where I'm able to see the best of both worlds. So I have a Western view and then also an African view.
Wow.
And I feel like it's helped me a lot in my journey of life and my career.
Interesting. So tell me, I heard when you talked about nursing, and I would love to ask this question. At what point did you know that you were going to be maybe on the TVs, like you doing movies and the rest of them?
So I came to Ghana, I would say about 7 or 8 years ago.
Wow,
and
that's
when
a long
I came,
time.
Yeah, so when I came back to Ghana, my parents had relocated to Ghana from America.
Yeah.
They have businesses going on in Ghana. So my mom was like, why don't you come back? You know, you're the only girl. And I felt like, and I say this all the time, even though I am from America, kind of, grew up abroad, I felt an emptiness. And because I went to secondary school in Ghana, I felt like my home was in Africa. So to cut a long story short, when my parents had moved back and I was like the only daughter, because I had brothers in America, even though I was working as a nurse, making good pay, I just felt like I need to go back home. And my mom was like, okay, come and manage the businesses for us and all that. And because I had done, you know, some mini TV shows in the US, modeling, I even did a Kellogg's cornflakes commercial, like when I was a teenager in the US. So when I moved back, I got approached by a TV producer for a TV station called Foresight TV. So that's like you guys MTV based.
Yes, MTV based.
And he was like, I like the way you talk, the way you carry yourself on the red carpet, because I was going for events. And he was like, you need to come on television and be a talk show host. I ran away for 3 to 4 months. And then eventually I did it. And I did so well. And that is how I became a sensation, from a TV show host where I was doing health and entertainment news. And from then I started getting approached with movie roles. And I landed my first Nigerian movie role on Netflix.
Wow, nice.
With, may his soul rest in peace, Alex Ekubo, Ike Ogbonna. And the movie was called A Way Back Home, showing on Netflix for so many years. It might still be on Netflix now, but that was one of my first major Nigerian roles. So that's how I got into Nollywood, from being a TV show host like you, and then I got approached, like, okay, let's see how you do in acting. So yeah.
So tell me, how was your first major job? What was it like for you?
Of course, I was so excited. I was a bit shy, especially, you know, at the time, Alex and Ike, like the big actors in Nigeria. But, you know, they made the transition so easy for me. They made it so comfortable. And they welcomed me as a Ghanaian. Like, you couldn't even tell the difference. And that's one thing I love about Nigerians is you guys are very welcoming, especially with Ghana, even though we have our own little things going on. But you guys are so welcoming. And when we as actors, musicians, and then, you know, creatives come to Nigeria, you guys welcome us so much. You push us and you're so supportive. like you are our brothers, our sisters, and we appreciate that.
I like the sound of that. Our brothers, our sisters. So tell me, let's talk about Alex a little bit. And, you know, starting from what you said, that you've been on a movie scene with him. What was
Actually
Alex? May
3.
his soul rest in peace. Oh, wow. That's
3
that's
movies,
Lord.
yeah.
Wow. So what was it like? What was Alex like?
He was so fun, literally so funny. So I've seen a lot of videos circulating online, and that is like who he is. That's originally who he is. Such a funny person, such a supportive person. He'll pull you to the side and be like, hey, this is what you need to do, this and that.
Yeah.
He was just such a fun person, always making us laugh, you know, buying us food on set, a generous person. And I know he was very, very close to IK, who is also a brother to me. And I'm just giving my condolences to the whole of Nollywood, because I know it has not been easy, because he's been such an amazing person and impacted so many people's lives.
Yeah.
And I can really, really tell. I knew before, but now I can really tell that he's impacted a lot of people's lives. So I want to send my condolences to Nollywood, personally.
So tell me, how did you feel when you heard the news?
Oh my God, I cried immediately.
Actually.
I cried immediately. And I didn't even know so many people noticed that I had done movies with him. So I started getting like calls, DMs and stuff like, oh, isn't this your friend in Nigeria? Isn't this your co-actor, the guy you did movies with? And I was like, oh my God. I thought the news was like false. And then I went online and started seeing things, and then I waited for the proper announcement. And when I heard that, my heart was so broken. So broken. We've lost a gem.
Actually.
We've really lost a gem.
It's all right. It's well.
It is well.
We know he's
That's
in a
what I
better
was
place,
going to
actually.
say next.
All right, I'd love to ask a question. We know you've been in the movies for Dollywood, you've been in Gollywood, you've been in Hollywood. So tell us, what's the difference between these 3 particular? Because that particular question.
3? That's an interesting and deep question. What is the difference between the 3?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me start with. That's a tricky question, though. Let me start with Gollywood and Nollywood. I think with Nollywood, one thing I will say versus Gollywood, which is Ghana, is you guys definitely have a large population, a larger population than us.
Okay.
So that is to your advantage. Another thing I will say is you guys are very, very aggressive in a good way.
Ooh,
hardworking
in a good way.
No, in a good way.
Wow.
And I feel like in Ghana, we're a bit more relaxed, but then we still get the job done. And I feel like Ghana has also played a big role in West African films. And I love the way Nollywood loves Gollywood, and we're able to work together, collaborate, and, you know, go further. So yeah, regarding Hollywood, you know, Hollywood is on another level, but I feel like we're catching up. Like I said earlier, Nollywood and Gollywood are really, really proving themselves. And I love the way Africa is so on the map right now, so popping from fashion to music to movies. We are really, you know, it's our time now. Let's embrace it. Let's collaborate more rather than feud and fight. Let's bring our heads together, because at the end of the day, it's Africa. We are all one.
Okay. So tell me, with your experience, because you've been saying a lot about, you know, Gollywood, Nollywood, with your experience, what do you feel that Nigerian or Nollywood, they lack, basically? Do you feel they lack anything in the movie industry?
I feel like we lack innovation, but I also don't blame us.
Okay.
I feel like we lack innovation, but if we put our heads together and get more education on innovation, we will be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So tell me, what, in all the movies you've acted and you've been on the screens for a long time, in all the movies you've been on, what particular movie would you say that is really close to your heart?
I think I would say A Way Back Home, the movie I mentioned before, because that was my first Nollywood movie.
Okay. How
So,
was that?
me being an actress,
Yeah.
coming from Ghana,
Yeah.
and literally being a TV host,
Yeah.
and then getting that role, and it was straight to Netflix.
Netflix, yes.
Which is a big platform. I think that was I think that was one of the best movies I ever did. And then another movie I did for Play Network,
Yeah.
which was Blood Vessel. I think that was also a movie that was close to my heart. I was able to act with Hollywood actors,
Yeah.
like you said,
Yeah.
Nollywood, and then Ghanaian actors, John Dumelo,
Yeah.
which I'm sure you guys
Yes,
know
yes.
out here, was on the movie.
Yes.
And it was a really, really good movie. We did the movie in Port Harcourt on a ship, and it talked about the whole oil and gas, oil spillages and everything. So that was also something that was very educating.
Yeah.
And it's still on Netflix, so you can go and watch it, Blood Vessel, which is a good movie. So those are the two movies I think that are close to my heart.
Okay, so let's talk about being a nominee for the AMVCA, and we'll also talk about series of red carpets you've actually hosted, the BET Awards.
BT.
Yeah, BT. So how is it for you? Sorry.
So I got the opportunity through this same TV station in Ghana. So shout out to Foresight TV Awards.
Oh, wow.
CEO Ignis, who is originally from Togo. So you see countries working together.
Yes.
So I got to host the BET Awards in the USA
Yeah.
2018 and 2019 via this same talk show that I told you that I was hosting.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was really, really amazing. So, me and the TV station flew to the US and got on the red carpet and stage, and I was able to interview so many people, the biggest of the biggest in USA, like all the Hollywood stars,
Yeah.
musicians, and actors, and it was totally amazing. And regarding the AMVCA, there's a series called Cohabits.
Okay, I think I've heard that.
Yeah, so some co-actors
Yeah.
were Carolina Sampson,
yes.
Jeffrey Norte, Fifi, and we were nominated.
Wow.
Yeah, for this series, and that was lovely.
How did you feel?
Oh, I felt so good. I felt
Okay.
so good. So we came to Nigeria, had a lovely time. We were nominated, and we were able to attend the AMVCA Awards, and that was amazing. Coming in as a nominee, and of course, soon we will win.
Of course. So tell me, with all your experience, have there been any time you felt like you were not doing enough?
In the industry, right?
Yes, in the industry.
I think, of course, we've all felt like that sometimes, our secret battles. Sometimes you feel like, okay, I could be doing more.
Yeah.
And maybe I should work harder.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not being recognized
Yeah.
at the time more. But one thing I will say is people see your hard work, and you need to believe in yourself.
So
Because
would you love to share some of those battles you've slightly faced in the industry?
So I think one of the battles I faced,
Yeah.
I can give an example. There was a time, this was about 4 or 5 years ago, where I
Yeah.
did a movie, and I was the main role in the movie.
Okay.
And when they were doing promotion of the movie and all, I felt like they were not giving me recognition. And I know what I did behind the scenes.
Yes.
The role was a very challenging role and all
Yeah.
that. And I just felt like, oh, I put so much into this, cried tears, some nights. And I just felt like, okay, this movie that I did, I'm not really seeing the fruits of my labor.
Okay.
But God being so good, I did a movie. I mean, the movie came out well and everything, but then
Yeah.
I did a movie like a month later, and that movie blew everywhere. And it was like, okay, now I remember this is why I work so hard. You know what happens sometimes?
Yes,
You can be
yes.
working, doing business or selling things,
Yes.
and you feel like, okay, this particular thing I've done, I'm not really seeing the fruits of my labor. But when you keep going,
yes.
before you know, what's ahead of you is even bigger.
Okay. So tell me, I really, when I first heard your name, I heard Ghana Goddess. So I actually thought about it. I'm like, there is something about this name that maybe I can't really place. So tell me, how did that name actually come about?
To be very honest,
yes,
it was a nickname that was given to me.
Wow.
So like when I first started acting and stuff, I would go on the red carpet and wear like these long gowns. I'm known for sunglasses.
Ooh.
So I like very extravagant designer
Sunglasses,
sunglasses.
yes.
I'll wear like long flowy dresses. Wow. And then somebody was just like, goddess, 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 goddess. And then another person was like, Ghana goddess. And then they just started giving me that nickname and it stuck. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna make my Instagram Ghana goddess, and I just stuck with it. So it's not that complicated a story.
It really suits you because I'm like, when I heard that name, I was like, this person is going to be extremely. I won't say that actually.
Yeah, so that's how the name came about. Nothing complicated. Okay. Just a nickname I got from the streets.
And you know that the streets, they have a lot of things that makes them special.
Yeah.
Actually.
So
all right.
it.
So tell me, beyond entertainment, you're involved in real estate and the oil, gas industry and the rest of them. So what really motivated you to go into business?
So I always say, especially as a woman, ladies, listen. You cannot put all your eggs in one basket.
Loud it.
Exactly. Even if you have your, how do you guys say, odogu? Even if you have your odogu that is taking care of you and helping you as a woman, you should also be independent and also be resourceful. You don't know tomorrow. So even in acting, we have our ups and downs. It looks so beautiful, glitz and glam, red carpet. But there's times maybe you might not even be called for a movie for like a month. Okay, how are you going to feed yourself if you have children and all? So I thank my mother and father so much, especially my mother. She's always pushing me. So she was like, you need to get in real estate business. You need to have a second income. And then I invested in some properties, saved up money, and it has been very fruitful. So like I said, don't put your eggs in one basket. You always have to have multiple sources of income, no matter how big or small. Just make sure if this is not working out, I have a plan B, possibly a plan C and D.
All right. So I want to ask the question away from the questions we've been talking about. So tell me, do you love love?
Yes, I think I love
So
love.
why did you take your time to
No, I was trying to understand what you were saying.
Okay. So tell me, are you in love right now?
No. I'm not in love right now. I'm being honest. Don't judge me.
So why is that?
I was in love, but I'm not in love right now. That's why they said don't put your eggs in one basket. I'm talking about business-wise, though.
If you don't get it, forget about it.
So that if the love is not loving you, you'll be counting your money, looking at your business, and be happy. No,
at least you'll be happy with this.
With
something. When we talk about
Keep
women
yourself
that
occupied. Let's not go there, though, because it's going to be a whole nother show. We have to add another hour to the show.
All right. Okay, guys, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we still have Haley with us. So please, don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry Kel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you're rocking with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the Evi premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here. And
And yes, welcome back to the show. Spotlight is still happening here on VOP TV. And yes, I'm your special host, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi, with the energy. And yes, we still have Haley with us. I am enjoying, I love every bit of, talking about acting, talking about many very important. So Haley, tell us. So through the Haley Foundation, because I've heard a lot about your foundation.
Haley
Tell me,
Foundation.
let's know more about it.
Yeah, so I started the Haley Sumney Foundation during COVID because I realized that in my country we needed a lot of help. So, I started by doing the normal donation of, the sanitizers, the PPE equipment and everything, and helping women because, my passion is always women and children. So helping those that are not able to go to work at the time, giving them, some funds, some food and equipment to make sure that at the time the virus would not spread. So that's how I started it. And since then we've been doing a lot of things. We actually have something coming up. So my parents own a foundation called Mission Africa Inc. And they have done so much. They've built schools. They've paid school fees for children. They've sent children through surgery and all. So we have a collabo coming up next month, and I'm really looking forward to that. So we're going to be doing like eye screening, dental work, because I'm a brand ambassador of a dental company called Zoe Dental in Ghana. Shout out to them. And then we're going to be doing so many different things, checking blood pressure, medical screenings. And we plan to also take care of at least 10 children's medical bills. So this will be next month.
Wow, that's amazing.
So we do a lot.
Wow. So what really motivated you to, have a foundation like that?
I think, of course, my parents, because they've always done missionary work. Like I said, their organization. And also, I think naturally I am a caring and philanthropic person. And I always like to see people around me doing well. So and that is one of the reasons I got into nursing.
Okay, that's lovely. So tell me, what is your biggest challenge in your career?
My biggest challenge now?
Would like to know. Please, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Okay. Yes.
I don't even know what to say.
Okay.
What comes off the top of my head? Right now.
Yes, right now.
My biggest challenge is, okay, you know what? I'll go the other way. So when people see me, producers, directors, other actors, I think the way I look, they think I'm arrogant. They think I'm cocky. Oh, this girl will be like, like I say, like her shakara. Let me speak in Niger. Her shakara go there too much. But then when they get to know me, they're like, oh, she's actually a nice person. She's cool. So I think that's my biggest challenge. And sometimes it makes certain directors and producers not be able to approach me.
Wow.
Yes, because they're like, or they'll be like, oh my God, look at the way this girl looks. She's gonna charge us millions of dollars. And then they get to know me, or later on, you know, through word of mouth, they're like, oh, she's actually a nice person. So I think that's my biggest challenge right now. Safe to say. That's the safest answer.
So have you been in such situations where people, you know, say a lot, because trust me, a lot of cyberbullying, a lot of people say bad things about someone that are not true. Have you been in such position where people talk about you and things that are not true? And how do you come up? How were you able to fix that?
I'm not saying I am immune to that, but I think because of the way my character is, I've been able to, I'm in the spotlight, but not in the spotlight, because I'm kind of like a quiet person. So I've not really had a major issue with that. Of course, I've had an issue with that, and I just ignored it. Because by the time I go click on the people's pages, I'm like, look at the person talking. But it has not been a major issue for me because I like to stay in my lane. You know, obviously because of my work, I'm in the public space, but with my personal life, I think I'm very private. So with that, I've not really had a lot of bullying. Of course, I've had one or two, but I just felt like these people are losers. For you to come on social media and be hiding, especially when they hide behind fake pages, you're not even bold enough. So why should my attention come to you?
Okay. So tell me, you know, we talked about love. I don't want to go there, but I have to, I have to bring out this. All right. So how do you manage public attention? Because trust me, you're being on the screen and everybody's seeing you. Definitely, there will be a lot of people, a lot of admirers, a lot of people on. So tell me, how have you been able to manage public attention?
I think I manage it well. I think, like with my team and everything, I've been able to manage it well. Like I said, I'm a private person. So people know how to approach, and people respect themselves before approaching me. And I have a solid team, like people like my manager, shout out to Darlington Wagner. So they always got my back. You know, when we go out for events, they're making sure I'm safe and I'm okay. But there's not really been anything crazy, I have to be quite honest.
That's a good one. So tell us, what would be your advice to young African women trying to pursue multiple passions at once? Maybe like you do. So a lot of people want to, you know, go into acting, go into this, go into oil and gas. So what would be your advice?
So the first thing with acting, I always like to say, because people see us on the screens, they see us on the red carpet. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
They see you looking good. My red lipstick, my nice glasses, you looking beautiful with your makeup. That's not what it's about. So if you're coming into acting and TV, I'll start with that. You need to know that it has to be a passion. If it's not a passion, you are going to get tired, you're going to get disappointed, and you're going to get fed up. There's times where you can even shoot for 24 hours. What is keeping you there is the drive. And when you're starting, no matter what career it is, you have to pay your dues. You're not going to get paid the best or the highest. It's about your passion. And when people see that you're passionate and you have the talent, then you start getting paid for what you're worth. I'm being very honest here. So when it comes to acting and stuff, I feel like a lot of girls DM me, and even guys, oh, I want to be an actor, I want to be an actress, I want to be in this role. And I'm like, you guys are just seeing the red carpet and stuff. You don't know what we go through. So you need to be mentally prepared. And if it is not your passion, don't bother. Go into what you love. Because even if you're not getting paid what you're supposed to or making what you're supposed to at the moment, in the long run, because it's your passion, it'll be worth it. And you'll have the patience because you have the drive.
Okay. So tell us, apart from the project you mentioned about women's project you are working on, are there other projects you're looking at?
Yes. So I am actually planning to do a movie very soon. So I'm doing a collaboration with my manager here in Nigeria, Darlington Wagner. We don't want to tell you too much,
That's beautiful.
but you guys should really look out because this is a Ghana-Naija collabo, and we are most likely shooting in Lagos here.
Oh my God, that's a loud shout.
Yeah, and we're gonna start launching our YouTube channel. So look out for that.
So what should we expect? Tell us what we should expect.
I just said I can't
We
tell
want
you
to
that
know.
much.
Just a little bit.
Okay,
You know.
so like I said, there are going to be some Nigerian actors
Okay.
and some Ghanaian actors, but it's going to be shot here in Lagos.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. So tell us, beyond the cameras, beyond red carpets, beyond movies, beyond nothing, finally tell us, who is Hailey Sumney off the camera?
I think, hold on, let me cough. Hailey Sumney is just a simple lady that loves fashion, loves helping people, loves making an impact, loves having fun, and I'm kind of a homebody. So when I'm not doing like the whole red carpet and events, I'm always at home, you know, handling my other businesses. Love traveling and I love real estate. And I love music. I love music
too.
so much. So I love my Afrobeats and my piano. Right now, I'm on that vibe.
So tell me, who is your best artist? Who is your
Oh
favorite
my
artist?
God!
Ah!
I shouldn't have answered you.
Oh please, you have actually. So let's go.
Okay, so for Ghana,
yeah.
Stoneboy, shout out to you, my brother.
Nice.
R2Bs.
Okay.
Nigeria.
Why are you dancing this way? We need to know.
Ashake.
Oh my God! And guess what?
And Rema.
Ooh, that's nice. I love the sound of that. You see, all the Ashake fans, they are already shouting wherever they are right now. So yes, this is where we move over to our gist segment. And guess what? We are going to talk about a lot of things. So yes, get ready with us because first off, so recently, Hailey, there's been a controversy online about Chike, Frank Edoho, and Frank Edoho's ex-wife. So a lot of saga, they've had issues before the marriage ended. And right now, it's like Frank Edoho is saying, that his ex-wife has been involved with Chike before, and Chike hasn't really said anything, you know, meaningful to that. And now the ex-wife is bringing more allegations saying, that she was involved in abuse in the marriage. So tell us, would you have anything to say concerning this whole thing?
The only thing, and the only thing I would say is the couple involved is being too public. They need to keep their stuff private. This is a marital issue. I know there's pain, people are scorned and all, but I don't know who started it. I was not there, but they are doing too much. They're being too public, and I think they should tone it down a bit because at the end of the day, this is not boyfriend and girlfriend. This is marriage, and children were involved. So they need to tone it down. I'm just being honest.
Yes,
that's
that's
how
true.
I feel.
That's true.
Like I said, I'm a private person. You know, sometimes your emotions can get the best of you. You also want to voice out and prove yourself. Okay, first post from each person or whatever was okay. Now it's going too far.
It's going too far. You know, mentioning names and the rest
And
of
then
it.
the guy in question is quiet. So how's that making
Actually,
you guys
he was
looking?
Chike was actually saying, you know, celebrating Arsenal. And to the Arsenal fans, hello.
Right.
So he hasn't really said anything, and he's like, I feel he's living his best life.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Focused on football and all. So yeah, I think they should rethink, and maybe they should meet up and talk and shout at each other behind closed doors, because it's looking like they have a lot to say.
Yes.
And you know, I'm not saying this in a bad way, but we're knowing too much, and we shouldn't. That's just my opinion as a public figure.
All right. So we have some comments, and the comment section people, they always come out to say a lot of things. So let's take some comments and see what they have for us. chose to hide his location. Okay, they're talking about Chike. You know, he came out was celebrating, yes. All right, and Omoto Show said, now for this big space, just imagine the AC is blowing perfectly with a cruisy sound. Oh, I understand Sandra better now. Oh my God. You see what people are coming out to do.
They just want to pepper them.
I'm telling you. And Gazi said, Sandra, they inside that house. It's sure for me. What is going on? A lot of people,
like she's in Chike's house.
Yes.
Oh my God. Are they
and
serious?
the Food Networking said, I laugh in. We will cancel him. Cancel who? Ikechukwu. Don't talk. Arsenal fans don't keep malice. I see it now. Okay, Sexy Tife said, as of now, all eyes are on Chike. Chike. Okay. That is a lot. And me tease said Sandra really sabi this interior job well. How come? Because the house of Chike, I think, has an AC. Please, let's see the video. Let's see the picture, because this is a lot. A lot of people are not even so focused on. Imagine.
Oh.
Okay, my guy is just enjoying his life. Like,
that's what they're saying.
He's not even listening to what everybody is saying again, because trust me, I just feel, you know, like you said, everything has to be toned down. It's a lot. You know, people bringing out their marital issues outside is a lot of things. I just feel they should handle this more maturely, actually. All right. Thank you so much, Haley, for sharing your life here with us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was really amazing to have you here. Okay, to my viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Remember, if you're going viral, going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Akumanu, a.k.a. call me Prezi. See ya next time. Bye for now.
it's your girl Larry the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's an Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the Evi premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence and
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? Somebody that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not flaw. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to go.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, The truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? But that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bond.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports supplement.
Hello, thank you for joining us. You're welcome to the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 0904 473 2605. Now the news. Romuald Wadagni was inaugurated on Sunday as Benin's new president. In his inauguration address, Wadagni vowed to confront rising security threats and ensure economic growth leads to tangible improvements for citizens. The 49-year-old former finance minister won the April 12 election with over 94% of the vote against challenger Paul Houngwe. The Constitutional Court confirmed the result on Sunday. Wadagni succeeds Patrice Talon, who stepped down after 2 terms in line with constitutional limits. Talon led the West African nation since 2016. Wadagni served as finance minister for a decade under Talon and is expected to continue his predecessor's reform agenda, which delivered steady economic growth and improved the country's business climate. Now, former presidential candidate George Wajakoya says his votes were rigged in the 2022 general elections. Wajakoya claims foreign embassy officials told him about the alleged interference but did not name the country. He also said some of his votes ended up contributing to President William Ruto's win. The politician, who has declared he will run again in 2027, warned against any attempts to manipulate votes in the next elections. In Kenya, the police service has reshuffled the presidential security unit following a breach during a public event with President William Ruto in Ganze, Kilifi. William Kiptu Sawe is the new head of the presidential security detail. Nuakerwa Mayo was recalled from commandant of the presidential escort unit to police headquarters. Deputy Commandant Judah Matthews Guyo was sent on leave pending retirement. George Kirera has been named Deputy Commandant with Joseph Sema appointed to lead the resist sub-unit. The changes were announced on Sunday by Deputy Inspector General Eliud Lagat. Inspector General Douglas Kanja said a special team will investigate how a man reached the podium during Ruto's speech at the Thanksgiving service in Ganze last month. Still on the African news, Senegal's political crisis has deepened after Parliament Speaker El Malik Ndiaye announced his resignation on Sunday. Ndiaye, a senior member of the ruling Pastef party, said the decision was personal and made in the higher interest of the nation. His resignation comes 2 days after President Bassirou Diomaye Faye dismissed Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko and dissolved the government on Friday. The move followed months of growing tension between the president and his former ally. Faye and Sonko came to power together in 2024, but relations soared amid economic strain from rising debt and fallout from the Iran war. Parliament is set to meet on Tuesday to vote on reinstating Sonko as a lawmaker and to elect a new speaker. Some critics argue reinstating Sonko would be illegal since he has never served as an MP. Rwandan President Paul Kagame has left Doha after a working visit to Qatar. Kagame departed the country on Monday after meeting with Qatar's Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani at the Amiri Diwan. The two leaders discussed strong bilateral ties and ways to expand cooperation in aviation, infrastructure, and investment. Their talks also covered regional development and international affairs, with both reaffirming commitment to peace, stability, and security. Kagame expressed Rwanda's solidarity with Qatar during the meeting. He was seen off at Doha International Airport by Qatar's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Khulaifi, and Rwanda's ambassador to Qatar, Igor Marara Kayinamura. In this report, African leaders and financiers opened the African Development Bank's annual meeting in Congo Republic on Monday, with the talks overshadowed by shrinking foreign aid and an Ebola outbreak in a neighboring country. Official development aid from the world's richest nations fell by nearly 25% last year to $174.3 billion. The U.S. led the cuts, including reductions to the AFDB's concessional lending arm. The bank says Africa now faces a $400 billion annual financing gap. In response, it's pushing to mobilize more of the continent's own financial resources to fund development projects. In the meantime, Zimbabwe's struggling national railway operator is set to receive a $150 million loan to rehabilitate its aging infrastructure. The National Railways of Zimbabwe told the Parliament's Public Accounts Committee this week that the short-term loan will cover operational costs and help improve efficiency. NRZ has been operating under heavy debt with bank statements in the red and a legacy debt of $5 million. A recent fact-finding mission to Bulawayo found rusted rooftops, idle locomotives and wagons and unpainted facilities. The company falls under the Mutapa Investment Fund. MIF Deputy Investment Officer, Ernest Denhere, said the funding is needed to address decades of underinvestment. Parliamentarians said the loan aims to restore service and improve the railway's operational capacity. You are still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We're now heading to the news analysis segment where we have joining us right here in the studio, Darlington Agoma, a public affairs analyst as well as a lawyer. Welcome to the African news and thank you for joining us. Let's begin from Zimbabwe, where the National Railway Operator says it is set to receive $150 million loan to rehabilitate the infrastructure, which has reportedly aged. The National Railway of Zimbabwe was actually speaking to Parliament, that is the legislators, the Public Accounts Committee. He says it will be a short-term loan to cover operational costs and help improve efficiency. A $150 million short-term loan. How will they pay back? Because one would say if the economy was really good, they could have been able to remove the money to rehabilitate the railways or operational infrastructure from the country's budget. $150 million. Is Zimbabwe sinking further into debt where it already has a $5 million outstanding?
When you are talking of short-term loan, it depends on the country and the conditionalities. You are calling it a short-term loan, but the country will be looking at your capacity to pay back. I don't know where they want to borrow the money. Is it the IMF? Is it World Bank? Is it China? Is it any of the Western countries? So it is the loanee that will determine the conditionality, whether it is short-term or long-term. Because the economy of Zimbabwe doesn't seem to me, they don't seem to have the capacity to pay back such an amount of money in a short term. It's not possible. So until the other party responds, they will not know whether it is going to be short term or long term.
But here's the thing. For them to know whether it's going to be short-term or long-term, the borrower intends for it to be a short-term loan, right? And the lender must have also seen how to benefit them in the long run. But I want us to actually take a look at Parliament's nod, right? When you take issues to the legislature, they're supposed to look at it from all angles to see how it will actually benefit the people. A resuscitation of Zimbabwe's national railway would actually help for better efficiency in transportation. People will no longer have to rely on commercial transport infrastructure, especially when they do not have vehicles. But is the legislature, the parliament, are they right to give a nod to this kind of debt that will actually increase the country's debt profile, or do they not just care? I mean, $150 million is a lot of money. Do they need that much to actually revive the railway? Where in the middle of the year, if they have gotten a little lesser, revive it as much as they can, and then have it in their budget for transportation industry next year so that it can actually go around for the people. Would that have been better?
The last time I checked, African parliament are always in bed with the executive. We don't have an independent parliament in Africa. they are always a kowtowing to the executive. And so, whatever the executive brings to them, they will approve. Nigeria is a very good example, so I am not surprised. Apparently, they are looking for something that will come their way from the loan, because that is the normal thing. That is on unwritten statement that, look, if we approve this loan, something will, of course, for them to agree to that loan and call it short term, there must have been behind the scene discussions. And when the loan comes, you can bet your last kobo. All of them will not be channeled into that red line. Some will go into private pockets. That's just the truth.
Very unfortunate, but one could say there are some African countries whereby their politicians, political elite, and those in charge of their different industries actually have integrity. How come you're expecting that this money will go into private pockets? I mean, we're talking about dilapidated infrastructure here, aging infrastructure, rail lines that have not been operational for a while, rail lines that would actually aid the people to move from one part of the country to another without having to rely on rickety transportation.
They will always look for an excuse to siphon money. Tell me any of them that is not talking of infrastructure. Infrastructure that never ends. Infrastructure that is endless. Infrastructure that you don't know where the money is going into. They say charity begins at home. I am talking based on experience, or home experience. Last year, a $700 million contract was awarded to rehabilitate Apapa Port, awarded to Jagori Brothers. This year alone, they have gone to UK to collect another £700 million for the same Apapa Port. Nobody have asked, the 700 billion naira you awarded last year for the same, how far did it go? Where did it enter? What is the milestone achieved? Nothing. So it's like, the other day when I was against this African leader, we are trying to defend them. And I said, there is nothing to defend here. If they have been working, Africa will not be like this.
Let's focus on today. Trying to be objective or trying to understand the reason for a particular opinion cannot exactly constitute a defense of African leaders. What we're looking at here is how to make life better for African people.
Have they made it?
Now, well, I mean, they're doing what they can, but we should always criticize them when they are not doing it
well. They have
well.
not done anything.
I want to actually talk about African leaders and financiers opening the African Development Bank annual meeting in the Republic of Congo earlier today. The talks were overshadowed by shrinking foreign aid, and of course, there's an Ebola outbreak. The African Center for Disease Control has warned that it could spread into as much as 10 countries. We're looking at the data for official development aid from the world's richest nations, which has fallen by nearly 25% last year. We're looking at $174.3 billion in aid to Africa. The U.S. has cut aid to Africa. There are reductions to the African Development Bank's concessional lending arm. It is as if these countries are saying, Africa, you have to stand on your own. We can no longer continue to give you aid. That is one of the discussions at the meeting currently ongoing in Congo, where African leaders are talking about this. Why are African leaders so concerned about this aid? I mean, can African countries not lend to each other? Or when we look at Africa as this third world country, it's almost as if is there no way that we can help each other without relying on foreign aid, which many analysts are saying in the long term is actually detrimental to the ordinary Africans.
Is there any African country that is not indebted to the Western world or Western financial power, like IMF, World Bank, US, UK, Canada, China? Is there any, just one, that is not indebted to them? So on what basis will you not be talking of African country, borrowing from African country? Where is the money? They don't have the money to borrow to anybody. Rather, they are looking for money outside Africa. That is why things are like this. To make matters worse, the very money they have is stolen away. I mean, stolen. Up till today, we are still looking for 210 trillion naira from our own NNPCL, and nobody have told us where that money went to. Look at that kind of money. Disappeared, just like that. Imagine what that money can do to Nigeria. Yet, the president is borrowing money outside here without looking for that money. Without looking for that money. Yet, you are the giant of Africa. Remember, you are the giant of Africa. African countries supposed to come to you to look for money. But they have seen that you're already down. So what are they coming for? That money just disappeared. Very annoying. So I am not surprised. Look, I have told the IMF and World Bank they should stop borrowing money to us. I have told them, stop borrowing money to us. You are the problem. Stop borrowing money to us so that these people will sit up. That's what I'm saying here. If there is no World Bank and the IMF, are we not going to survive? But when they borrow this money, unfortunately, most of the money go into their private pockets. If they have been using it judiciously, oh my God, things will not be like this in Africa. Generally, you would have seen it. You have seen improvement. I just gave you an example with Nigeria. A Nigeria that's supposed to be giant of Africa. So if we don't have, who else have? With all the resources God has given us. It's unfortunate, seriously. I wish they would put what they are saying in practice. Not after talking. When they go back to business as usual. AU. What have they given to Africa? What? Have they called their fellow leaders in their different countries to order in what they are doing? They don't. But they'll be quick to tell you that we don't want coup in Africa. We don't want coup in Africa. The coup that the civilian administration are carrying out against the people, are they talking about it? They won't talk about it. They won't talk about it. The inhuman treatment they are meting out to their people, AU will not talk about it. So it's all about their own selfish interests. That is why nothing is working. I said these people should stop borrowing us money so that we can look inwards. Yes, that money is easy money. That's why they steal it away without any accountability. That is just the truth.
The African Development Bank is actually now saying that Africa faces a $400 billion financing gap annually, and they are pushing to mobilize more of Africa's own financial resources to fund development projects. What are some of these financial resources that Africa has that they can actually harness to fund development projects? Or do we have nothing?
We have resources. We have mineral resources, for God's sake. That Congo, if they harness what is there, God Almighty, if they harness what is in that Congo, what God has embedded in that country, in fact, Africa will be like paradise. But their leaders are doing business with the Western countries. Their leaders. Most of these high-tech gadgets, especially these high-end phones, the companies producing it in the Western world cannot function if not for the mineral resources from Congo. It's on record. It's on record. They depend on Congo. But what are we getting value for it? The answer is no. Our own gold in Zamfara, of course, you know that is the source of insecurity in Nigeria. People are just stealing it and taking it away. There is a place in Dubai for Nigerian gold up to tomorrow. Because they say it is the best all over the world. What is Nigerian government doing with all these things? They just collect pittance from their Western allies. They will save the money for them over there and take the rest. I said Africa is developing the Western world. I want somebody to challenge me on this. They are using our resources to develop their country, our raw materials. Without Africa, they can't go far. Yet, what are we doing with it? Our own Brent crude is the best, second to that of Britain. Without this particular Brent, American airspace cannot function. American space agency, space industry, it cannot function. It's on record. But what are we doing with all these things? The Western world cannot give you what they have free like that. It can never happen. So African leaders, what use are you making with the thing that God gave us for us to develop? That is the question. We cannot even have any industry to manufacture this and turn it into finished goods. We don't. Our own crude oil, we can't even do anything about it. Rather, we carry it and give it to the Western world, to whoever. Our own crude, with all the 10 products that come out of one barrel of crude oil. 10 products that can power any industry. We just carry everything and give to them. At the end, we just return fuel. The other product, they use it over there. Look, we cannot begin to quantify what African leaders, what are they talking in that AU? Are they not aware of all these things? AU. What are they not seeing all these things? So when all these things are depleted and finished, what happened to the next generation? The next generation of African youth, they'll be talking about crossing the Mediterranean through the desert to go to Europe, to go to everywhere. Is it not because of the bad weather at home? It's unfortunate, seriously.
Really unfortunate. Let's go to Kenya, where there's been an overhaul or a reshuffling rather of the police service attached to the Presidential Security Unit due to a breach that occurred during a public event with President William Ruto. Actually, the head of the Presidential Security Detail has been removed. Someone else was recalled as commandant of the Presidential Escort Unit. He was recalled to police headquarters. Someone else was also sent on leave pending requirement. It was a deputy commandant. So there is a new deputy commandant. There is a new leader of the Presidential Security Detail Sub-Unit. These changes actually happened due to the fact that the president was on stage addressing the people at an event, and a young man just waltzed past the security and ran to hug the president, talking to him, whispering in his ear. One could say the president tried to keep up kind of like a happy face when that was happening, but he wasn't very, very happy about that. Should we really blame the security detail here? I mean, this is a citizen of the country who just wants to have a tete-a-tete with his president.
It is only in Africa that we protect our oppressors. That Ruto was named the most corrupt leader in the whole world last year. Last year, that man, that Kenyan president, the most corrupt, number one, the whole world. Yet, look at how they are trying to protect him like a god. What were the young man that went to, was he carrying a gun or knife? No, tell me. Because of that small incident, they want to change everything, everybody, as if the man is invisible. Can you just imagine? That is what we do. We see African leaders as God. Nobody should come close to them. Nobody should talk to them. They are, in fact, they are next to God, or even God themselves. Meanwhile, in the Western world, you see leaders shaking hands with their people in a roadside, shaking hands with their people. These are things that irritate me. When you get into office, you now turn yourself into a god, as if you were not with them the other day. What is the meaning of all that rubbish? They can't go close to him and all that, protecting him and all that. Meanwhile, this man, the most corrupt up to today, nobody have challenged. Maybe this year now, he may retain the position or somebody will take over from Africa. These are the people we are protecting. Okay, the people that you swore to protect, are you protecting them? Because when they go into office, when they want to inaugurate them, the first thing they do is to protect the constitution and protect the welfare of the citizens. Protect life and property. That's the first thing every leader swore when they want to get into office. Are they doing it? But you, the citizen, will not be the one protecting the president.
Well, that's the reason why the president's security detail are there to protect him. So if there is a breach of security, I mean, it's not as if they are being punished. It's just a reshuffling. So, okay, you know what? We cannot do your job. Leave. And let someone else come and try to protect the president.
It doesn't warrant all this noise making. You want to reshuffle because of an incident. I mean, it doesn't warrant it. It's only here that some of those things are taken as a big deal. I just told you here, is it true or false that Western leaders shake their people in a gathering? In a gathering. What is all this big deal? Making them look like they are superior human beings. Superior human beings that nobody should come close to, nobody should talk to them and all that. Overprotection. And that is why some of these African leaders feel like they are God. They feel so superior to you that, in fact, you can't even look at them in the face. And this gave them the impetus to do whatever they want to do to you without caring. Because they don't regard you. When you treat them this way and make them feel so superior, so bloated, they will not see you as a human being. They will trample on you, do whatever they like against you, and you will not talk. Meanwhile, they are your servant too. They are your servants. Your welfare and protection is their number one priority. Are they doing it? Yet, you worship them. You pamper them. You treat them like a god. Is that not why they are failing? The reverse is the case. The person that's supposed to protect you and your life is the one that you are now protecting. Why will he now regard you when you don't know your rights?
All right, then. I want to thank you for joining us on the African News this afternoon. Thank you very much for your analysis and your perspectives.
My pleasure.
You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People television. Still ahead, India advises against travel to DRC, Uganda, South Sudan over Ebola outbreak. This and more stories coming your way after this break. Join us again.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome back. Uganda has confirmed 2 more cases of Ebola, bringing the country's total to 7, according to a statement by the Health Ministry today. Both new patients are Ugandan health workers at a private facility in the city, Kampala. This follows 3 other cases confirmed in Uganda on Saturday. The outbreak's epicenter is in Ituri province in neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo, which borders Uganda. The World Health Organization declared the outbreak of the rare Bundibugyo strain a public health emergency of international concern last week. WHO Chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said on Sunday there have been more than 900 suspected cases so far, including 101 confirmed cases. On Saturday, the Red Cross paid tributes to 3 volunteers believed to have died of Ebola after contracting the virus while handling bodies in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The International Federation of Red Cross and Red Christian Societies said Ajiko Chandiru Viviane, Cesabo Katanabo, and Alikana Udumusi Augustine were likely infected during dead body management on March 27. The mission was unrelated to Ebola, and the outbreak had not yet been identified at the time. The volunteers based in Ituri province died on May 5, 15, and 16. The Bundibugyo strain of Ebola, which has no approved vaccine or treatment, was declared a public health emergency of international concern by the WHO on Sunday. The IFRC said unsafe burials remain a leading driver of transmissions as bodies of Ebola victims remain highly infectious after death. In the meantime, India's health ministry is advising citizens to avoid non-essential travel to the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, and South Sudan due to the ongoing Ebola outbreak in parts of Africa. The ministry urged Indians currently in those countries to follow local health guidance and take extra precautions. The advisory comes 6 days after the World Health Organization declared the outbreak in DRC and Uganda a public health emergency of international concern. The WHO said the outbreak caused by the Bundibugyo virus is not a pandemic emergency, but it warned that the number of suspected cases and reported deaths suggests the outbreak could be larger than detected, with significant risk of regional spread. In an unfortunate development, at least 28 people are dead after a landslide hit an illegal gold mining site in Angola's northwestern Bengal province. Local authorities said 4 people were rescued from the site as search operations have now been completed. The victims, aged between 16 and 35, died in Saturday's accident, according to Provincial Civil Protection and Fire Services. Illegal mining in Angola has historically focused on diamonds, but a push to diversify mining has driven a boom in artisanal gold and other metals as diamond prices fall and synthetic stones rise. Now we take you straight to the world of business on the African news. The South African rand strengthened in early trade on Monday, supported by falling oil prices and hopes of progress in U.S.-Iran peace talks. At 5:41 GMT, the rand traded at 16.34 to the dollar, up 0.8% from Friday's close. Oil hit 2-week low on optimism that Washington and Tehran were moving closer to a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, despite disagreement on key issues. On Saturday, President Donald Trump said the U.S. and Iran had largely reached an understanding that would reopen the strait, which carries a fifth of global oil and LNG shipments. Local focus now turns to the South African Reserve Bank's interest rate decision on Thursday. Economists at Nedbank expect a 25 basis point hike that will take the repo rate to 7% and the prime rate to 10.5%. Meanwhile, South African retailer Pick n Pay swung to a pre-tax profit for the year ended March 1, citing stronger performance from its value chain Boxer and an improvement in net funding interest. The company reported profit before tax and capital items of 360 million rand, or about $22 million. That compares to a loss of 237 million rand in the prior year. Officials said the turnaround was driven by $681 million rand positive swing in net funding interest. This was partly offset by 74 million rand drop in consolidated trading profit. And now to sports. Morocco's King Mohammed VI has pardoned 18 Senegal supporters convicted of hooliganism during the Africa Cup of Nations final in Rabat earlier this year, according to the Royal Palace. The fans were sentenced in April to between 3 months and a year for charges including violence against security forces, throwing objects, damaging stadium infrastructure, and attempting to invade the pitch after a VAR-awarded penalty to Morocco. Some have already been released after serving part of their sentences. The incident occurred after Senegal walked off in practice but returned 14 minutes later. Morocco missed the penalty and Senegal won the match 1-0. In March, the Confederation of African Football upheld Morocco's appeal over the result. Morocco was declared champion and Senegal was stripped of the title. Meanwhile, South Africa's Mamelodi Sundowns claimed the Africa Champions League title on Sunday, drawing 1-1 at Morocco's Royal Armed Forces to win 2-1 on aggregate. The hosts took the lead in the 40th minute with a penalty from Captain Mohamed Hirimat, leveling the tie after Sundowns' 1-0 first leg win in Pretoria. But Teboho Mokoena struck back in first half stoppage time with a thunderous shot from the edge of the box that beat goalkeeper Ahmed Tegnauti and hit the underside of the bar on its way in. Pirimat missed the second penalty with 15 minutes left as Sundowns held on. The win gives the South African side its second Champions League crown after 2016. It also secures qualification for both the Intercontinental Cup and the 2029 Club World Cup. The victory is redemption for Sundowns after a shock final loss to Egypt's Pyramid FC last season. For Portuguese coach Miguel Cardoso, its third time lucky after losing finals in 2024 with Tunisia's Esperance and last year with the Sundowns. In athletics, Ethiopia's Mohamed Issa won the men's Cape Town Marathon on Sunday in a course record time of 2 hours, 4 minutes, 55 seconds, marking the fastest marathon ever run on African soil. Issa finished just ahead of compatriot Yehilungun Adane, who ran 2 hours, 4 minutes and 59 seconds, with Kenya's Kalipus Lomwai third in 2 hours, 5 minutes and 6 seconds. Both runners set personal best. Twice Olympic champion Eliud Kipchoge of Kenya finished 16th. Ethiopia also took the women's title with Dera Dida Yami winning in 2 hours, 23 minutes and 18 seconds. Mestawut Fikir and Waganesh Mikasha completed an Ethiopian sweep, finishing second and third. Organizers say this year's race is the final assessment before Cape Town applies to join the World Marathon Majors in 2027. The series includes London, New York, Boston, Chicago, Berlin, Sydney, and Tokyo. Last year's event was cancelled due to high winds. And that's all on the African news. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms we are at Vop TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to the number 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email. It's news@vop.ng. I am Chioma Innocent. Good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the top, with the sport.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hi, good afternoon and welcome to Health Check on Voice of the People Television. My name is Praise Peters and it is always a pleasure having you join us on the show. You can also watch us live on Vop TV, on YouTube and on SLTV channel 264, wherever you are watching from. Well, today is a new episode and trust us to bring you new exciting topics on the medical space, of course. So today we are looking at a conversation that sits at the heart of family, life, society itself. And we often celebrate birth. When we see a new mother, there is a way we are always, very happy. Some people, they're with powder and all of that. All of those excitements, really. But that's not all there is to it. There are some in-depth things that we are also meant to look at when we come to celebration of new babies, when it comes to celebrating motherhood. Behind all of that celebration, there is a journey that many women really go through quietly and sometimes very, very dangerously. So today we are focusing on maternal health and not just pregnancy, but everything that surrounds it, before, during, and after. And maybe the real question is, are we paying enough attention to the woman, the pregnant woman, or the one who just gave birth, or the one that is going to conceive very soon? Or are we just only, focused on the outcome of our journey, which is what? the baby. So this is what we're talking about today. And joining me today to dissect this is Dr. Charles Adiogun, a wellness physician and public health advocate. And it would interest you to know that Dr. Charles Adiogun has written about this particular topic of conversation, postpartum depression and all of that. But we'll get to know about it as we dive into the show today. So thank you so much, Doctor, for coming on the show.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's so good to have you here. Thank you so much for coming. All right, let's delve right into it. Let me start from something very, very simple, because when people hear maternal health, all they think about is pregnancy. And I don't want to believe that maternal health is all about pregnancy, And a lot of people do not really understand these things. We only know about the basic things that we see, which is, pregnancy and all of that. And we tend to forfeit the actual health of the woman, knowing that the woman's health is delicate generally. So medically speaking, what does maternal health really mean in simple terms? What do people need to understand that they do not realize about maternal health?
Thank you very much. Maternal health simply refers to the health of a woman associated with motherhood. So anything maternal refers to the role of a woman as a mother. So anything antepartum, meaning prior to pregnancy, intrapartum during
pregnancy,
delivery, relating to delivery, and then postpartum, meaning after delivery. Because the term parturition refers to birthing, delivery, child delivery. So maternal health challenges and maternal health issues transcends all these phases. So it's important that the mother is monitored prior to delivery, during delivery, and even post-delivery. So it's not just enough for the baby to be out and everybody thinks that is all it takes to be a mother.
Well, I think you're really going far already, right? You're really diving into it already. But when a woman gets pregnant, let's start from there. It's all exciting. Hi, I'm pregnant. I'm not talking about. Okay, let's not go there. Okay, I'm talking about the people that are really, really excited about their pregnancies and all of that. It's an exciting moment. But beyond the excitement, what really realistically changes in the body of the woman?
So there are a lot of physiological changes. First and foremost, pregnancy isn't an illness, so it's a physiological state. And a lot of things happen in terms of general circulation, cardiovascular system, changes, and then also you find out that a lot of symptoms, accompany the pregnant state. And typically, when a woman is pregnant, you may find out that she presents in certain ways that were actually different from
before
how she was in her non-pregnant state. And some of these symptoms, for some people are what actually indicates the need to test for pregnancy. Yeah. The early morning sickness, the nausea, the fatigue, dizzy spells, cravings, altering cravings for different kinds of foods.
Increase in weight.
Yeah, increase in weight, then fluid retention. These are all things that you actually do see in the pregnant state. But basically, it's important to realize that when all these changes happen, a professional referred to as the obstetrician, is very important in care of pregnancy, because that specialty that has to do with everything relating to pregnancy, from the moment pregnancy is confirmed up to delivery and even post-delivery. Because delivery, your pregnancy does not end completely at delivery. It does end after the puerperal period. There's something we call the puerperium. That is 6 weeks post-delivery. That is when the chapter of a particular pregnancy officially ends.
Not even when the baby just comes out.
Not even when the baby comes out, yes. So in the puerperium, a lot of complications can still happen in the puerperium. In the puerperium, you can have people still undergo certain issues that have come up during pregnancy. And then some of those issues may even outlive the puerperal period. So it's very essential that, the woman is still monitored closely. And that is why we normally recommend the 6 weeks postnatal visits. That is mandatory post-delivery for both mother and child.
What about antenatal?
Antenatal refers to the care that you receive prior to delivery. So antenatal period, nowadays for me, I always tell them that once your pregnancy is confirmed, your antenatal period has
Started. You know, some
So-
people might want to delay it,
Yes,
like
till
nothing is
3
wrong with
months,
me yet.
yes. But I've
Yes.
noticed, from what I see in our environment, that could be potentially dangerous.
Hmm.
Because for some people who are first timers in pregnancy, sometimes they don't know what to expect. Sometimes they don't have a mother to counsel them. Sometimes, their busy schedule is still taking a toll on them. So they don't know the things to watch out for. And then they run into problems like chronic stress. They start spotting in early pregnancy. They do not know that certain drugs that were appropriate when they were not pregnant are inappropriate at this time.
Exactly. You know, it is very, very important to put it out that one pregnancy could be different from the other.
Of course.
So some people might even no two pregnancies
They
are the same. Because some people may be
Yes.
like, I've given birth to 4. This is not new to me, and then they feel like they can take good care of themselves very well. So please, I want you to emphasize on the fact that every pregnancy actually needs the same amount of care as the first.
Yeah, every pregnancy is unique because every pregnancy comes with peculiar symptoms and peculiar manifestations. In some pregnancies, some people would say they vomited all through the pregnancy.
Yeah.
Some people would say, oh, I wasn't even feeling nauseous at all in this pregnancy, but I have a lot of heartburn, I have constipation, in as much as these are common findings in pregnancy, but you never can predict how a particular pregnancy would present. And in certain pregnancies, you never had blood pressure as an issue, but it becomes an issue in a particular pregnancy.
Mm.
So you know that, things present differently, and that is why you would need proper guidance and professional evaluation, for each pregnancy. But for me, I think it's important to put it out there that if you wait till 3 months, as most people wait for before going to
That's
the
the
hospital.
end of the first trimester.
Yeah, that's when most people officially go to the hospital and say, oh, I want to register for antenatal and all that. A lot of things can go wrong. People lose their pregnancies even before the end of the first trimester. So if you go to take a medication that is inappropriate for you, your child may develop congenital anomalies. Then secondly, you may even take some medications that can cause some permanent changes in your child. For instance, if you take tetracycline, you can get tetracycline staining, of the teeth. Then you can also have the gray baby syndrome from chloramphenicol. There are many things that...
All of these incorporated in the first trimester?
Yes, because the first trimester, in a way, is actually the most important trimester.
Wow, is
because
that delicate?
Yes, because that is when you have what is called organogenesis. Organs are formed. A lot of multi-systemic development is going on. And that is when malformations happen. So you don't want a situation where that most crucial foundational phase of pregnancy, something goes wrong there. Because any other thing that happens in pregnancy till delivery is essentially growth and development of what was preformed in the first trimester.
Yeah.
So if anything goes wrong in the first trimester, then a lot of things has gone wrong already.
Wow. And it says a lot about how the woman should take good care of herself before pregnancy.
Absolutely.
So that by the time she's pregnant, she's not deficient of some of these things.
Yes. So for me, I still put it out there that please self-medication is a no-no in pregnancy. And I think a lot of women that are into cosmetics too are not aware that vitamin A is embryotoxic and it harms your baby. It can make you have congenital anomalies. Congenital anomalies are problems in development or problems in formation of important body structures, that a child is born with. So if you use vitamin A, during pregnancy, especially in the first trimester, or even any phase of pregnancy, you may have embryotoxic effects of vitamin A.
Wow.
And a lot of women that are into cosmetics have a lot to do with retinol. Retinol, isotretinoin, all those components, precursors of, vitamin A and all that. You come in contact with it in cosmetics because they really help you with wrinkles and all that, and to keep a clear face. But you've been using all these products prior to pregnancy, but the moment you decide to conceive or have a child, or you're serious about conception, then you should stay off those products. And you should stay off them throughout the length of your pregnancy period so that you reduce the risk of congenital malformations.
So all of these things, right, you can incorporate them into complications in pregnancies. And most of the time we meet with these particular conditions, and sometimes we even have to be, extra careful whilst, during pregnancy and even after pregnancy. So let's broaden this, okay? What are the most common avoidable gaps, that can lead to maternal complications, and how can they be taken care of before escalation?
Okay, first and foremost, if a woman is of childbearing age and she intends to have children, first and foremost, to reduce complications, and when you say complications now, you're talking of complications relating to pregnancy, relating to the mother and the child.
Yeah.
So you want a healthy baby, by all means.
We also want a healthy mother.
Yeah, you want a healthy mother. So you don't want a baby that will be born with one issue or the other. Research has shown that maternal age is a very crucial aspect of developing certain malformations in children.
Really?
Certain children are born with Down syndrome, for instance. Advanced maternal age has been a key predictor of a woman who is likely to have a Down syndrome baby. So women having children after the age of 35, the risk increases. That is not to say that you cannot have a woman who is less than 35 that will have a Down syndrome baby. But overall, the chances are higher in women aged 35 and beyond. And then,
so how early? How early then?
A woman's body is ready for conception and childbearing as from the age of 18 upwards. If you have a normal body development, and then, you grow properly like you're expected to, your pelvis is adequate to carry a child. But when you have, delayed conception, or you find a woman aged 35 and above, the chances are higher. Or a woman that's already had a Down syndrome baby previously, the chance is higher that it can happen again, because it's a chromosomal anomaly, and then we've associated it with increased maternal age. So definitely that's something to look out for. Then secondly, it's also advisable that most intending mothers must start folic acid supplementation early.
Folic acid, yes.
So folic acid supplementation is very key because it helps you to prepare your body for fertility. And also you have to start it early in the first trimester because you don't want what we call neural tube defects. Neural tube defects are very, very common occurrence in women who are deficient in folic acid. And then you find out that the child develops those neural tube defects. Then another important thing to watch out for is sugar issues in pregnancy. Gestational diabetes is a thing. It is diabetes that is pregnancy associated. In the non-pregnant state, the blood sugar was fine, but now that the woman is pregnant, she finds out that it's skyrocketing, and this spike in blood sugar puts the baby at risk of a number of things. First and foremost, the child may also have congenital anomalies like what we call sacral agenesis, cardiac anomalies. Children can be born with those kind of problems. And then you can also find out that babies born to diabetic mothers are big in size. We call it fetal macrosomia. The baby is big in size, 4 kg and beyond. And all this can also potentially put the baby at risk of hypoglycemia, put the baby at risk of birth injuries. You can imagine trying to give birth to a very big baby. You can have what we call shoulder dystocia. The head comes out, the shoulder is difficult to deliver. And then you can have clavicular fracture, you can have Erb's palsy, upper trunk and lower trunk injuries, affecting the upper limb of the child. So all these are potential problems that are associated with certain conditions the mother has that was not properly managed, in
there's
pregnancy.
actually this case, and it has happened over time. Cases of people who have never been pregnant, and on their first pregnancy, they already have fibroid. So what could cause that?
But fibroid is something that it's okay. What is fibroid? So fibroid is actually like a non-cancerous growth in the womb. It is not cancerous, but it grows in the womb, and it is very, very sensitive to estrogens and the female hormone, and it can grow very, very rapidly in the reproductive age bracket. And a lot of Black women or women of African descent are particularly vulnerable to this. And another important factor to realize is that it can even grow bigger in pregnancy. Yes. So you can find out that when these fibroids are present, they don't necessarily stop fertility, but they can complicate issues depending on the location of the fibroids, because fibroids are defined, or are named based on where they are found. You have the submucosal fibroid, you have the intramural fibroid, you have the subserosal fibroid. So depending on where they are found, they are named. And depending on their sizes, they can also determine what presentation you see. So when they are so big and they're occupying space, they're competing for space with the developing child. And you can imagine the child not having enough space. So that means there can be what we call intrauterine growth restriction. So that means that the baby may not have enough space to actually grow. So the child may seem a bit smaller for gestational age. And then you can also find out that depending on the location of the fibroid, you can also determine the kind of delivery the woman may have. So if it is lower down towards the cervical area, there's no point in you trying to force a vaginal delivery because you would need to deliver via cesarean
So are you
section.
saying that fibroid cannot really be avoided in a woman?
Most women of African descent in their childbearing age do have fibroids, but it's the size that matters. Some people have the size of a peanut, you know, or orange seed, and some people can have the size of a 4 kg baby. So they can even be massive, and they can have multiple fibroids. So it can determine the type of delivery. It can determine intrauterine growth restriction, and then it can also determine how long a woman bleeds for post-delivery. Because it's not going to give you that good contraction, uterine contraction you require to stop bleeding because it's occupying space in the uterus.
All right, let's move into something that is really, really important, something that a whole lot of women actually suffer, yet not many people, especially the men or the husbands, understands this, which is postpartum depression, right? So a lot of attention goes into pregnancy and childbirth, but after the baby arrives, the attention tends to reduce significantly. So why does what does postpartum depression look like in the first few weeks after delivery? How can it be managed? What's it really about?
So postpartum depression, you know, is almost like a behavioral or emotional change that happens in a woman immediately after birth. And then it can be, you know, noticed if there's a high index of suspicion for it. But when public enlightenment about it or education about it is limited, you find out that people don't seem to understand what is wrong with the woman. Everybody believes you have a bundle of joy in your arms and you're supposed to be excited, you're supposed to be happy, you're supposed to be, you know, just everywhere in the skies. But it looks like it's the reverse in the case of a woman undergoing postpartum depression. She feels overwhelmed, she feels emotionally down, she feels emotionally drained, she feels misunderstood, and then she feels uninterested sometimes in the care of the newborn. So everybody now thinks, this is your baby, what is the problem? You don't even want to cuddle your baby. You have problem with lactating, you have problem with bonding with the baby. You know, those are part of the challenges that you can see. And for people who have little or limited knowledge about this, they may be a bit critical of the woman and they may even be adding to the emotional burden she's already experiencing. Because pregnancy in itself, yes, it's a physiological condition. It is not a disease condition, but it can be emotionally, what's the word?
Draining?
I don't want to use the word draining. It can be emotionally tasking.
Yes, this is a bundle of joy, of joy.
Yeah, so it can be emotionally tasking, you know, and you find out that women go through this intense 9 months period that, you know, it's a mixture of emotions, you know, the joyful, the down times, and then the frustrations. You know, you don't even know what to eat sometimes. You don't even know what position to lie in. You are constipated. You have swollen feet.
And you just cannot place it.
You just cannot place it. You are nauseous. Foods you love normally becomes a problem for you, and you're craving for something that is weird. And then occasionally sleep becomes a problem, the panting, you know, easy exertion, you know, all these things, you know, they come with so many things. And then coupled with the fact that you're anticipating what kind of delivery you're having, especially for first time, as you've seen things in the movies, probably have elder sisters or aunties. You know that
everybody's giving you a piece of their minds or their own knowledge.
Exactly. I know pregnancy. That labor is not fun. So
we have to put that out.
So you don't know what to expect. And then you are sometimes at a loss at how things will present. So you don't even know how it will pan out. So there's a bit of anxiety to it. And then eventually when the baby does come, you're now trying to, especially for a first-time mother, how do I carry the child? The child is too fragile. I don't want to hurt the child. You don't even know how to handle the child. You don't know how to position the child. And then sleep disturbances when the child cries at night. How many times you need to feed the child changing diapers. You know, it's quite a lot.
Now that you describe it, I can feel the overwhelming feeling already.
Yes, it can be.
mean,
Yeah, it
that's
can be
so
overwhelming,
much.
and then
That's
they
a
need a
lot.
lot of support at this time. But depending also
So what
on
can be done really?
depending on the complications that came with the pregnancy, because some pregnancies are really, really quite, draining in terms of because sometimes the woman may need to have been hospitalized way beyond before her delivery. Because if she is a woman that has a bad obstetric history, meaning that maybe she's had plenty miscarriages in the past and this is a precious baby, she may be hospitalized for a very long time prior to delivery. So that also comes with a lot of emotional turmoil to it. So at the end of the day, you just find out that such women, all they need first and foremost is acceptance, and very supportive spouses, supportive family members. They don't need anybody to be critical of them. They don't need anybody to tell them, what to do and how not to do things.
Yes.
But rather
Take it easy with them.
be as supportive as possible.
Yeah, patience.
Especially for new mothers is very important because you want them to not see the child as a problem. Because when everybody is critical of you and you're like, is it because I have a child? If I didn't have a child, nobody would be critical of me this way. So
Women can be very emotional.
Yeah, so you can actually now associate the child as part of your stressor. So you don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah, so it's very important that, we give all the support and all the experienced mothers in the form of the mother of the woman and the mother-in-law may also play a crucial role in seeing her through that phase of motherhood, reassuring her that this thing you're going through is actually normal and it is expected. And I think something that brings up a lot of stress for women is when they don't lactate early too. It brings up a lot of burden for them. Why am I not lactating? I've given birth, but the breast milk is not flowing as it should. It can happen in some situations.
Is that normal?
It could happen, and all you just need is reassurance, a little change in the diet, and there are one or two things that the obstetrician can also, recommend for them to use, that can assist in lactation. But first and foremost, always make sure that you always put your baby to breast, because the suckling reflex of the baby is actually part of what would stimulate the milk ejection reflex, which is hormonal regulated, is hormone regulated. And at the end of the day, if you breastfeed your baby well, you'll be doing both yourself and your baby a lot of good. Because you'll be transmitting good immunoglobulins to your child that keeps your child healthy. Your child and yourself would bond better. And your uterine involution period would be more rapid. So your uterus is going to return to the original size quickly, when you do breastfeed. So it's very important for you to breastfeed because you would also be reducing your chances of breast cancer as a woman if you breastfeed appropriately. Yeah, so exclusive breastfeeding is what we emphasize or enforce, that you should do 6 months exclusive breastfeeding, no water, nothing but breast milk. Then after 6 months...
This could be a lot on the mother.
Yes, but...
especially when you have a child that, eats a lot.
Yeah, it could be a lot, but the benefits for the child is amazing.
Okay,
amazing,
so when you think
massive.
of that, just sacrifice it.
Yeah, let it be something that motivates you to do the needful. Yes.
Wow. All right, you've been talking about pregnancies and all of that. Let's talk about people like us. Right, people like us that we're yet to, go through that phase. So what should women, like single women or people that are going to get pregnant in a couple of years or very soon, what should they ideally be aware of before getting pregnant? What kind of medical checks should we go for to be sure that we are safe and we're taking good care of ourselves, knowing that a woman's body hides a whole lot of things until later when it comes to complications, sickness and all of that, hormones and also how should we really take care of ourselves in advance?
Okay, so a woman who intends to have children must try as much as possible to be very health conscious. She must pay attention to her menstrual cycle, most importantly, the regularity of the periods, the regularity of ovulation, and if she has some irregularities in her period, she should see a gynecologist immediately because menstrual irregularities, we've talked about PCOS on this show before, and one of the manifestations are irregular periods or no periods at all. And then you could also have anovulatory cycles. Those are kind of cycles where ovulation does not occur. So you really need to be sure that all those are on board. If you are overweight and you can't explain why you're overweight, you get screened for PCOS And then also check your thyroid function, because thyroid dysfunction has also been shown to be responsible for menstrual irregularities, which ultimately can affect your fertility. Then also, a woman who intends to conceive soon or who is trying to conceive must also go for relevant investigations of the, involving the full hormonal panel. You need to be sure that you don't have high prolactin levels. You need to be sure you know your FSH and LH levels. You also want to do your HSG to know, assess for tubal patency, that your fallopian tubes are patent, because with blocked fallopian tubes, achieving fertilization will be a Herculean task. Then also you want to make sure that you know how your uterus is, and there are no structural anomalies that can impede, normal growth of the fetus.
Wow.
Then you also want to be sure that your progesterone levels are optimal, because progesterone is a very important hormone that helps to maintain pregnancy. Because most people, when they're deficient in progesterone, they can actually get pregnant, but the pregnancy will be short-lived, so they have miscarriages. You hear about spotting, spontaneous
And they would
spotting.
think it's
They don't
village
know
people.
why. They would think it's village people, or probably somebody that they quarreled with, or somebody who is not happy about their marriage,
Yeah,
and
right.
all that. So these things, you need to investigate them, because sometimes, in fact, most of the time, if you don't investigate, you wouldn't know. How would you look at somebody and know they have blocked tubes, for instance? You
Exactly.
can never know. And how will you look at somebody and say, oh, this one has low progesterone? There's no
Because
way
a
you would
woman
know.
can be going through a lot inside and not show it outside.
Exactly. And just like other health challenges that are unrelated to reproductive health,
Yeah.
not everything is actually what presents physically as a symptom externally that you can appreciate.
Mhm.
So these tests are very, very important. So that's why you have important fertility investigations that are mandatory to be done, for you to actually know, okay, where the deficiencies are, and then how to correct them so that your chances of conception are higher.
I think we should really do better in taking care of ourselves as women, right? Because we do not really pay attention to these
No,
things.
we don't.
We just leave everything to
Chance.
yes, to by God's grace. And yes, the grace of God is definitely there for us. But now let's channel this back to the pregnancy stage. Okay. Now, our everyday lives, we need to pay attention to our nutrition. I mean, you always emphasize on our nutrition, our sleep, stress level, workload, and all of that. How much do these particular lifestyle factors affect the pregnancy stage or expecting mothers?
So stress, as we've said, on several occasions, pro-inflammatory, causes high stress hormone levels, drops your immune system.
I'm sorry, and to think that pregnant women are usually advised, if they do 9 to 5, they are advised to stop and all of that. Is it really that critical when it comes to pregnancy
Yes,
stage?
because especially in the early phase of pregnancy, you don't want to have an early pregnancy loss via miscarriage, because stress has been a key indicator of predicting, the outcome of a pregnancy, especially when you have a precious baby. You've been trying to get pregnant for a long time, then you finally get one. You don't want stress to be a factor that would make you have a negative outcome. That's number one. Then number two, you should also try as much as possible to register early for antenatal if it's a precious baby, so that, you are under surveillance, close surveillance from the beginning. So nothing is amiss, nothing goes wrong. Then stress has also been linked to depression in your immune system, and you don't want to have any kind of infection in early pregnancy.
Wow.
Because we actually have some infections that a woman can have that can cross the placenta and get to the baby and reduce your chances of having a healthy baby. So there's an acronym that we used to remember. We call it TORCHES. TORCHES. TORCHES.
Okay, I'm learning.
Okay, so those infections, they can actually be transmitted to your unborn child and then give you a negative outcome. So the T is toxoplasmosis, TO toxoplasmosis. This is an infection that comes from exposure to, waste of cats and pets, especially cats, caused by toxoplasma. You can have intracranial calcification, in the unborn child, and then you can have a negative pregnancy outcome and preterm labor, preterm delivery, and all that. Mind you, term refers to 37 weeks. 37 to 42 weeks. So normally, as from 37 weeks, a woman is expected to be safe to deliver. Most women deliver around 40 weeks. So anything after 42 weeks is called post-term, you know? So where you may need to now induce labor or end the pregnancy because of other complications that can also arise. So toxoplasmosis, yes, is one of the touches infection. Then you have rubella or German measles as another possible infection that can be transmitted. Then you have cytomegalovirus, you have your HIV, hepatitis, herpes, you know, that can also cross to the unborn child. Then you have syphilis, which is an STI, you know, that can also be transmitted to the unborn child. And all this can have terrible complications on the baby, ranging from congenital cataracts to deafness to, you know, even pregnancy loss.
How about proper nutrition?
Proper nutrition, of course, that's mandatory. You know, you need to have proper nutrition because you're eating for two now. You know, you're eating for two, and you must make sure that you're getting all the right nutrition that will support your pregnancy and make your baby grow optimally. Then, of course, you would need to be on the right supplementation because no matter what you eat in your pregnancy state, you need to still supplement certain important nutrients, which may range from your iron levels to, because there's a type of anemia that is associated with pregnancy. So you need to correct that. So you will need to have your iron, you need to have your folic acid, your B complexes, you need to be on your calcium. Some supplements even come with your omega-3s, you know, to make sure that the normal brain development of the child is supported, good eye health, vision health of the child too, you know, is supported. And then you also need to you know, be physically active, moderately. You know, you don't say because I'm pregnant, I'm not an egg, I can't move. You know, you understand? So you still need to do...
Lots of women can really take advantage of that. Let's not expose ourselves.
So you need to stay physically active moderately in a reasonable fashion. And then you also need to make sure that you are very good on your fruits and veggies and fiber because some of the pregnancy hormones may reduce the motility of your intestine, so you may be prone to constipation. So you may not have frequent bowel motions, but when you are heavy on fluid intake, hydration, and then being on high fiber diets, you're going to move your bowel better.
Amazing. All right, this has been a very wonderful conversation. But before we go, we're out of time. But before we go, I just want, just in 1 minute, what do you want people to understand about maternal health that they've always been having misconceptions about? And how will you encourage families and all of that have people going through postpartum depression, how to encourage them and all of that? Just in 1 minute, just say something to people about maternal health and how to better take good care of themselves.
So first and foremost, in summary, once you've confirmed your pregnancy, the journey has started. So first and foremost, register early for antenatal. Secondly, adhere to all instructions given by your medical practitioner. Thirdly, self-medication is a no-no. Then you need to listen to advice. When you successfully carry pregnancy to term and it's now time to deliver, please listen to your medical professionals. Your medical professional will engage you in a very important discussion as to the mode of delivery that is suitable for you. If you're a short-statured woman and you have a narrow pelvis and they tell you, please, because of cephalopelvic disproportion, you may not be able to have a normal delivery, you go for a CS. That is not the time to claim you're a Hebrew woman. That is not the time for you to say you're going to church or a religious facility or whatever it's called, and you're expecting a miracle to happen when we know that your pelvis is not adequate to accommodate your baby. You should know your fetal weight well ahead of time. There's something we call pelvimetry that helps to measure the size of your pelvis. And then when you do your scan, we're able to see the dimensions of your baby in terms of your estimated fetal weight. We're able to predict, can this baby pass through this pelvis? So once they tell you that is not the case, or you have other complications like placenta previa or vasa previa or whatever placentation issue you may have that may make normal vaginal delivery impossible, please listen to instruction. Emphasis on the please now, because we are begging you to do the needful. Because if you push yourself because you want to prove your allegiance to a particular culture or tradition or religion, and you put your life on the line or your child's life on the line, you only have yourself to blame.
You have yourself to blame for it. Well, thank you so much. Listen to instructions, listen to instructions, listen to instructions. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles Adiogun, for this wonderful insights today. Thank you so much for sharing from your wealth of knowledge, really.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, and that brings us to the end of today's edition of Health Check. I'm sure we've learned a lot. You can also watch this episode again on VOP TV Live and on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV Live on YouTube. And yes, as we leave today, please remember this. Your maternal health is not only about birth, it is about protecting the woman who makes life possible. I am Praise Peters, and until next week, where we'll be bringing another exciting episode of our medical health check discussions. Please stay safe, stay healthy, and have a beautiful day.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EVI premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not printing at all, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I, with you in mind
We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
As the 2027 general election draws closer, the Alliance for Democratic Rights has called on government officials to uphold democratic values by drawing lessons from past leaders, including Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, and late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. In a statement, the group's national president Andy Chooks and national secretary Suleiman Funtua expressed concern over alleged interference by the presidency in the internal affairs of opposition political parties, warning that such actions could undermine Nigeria's multi-party system ahead of the 2027 general elections. The organization also urged the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amukbiton, to uphold electoral integrity ahead of the forthcoming polls. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this development.
In as much as the president is the person to appoint INEC chairman, there's nothing anybody will do to change the narrative, because he who called the piper dictates the tone. If it were to be well democracy is being practiced, the presidency doesn't have any hand in choosing who will handle the electoral umpire, like CBN governors, chief of army staff, police chief, and the rest of them. They don't have power on all those things. So when you call somebody to do a work, you are the one that appoint him or her. That person must do your biddings, irrespective of anything. If we call it compromising, that's a normal thing. It has been happening, and it will keep happening. So the issue of President Tinubu appointing INEC chairman is a free and fair entry for him. That's not anybody can do.
I would say when election wants to go on like this, immediately people are voting, they should be maybe uploading it directly.
As the 2027 election draws closer, many are calling for accountability, independence of electoral institutions, and a level playing field for all political parties. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, I'm about that shaking man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Across several regions of Nigeria, communities continue to grapple with insurgency, banditry, and kidnappings, raising fresh concerns over whether increased defense spending is truly translating into improved safety for citizens. The security crisis shows no clear signs of abating in 2026. Reports indicate that no fewer than 1,091 lives have been lost to violent attacks. Additionally, about 3.7 million Nigerians have been displaced, now scattered across nearly 3,900 camps nationwide. In recent development, at least 23 people were killed and 108 others injured following a series of suspected suicide bombings in Maiduguri, one of the deadliest attacks in the Borno state capital in recent times. These troubling figures continue to raise a critical question: what can be done to end insecurity in Nigeria? Responding, Nigeria's Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima restated the federal government's resolve to defeat terrorism, declaring that those behind recent attacks in the country will be decisively confronted. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this growing concern.
The federal government, that's one of their major role in keeping
the safety of Nigerians, as in they have to be very, very, very active in keeping the safety of Nigerians, because that's one of their major priority. So, and again, as we individual, you have to be very, very vigilant. If you see someone that is not familiar with in your area or in your environment, you have to alert the security operations, because you can see if sometimes you might be in your street and you see some new strange faces around you. So when you see such thing, at least you can call the security or maybe the vigilantes in your area. So with this, we can be able to curb the insecurity in our area.
The government should step up its action against it. Especially, I believe that the government has the capacity to do that. There was a time they were talking about state police. They need to hurry up in this issue of state police to equip them effectively, because the state police are people that will be taken from the indigenes, people that are familiar with the terrain. So this kind of people can easily understand what's going on around them. They can easily arrest the situation, because it has gone to the level that the insecurity issue cannot be downplayed.
Everybody is feeling the pains here and there. The security is, in fact, is a major issue that I pray that our president and his men will be able to tackle, so that Nigeria be more safer. Because without insecurity, the economy cannot really move. And without insecurities, nobody can be at peace. Without insecurity, even government itself will not be at rest. So we pray that sincerely this government will have the courage to tackle the insecurity aspect. Once that is settled, I know Nigeria will be better.
As the nation continues to seek lasting solutions, many hope that decisive actions will be taken to restore peace and safeguard lives across the country. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
He started as a graphic designer with a dream and a guitar, Adekule Kusoko, AG Baby, Adekule Gold. In 2015, one cover of One Direction's Story of My Life, Now Sade, changed everything. Then came Gold, Urban High Life, Had a New King, songs about love, faith, and hustle that felt like folklore for a new generation. Then he evolved. Afropop Tio Tequila, Catch Me If You Can, Tequila Ever After, High 5 Star, Party No They Stop with Sino Slicky. He traded Agbada for Amiri, but kept the soul. From gentle lover boy to global showman, without losing the pen. Singer, songwriter, painter, father, Adekunle Gold proves reinvention is an art, that you can honor your roots and still conquer new worlds. This is Adekunle Gold, forever classic.
If I had known the life I was searching for was already my own.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adeleda, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe.
Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, The African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economy.
Hello there and welcome on board. Yes, it is People's Voice on Voice of the Television, where seeing stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. But don't forget that it is a new week where you need to believe, a new week where you need to focus, a new week where you need to actually believe that everything will actually align. Welcome to this new week of the Muslim, season. And I believe you understand that particular, but I might not want to unpack it today because there are so ramifications of conversations. I think you saw what I did there. So it is actually, a week and a season where we get to welcome new rams into our homes and, cows and all of that. So, but I might not want to go down there. So we'll just stick to the program now. But I just want to assure you that regardless of the situation you're going through, just believe that everything would work out fine. And welcome on board. Yes, it is People's Voice on Voice of Television. Now, we'll be talking about Tinubu's situation here. Tinubu secures APC ticket as a Atiku Amechi battle for ADC. Join the conversation with experts, inside and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories for details. Cooking gas is 1,700 naira per kg. Market is one of backlash. Of course, you've actually heard that particularly in this country as we speak, and the NALP GAM says President Edu Inyang blamed supply shortages, high depot prices, and logistic costs, noting that marketers now pay 25.2 million naira to 26.2 million naira per 20 ton of truck. He warned that the hike is pushing households to firewood and charcoal. And of course, citizens may rise against filling stations if unchecked. And ALP GM urged federal government and DPRA and NMPCL Limited to increase supply and stabilize prices. The only thing I'm going to take up here, please, we don't want to go back to firewood ages. Neither, I understand that some people are still using the kerosene and the likes, but I'm not saying that for those who are still using firewood, are not doing well or what have you. No, this is it. All I'm just saying is, if we've actually gotten to this particular point in this country and at this level, I would want us to actually continue with this. Now, we understand that growing up, coming from the village era, we all used firewood. You understand? And we also know the damages that particular firewood situation caused, our eyes, the sights. Do you understand? Even to our health, as regards to air pollution, the smoke, and all of that. That's one side. But if we've actually, evolved to kerosene using stove, and at some point now we now use gas, I wouldn't want us to go back to that particular dark ages. In as much as some people still use, firewood, and some people would even tell you that they prefer, foods that have been prepared with firewood because of that particular flavor and all of that. But that happens to be parties and all of that. But please, for households, I don't think it would be a good situation for us to, go back to that particular age. So we would want the federal government to look into this particular situation. We would want the NMDPRA, and of course NNPCL to look into this particular one. We need more increase in supply and to stabilize prices. People are parking their cars already at home, using the public transportation to go wherever they want to. Now, are you saying everyone should actually abandon their gas cookers and go get stove for kerosene, or now start going to their, their back? Or I don't. Okay, so it's not everyone that actually has that particular backyard that we talk. Some people just have balcony to themselves. If at all they do, in these modern buildings, and you just expect people to go out, get firewood and start, so all of this is a very disturbing conversation we have to look into. So we want the federal government to look into this particular one, in as much as we know what is really, really important to them presently is the elections, but we want them to stay focused on governance, and that's all I'm saying here. Away from that particular conversation, NCDC on Ebola alert, no confirmed case in Nigeria. The NCDC has activated emergency response over Ebola outbreaks in DCR and of course Uganda, citing high importation risks from travel and porous borders. Director General Dr. Jide Idris said that there is no confirmed case in Nigeria for now. Surveillance has been intensified at airports, borders, and hospitals with rapid response teams on standby. Lagos confirmed no case, but Lagos is actually tightening, and not only that, Nigeria is tightening the screening at entry point. NCDC urged hands hygiene reporting suspected cases, and of course 21-day self-monitoring for travelers from affected countries. Now we have to actually follow this particular safety precaution. We have to adhere to the safety precautions because our health matters a lot. I understand what this Ebola actually did to us, in some years ago. We also understand what COVID did to us. We know what it took from us. We know the people, this particular deadly virus took from us. We wouldn't want a repetition, just like a theology and the Holy Book would say that affliction will not rise up the second time. I don't think we actually want this particular situation, Ebola or any other outbreak, pandemic. Yes, we have what we call the antivirus, which is being spread by, the rodents, rats, and the likes. We have that on one side, which is becoming rampant on a daily basis. Now Ebola is on one side, and some people are actually giving speculations as regards to COVID. We don't want either of this. So please, your personal hygiene matters a lot. And this is people's voice. The only, avenue where we can actually talk as family. The only avenue where we can actually talk as friends. The only avenue we can talk as Nigerians is that we have to look into our own personal hygiene. I'm telling you this because you have actually nominated me as your spokesperson, right? So you have to look into your personal hygiene. You have to be sure that you take your personal hygiene serious. And not only that, if you have anyone who has actually, traveled from any part of the world, regardless of, the affected countries, let's try and study these people. Let's try and, pay a close attention so that we are not contacted with this particular deadly situation. Now we're away from that particular one. Let's move to what I would call it is, or it can only be God. But of course, it is the handwork of God. That's what I wanted to say initially. Kidnapped passengers escaped from Kogi Forest. 3 passengers abducted on Saturday on the Itobe Ajegwo Ayingba road in Ofu local government, Kogi State, have escaped after their captors fell asleep. Victims, Michael Adejo Monday and Miriam Yakubu, said about 10 gunmen with AK-47s and pump-action rifles hijacked 2 buses, robbed them, and took them into the bush. Escapee Adaji said they crawled away from some bandits who were already asleep and actually, ran to a nearby village. Security operative trailed the gunmen without success. Of course, one suspect, Monday Agi, was arrested hours later and is in police custody as we speak. This is where I say what God cannot do noises, because the reason why I'm saying is this is about God. It's not about anybody. Because for kidnappers, for terrorists, for bandits who kidnap you, and they fell asleep to a point where you escaped and they didn't wake up, maybe science should prove me wrong. That's all I can say as regards to this conversation. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-3605. Follow us on social media at Vop TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop TV, and of course on YouTube, your Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. Tinubu secures APC ticket as Atiku Amechi battle for ADC. You don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Represented.
Hello there, welcome on board. It is still People's Voice on Voice of Television. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has won the APC's 2027 nomination with 10.99 million votes to Stanley Osifo's 16,503. Accepting the ticket in Abuja, Tinubu said, "If you lost sleep, I have lost some too," and vowed to push its reforms further. APC leaders called 2027 a walkover for them, but Aremo Shoba warned of a sudden gang up involving Peter Obi, Shea Makinde, and Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. In the ADC, Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Mechi, and Mohamed Yatuddin are contesting the presidential primary. ADC youths in Enugu rejected Atiku and backed Amechi, saying the presidency should stay in the South. Atiku urged delegates to pick the strongest, most prepared candidate. And of course, he said he would not want a president that should be learning on the job. Both parties now head towards the January-February 2027 elections. We're now being joined by Mr. Ekundayo Lawa, who is a social and political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you. Good evening.
How are you doing today?
No.
All right, quickly. We're also being joined virtually by engineer Muritala Salau Audu, NDC stake author and senatorial hopeful of Kogi Central. He was also the former APC stakeholder in National Patron Buhari Support Organization, meaning not this particular, administration, but he has decided to follow the NDC. Good afternoon, engineer. Engineer, can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Engineer, I'm doing very well. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How is Lagos?
Lagos is very well. I believe you're in Kogi State, right?
Presently, I'm in Abuja.
Okay, you're in Abuja presently. Okay, so I needed to be sure about that particular one. All right, so I would like to start off with you, engineer. You were, a former stakeholder in the APC. And of course, the Buhari Support Group, you did a lot, from, the Middle Belt, which we call Kogi State, up until every part of the North Central, Kaduna and all of that. We all know your antecedent as regards to what you did for the APC. And we're all shocked now that you moved to the NDC. And I'm surprised. With all of the manifestos, with all of the ideologies, with all of the promises you talked about in those days as regards to the APC, what has changed? And on APC and of course our Tinubu mandate versus reality, Tinubu says if you lose sleep, if you actually lost your sleep, that he has also lost some too, and vows to push reforms further. How sustainable is this reform agenda, politically? Heading to the 2027, given current public hardship. And when we talk about internal democracy, you've heard, different members of the House of Representatives, members of Assembly, calling for irregularities and saying that so many things are not right. Internal democracy in APC should be questioned. Senators are aggrieved as we speak. But this was your party before you moved to the NDC. I would like you to respond to all of this. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Please go ahead. I would like you to respond to all of
this. Thank you very much. I was in the APC before today, and I come to NDC when our marriage is no longer working. When all the promises our leaders made were not fulfilled. As an individual, I have never made any promise to Nigerians because I have never been in any capacity in the past, either governor, legislator, or the president. So, but all the promises our leaders have made and the party manifestos, none of these were fulfilled. So, and as such, I have my integrity to protect. And I think it is the best thing for me, party who lack vision and ideology of how this country will be better. You see what is happening today. Let's even talk about APC as a party where I left recently. Look at their primary election. Is that how to lead a country? APC is the ruling party, and they did their primary election, was it last week or something? Both the presidential, governorship, all the legislative primary election. Have they led by example? And this is what we have been complaining about internally. That our leaders refuse to look same way we were. So I can't continue to be in a party where your voice will not be counted, where your ideas, no matter how beautiful they are, nobody sees it as anything. And Nigerians today, we really need real change. And when I discover NDC is the only viable opposition that could, take Nigeria to where we want. So I decided to join the NDC.
Okay, engineer, please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts here. Yeah, I would like you to come back to me. Now we're talking about. I love the fact that you're about to switch to the NDC because of my guest here, and of course I need to manage the time properly. Now, you talked about something. You took the political space to, if I'm permitted to say, the holy matrimony. You took it to the marital, eye. By saying that if the marriage was not working again, you actually walked away. Now, that was the reason why you left that of the APC and you moved, to the NDC. Let's talk about the walkover claim. APC leaders are calling for, are saying that 2027 would be a walkover for them because Tinubu already has 10.99 million votes versus the only sole challenger who had 16,503 primary results. How credible is that confidence, or does it risk APC, complacency? I'd like you to respond to this before I come back to the studio.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like you to go into the APC membership registration. How many members do they have? Are they up to 20,000 members? No, 20 million members. Then how come did they generate that figure? You and I should ask ourselves this simple question. Are one person having 2-3 votes at the same time? How did they come up with this 10 million something? Where you have at the last presidential election, Tinubu got 8 million. And from that 8 million, our APC member will only contribute not more than 30% vote to the 8 million. That is the election that was planned for months. Now, if the presidential candidate in 2023 got 8 million in the whole process, and you are telling Nigerians now that you conduct only the primary election in your own party, you got 10 point, almost 11 million, 10.9 thereabouts. So, and this is where I want all the opposition leaders to wake up.
Yeah.
They have demonstrated how they want to rig 2027 election. There's no two ways about it. These people are not coming.
You know, at some point, engineer, at some point, it looked like governors were even competing against themselves. You know, where a particular governor would say, oh, I have about 40-something thousand votes from my state. Another one is telling us we have, you know, 40 Ds, 50 Ds, you know, 30 Ds, 20 Ds, 4,000 Ds, whatever. And it's been like that often. But engineer, I'd like you to stay, you know, with us. Let me bring it back to the studio. We have Mr. Ekundayo, you know, Lawa in the studio. Now, let's talk about this particular situation. Engineer mentioned a very important conversation here. He said, how many members do the APC as a party have? Is it up to 20 million? Because you saying that you had 10.9 million, 10.8 million, you know, votes for the president, it says a lot about your party, meaning that 10.99, meaning that's just 11 million. So it shows that you have, you know, maybe 15 million members, 12 million members, 20 million members. It can be. If we had to talk about this particular one, we have, of course, we have different lopsided, you know, situation as regards to the primary, you know, margin with the internal party democracy, which I would want Mr. Lawal to respond to, and the control ahead of general elections, because there are numbers that you might give to people and it's not tally, which I would want Mr. Lawal to respond to. Now, since we also have that of Atiku's conversation, you know, on our decks, so we have to do all of this simultaneously. ADC and opposition dynamics. ADC primary, you know, fractured with Atiku, Amechi, and Ayatuddin contesting after consensus talks collapsed. We would like to know what, you know, this says about ADC's ability to present a united, you know, front against APC, because they have actually said a lot about Mr. Peter Obi running off from the ADC. Now, the said people who stayed back are also having issues of getting their homes together and coming up with something, you know, tangible, which is, you know, quite a very important conversation that we should be asking. And we would like to know what this is about ADC's ability to present a united front against the APC, if at all, you know, they would actually do that. Now, the youth are actually rejecting the are rejecting Atiku in Enugu, saying that they backed Amechi, citing presidency should stay in the south, and of course talking about regional situation as a decisive factor. Opposition party, Mr. Lawa. I would like to respond to that of the APC, then you come to the ADC's decks. Over to you, please.
Over to me. It's funny. You know, one thing is, when they said the president won election, I was wondering who's contesting with him.
No, we saw the guy.
It's okay,
Osifo. Yeah,
that's
Osifo.
the person that's supposed to contest.
Yeah, he went to shake hands to the president. The president stood up. I love that. That was sportsmanship.
At the last minute, that's good now. And then the second, we saw the way they counted the primary, you know, and so many, almost across the state, there are so many aggrieved aspirants, you know, complaining bitterly. Some of them who threatened to go to court, some of them threatened to, so many petitions. We started with Rivers, and then across board, we saw what happened. And then, can we believe any other thing they say? Can we? Can we believe anything they say? No. So whatever they say, that is APC, that primary we've seen before, has really, you know, thrown away their credibility. Any other thing they say has no credible something. Because this is grassroots. Every election across the world, wherever they do election, has to do with grassroots. Grassroots is a real election. No other. They don't vote in the federal. They vote in the local government. And then we're already having issues in the local government at the beginning. And then the president said it's just a grassroots politics. What's that? What's the meaning? Which other policy do we have apart from grassroots? So if we can't get it right in the grassroots, where are we going to get it right? Where? And if the ruling party has this, you know, controversial primaries across board, then what do we believe that they are going to give us finally? Because that is where the people will vote. We saw violence. We saw, you know, miscounting. We saw miscounting. And then we saw In fact, some areas I saw where children were telling us how there were bloodshed, clashes in the primary. And then what else do we expect?
Someone was killed in Plateau.
Even in Lagos, here in Lagos, there was a
but
bloody one.
Mr. Lawa, in as much as we frown
with
against,
a death.
In as much as we frown against violence, but some people actually decided to bring back the script of Honorable Desmond Elliot. In 2023, Olumide contested against him from the Labour Party. Olumide actually uploaded it. I think his name is Olumide, the Nollywood actor in Surulere. He actually uploaded it and said that, oh, my people have been brutalized by the said Desmond Elliot's, people, and all of that. We can't even campaign peacefully. Of course, he lost the election, sustaining different injuries and all of that. That was the end of the conversation in Lagos. But some people in Nigeria are now excited because there is a flip script. Now, the joke is now on the couch. The joke is being flipped on Desmond. Joke's on him. Now, the same Desmond Elliot is now saying his party is actually intimidating him. His party has actually brutalized his people. And they took videos of some of his people that were taken into the car, being brutalized, bandaged, and getting into the car. Not only that, he also mentioned his people that were locked outside the gate, that were not allowed to come in to vote. And Nigerians are saying, oh, now, you've actually tasted your own medicine. How do you feel?
That's it now. When I had this complaint, I wasn't
all we kept
impressed.
seeing, let me say this on national TV. I sent an official message to Desmond Elliot, which I believe you've seen my mail, you've seen all my message. I officially invited him to join the People's Voice, to actually come on board, because I'd like him to talk here. I want to have head-to-head with him so that we can actually clear some things. We need to clear all of these things. He kept on saying, my daddy, my daddy. Gbajabiamila, you are saying, my daddy, has not actually said anything as regards to you. Instead, he wanted Honorable Barakat to win, and she actually won. So,
if this is your daddy, then why are you complaining?
I'm surprised.
Your daddy said this is what he wants, so why are you complaining? You should go along with your daddy now, because it's the same daddy that assisted you in the first place. You know what? So many people you have displayed. This thing that happens to him is not new. This is how they've been running the party. And then, now that he didn't favor you, you now complain. Why didn't you complain like the 3 times you've been in the house? This is his story. He wants to go the 4th time now. And the same process, the same method is what they use in bringing you in. The same method is what they use for you to stabilize you. Now, they want to use the same method for somebody else, and you are now complaining. You get to, I begin to wonder, why are you complaining? Why? It's the same system. We went along with the system now. For 12 years, you were along with this. You walk along with the system. This is how the system has been running right from the beginning. And you enjoyed it. The system worked for you.
Okay.
And then you are now complaining when it wants to work for somebody else. Who's going to listen to somebody like that?
Because of our time, I'd like to go back to engineer, and afterwards I would wrap up the conversation. We're pressed for time. I remembered, talking about this on this desk. It might not be this same particular desk, but of course on this desk, People's Voice, where I talked about Rivers politics. And you remember vividly that I said that it is looking like they're about to, push Fubara under the bus. And I remember you said, no, but instead, Fubara has a structure now. Wike is to be pushed under the bus. Looking at, facts and figures, with the political presence of Wike and its antecedents, with the opposition party aiding them, helping them to actually get into power. I don't think anyone would actually want to push him under the bus. Hence, it has actually, turned to a dramatic show where you have different governors in APC being taken care of by the APC, but for that of Rivers State, he has been left, as a stray.
I was going to say that.
Please go ahead.
No, I was going to say that because it wasn't it wasn't fair on Fubara.
It wasn't
because when I
fair.
sat down and I analyzed the whole thing from the whole thing has been coming and along the line, I saw that Fubara is a lion fighting a lion and a dragon. Now, Wike is a lion. Fubara can easily take care of him. You get it? But there's always that dragon behind the
Mr.
lion
Lawa.
of Wike that always,
Mr. Lawa.
pressing Fubara. Each time Fubara is having an upper hand, it will come
Mr.
back
Lawa.
and press him down.
I think I
It's not a
want
fair
to,
game.
I want to disagree with you.
I have
the reason why I want to disagree with you, if you call yourself a lion, the lions I know, maybe because I love the, animal, documentaries. That it, I watch it, whenever I'm opportune to. Lions fight to the very last. It is either you enjoy them that they are crippled and they cannot actually move very well and they die at the cause. Same thing to hyenas. Now, if you're using that as a terminology, if you're using that to actually, buttress your point as, as an adjective, I might not want to be in support of this.
Maybe I
Fubara was.
Maybe I should tell you what I mean by lions.
Regardless,
Yes.
Mr. Lawa.
But lion.
Fubara was given, an offer which he agreed. Agreement is agreement. He said he was not going
Which
to
offer?
run. He
Can you
said
tell me which offer?
That's what I'm answering you. He said he was not going to run for the second term.
He didn't say that.
So
he said there was they had an agreement. They came back. Nobody told us about the agreement.
Now, can I mention something?
Was
Can I mention something
telling
to you?
us something else.
Can I mention something to you? Now, so that it doesn't look as if, of course, it's not in the court, so I wouldn't say I'm preempting any court. So that it doesn't look as if I made a personal assertion. And I might actually say, allegedly, just for clarity. But I would like us to go flip, the pages of Punch and Vanguard from Inside Source on these particular pages. Now, I'm saying this on our dailies because we mentioned that on our dailies. This is not a free advert, but of course, it's on our dailies. You would actually see sometime last week, over the weekend, between Friday, Saturday, you would see this particular situation being properly and boldly written. Now, the news story is there. What some of the internal panels, internal National Working Committee, internal party leaders, faithful, said they would like to remain anonymous, but this is the situation. And the APC cannot go beyond what he has agreed not to run for second term.
I'm coming. Let me.
Mr. Lawa, you have just 1 minute to respond.
Yes. One, is it about Fubara or about every other politician that Wike didn't like? Wait, because in the House of Assembly, that house, their house, the legislative house, why is it that the only people that were cleared were Wike loyalists? What about the others? Are they the only people that contested? Why was it? Okay, if you have it against Fubara, did all these other people went to sign an agreement? So why were they rigged out?
Can I now ask you a question?
Yes.
Now, I was told by one of my analysts that joined my program, Mr. Dele Fanimo, who is a seasoned reporter. He said something to me on the day we actually had this conversation. He said that, did Fubara say that he was coming into governorship or he wanted governorship with his House of Assembly, or he said he wanted to be governor again? And the answer is he wants to be governor again. Now, they granted his wish by saying, if you want to be governor again, come and follow the due process. You never told us you want to come with House of Assembly members. It is a food for thought for people that are actually critical thinkers. Now, let me now respond to what you said, Mr. Lawa.
I don't get
If you are talking about the people who actually came as regards to House of Assembly, that Fubara gave or submitted their names.
Fubara.
I'm coming.
I'm talking about every other person who contested. Why was it that only
that's what I'm saying.
Let's see the criteria.
Mr. Lawa,
was
Mr.
there,
Lawa.
let them publish
Mr.
the
Lawa, relax.
criteria
Mr. Lawa,
for screening these people. Let them publish it. Let's see the criteria now.
Now,
I see whether it's free and fair.
Now, you said that the people that came from Fubara were disqualified, right?
I said every other. I said, what about the other contestants?
They passed from Rivers.
Okay, but we heard that every other person.
Now, I asked you a question. Are they attached to Fubara? I asked you, you didn't answer me. You only told me every other contestant.
No, what I'm saying is that.
Are you saying Fubara's contestant? I would like you to answer that question.
I am saying generally, holistically.
Generally, they passed in Rivers. But if you are saying from Fubara's contestant, they didn't pass, then they have to follow due process.
Let me tell you something. I wish. Wait,
Mr.
I
Lawal,
wish. Excuse me.
I would like to take this.
Let me say my own. I wish APC will publish their criteria for the screening.
They did, and of course they mentioned that some of the members are not fully, officially dropped their resignation from the other parties to say that they've actually left before moving to the APC.
Fully officially.
Yes, they've not done that.
They didn't do that.
Yes.
How many?
I'm just talking about a very minute point out of numerous.
So you are okay. Minute point. You listen to yourself.
The smallest
point. I am talking holistically.
So if you cannot even officially say, I am leaving this party for this party.
Have you as the press, have you gone to ask those people whether it was true or not? Because there are so many angry people coming on social media. They couldn't go on the regular media. They had to go on social media.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Lawal?
To show their grievances.
Can I ask a question? These same people you talked about, did they ever know how they actually got into power in the first place? I'm coming. Now, how they got into power, including Fubara, he was actually handpicked, he was given, and he mentioned it during the inauguration that he was given the opportunity. He didn't know how he got power. He didn't know how he got power. Did it
now? Have you forgot? Somebody gave Wike opportunity. Somebody gave everybody opportunity.
I need to go to the engineer. So
what are you now saying?
I need to go to the engineer now. So, engineer, are you there?
Maybe we should engineer it. Let's see.
Okay, engineer, we would like your specialty as regards to this conversation. Engineer, are you there? I'd like you to join the conversation. So, I love the split screen now. Let's make it a trial conversation now. Engineer, now I would have loved you to respond to this article's conversation of last run, and not only that, he said he's the most prepared and the strongest candidate, not your own principal. You are in NDC, but he is saying that he is the most prepared, and he doesn't want anybody learning on a job as a president, because he actually termed your president as someone who was just 8 years governor, and afterwards, coming into the fray, the presidential fray, that he doesn't have any experience. I remember he also threw a shade at, the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. I would like you to respond to this and, of course, talk about, that of Fubara APC in just 2 minutes as we round up. Now, between Amechi's APC history and Atiku's repeated runs, Amechi said that, Atiku has just been doing primaries, since 1993, but he can never win the election. I'd like you to add up all of these and just give me your final take as we round off in just 2 minutes, please.
Well, I am in NDC, and Amechi and problem are ADC problem. And I will not want to speak much about who is the best among all.
This is not about ADC. This is about Atiku throwing a shade at your party by saying that he is the strongest president and the most prepared candidate. He even went as far as saying that he doesn't want any president that should be learning on the job, meaning your presidential candidate does not have experience.
Hello.
So he said, can you hear me? I think we're having a network glitch. I would have wanted you to respond to this. I believe you saw that particular, the news, Mr. Lawal. He said he doesn't want any presidents learn on the job, So that was what he said. So I'd like to respond to this. This is a glitch, but of course we have just 30 seconds.
So it could be, it's a point, but it's not the yardstick for choosing a leader.
How do you mean?
Because what about the first time we crossed from the military to civilian? So how many of the civilians do you have that have the experience? And yet we have to elect leaders. So because of that, we'll go and elect the military again. What does that mean? That's not a yardstick now. What we need is somebody who can come out to tell people what they want to do, and then somebody in which the government will be under the people. The problem we have is that the government that we are running is never subjected to the people. That is the main problem we have. So that's why they have this impunity or whatever. They don't fear Nigerians because they are never subjected to Nigeria. That's the problem we have. All over the world, you see people who have not tasted government before, and they are doing fantastic. So whether you experience or not, that is not the main. That doesn't qualify you to be better than somebody who has not tasted the post before. You get what I'm saying? So It's equality on his side, but it's not a yardstick to disqualify any other candidate. Some people will say Shoraya should go out. No, that is not the point. The point is, come and prove yourself. Face debate. Tell us what you can do.
Okay. Thank you.
And
so
that's
much.
that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lawa, for being part of the program today. And of course, our engineer, Aldo, thank you so much for being part of the show. This is how far we can actually go on the show. You know, sometimes I just want to go even more and more, but we're pressed for time. This is how far we can actually go. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay put. And at least we're bowing, and we've actually bowed to pressure. Congratulations to you, Arsenal fans all over the world. There's nothing we can say about that. But I don't actually think you can win the Champions League. But this is just me saying, you know, a stone to all of you. Go and deal with that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you're facing, soon give up. And you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelada, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m.
Enugu Rangers are the champions of the Nigerian Professional Football League. Mamelodi Sundowns are the champions of Africa. Of course, elsewhere in Spain, big drama. As for the very first time, Real Madrid failed to produce a player in the World Cup list. Of course, this is exactly where we'll talk about every single thing in football. This is Locker Room, the home of football. I'm Ikechukwu Aguagu. Of course, I will not be doing this by myself. Afis joins me in the studio. Marwa joins us virtually. Good evening, Afis. Lots of drama.
Yeah, good evening, Gechuku, and good evening to the viewers out there. I mean, it's the end of the season. Finally, Arsenal have got to lift their title at Selhurst Park. The Guard of Honor given to them, and on they go to the Champions League.
You have to mention the Guard of Honor.
Yeah, of course, they are champions, and a lot of people were talking about the Guard of Honor.
You're so excited.
Why are they winning? Why are they getting so much adulation at Crystal Palace? Kings are supposed to be crowned at palaces. So you won't blame them for that one. And yeah, like I said, it's the end of the season. And of course, with all the joyous mood, Arsenal, Barcelona, I mean, in the top 5 leagues, we can't just forget about the exits as well. I mean, at the Etihad Stadium, we saw the last Premier League fixture for the likes of Pep Guardiola, John Stones, and Bernardo Silva. It was an emotional moment, and ultimately City lost that game 2-1. Oli Watkins double. Oli Watkins finding his form just in time for the World Cup as well. We also saw exits as well as at Liverpool, where they drew Brentford 1-1. But of course, you can't take your eyes off the exit of Mo Salah and Andrew Robertson. You can't take away what those two men have done for the Premier League. Mo Salah definitely one of the best, if not the best right winger, in the Premier League history, and of course one of the best left backs in Premier League history, Andrew Robertson as well, exiting Liverpool. Also in other parts of Europe, the likes of Leon Goretzka and Rafael Guerrero leaving Bayern Munich, Julian Brandt leaving Borussia Dortmund. Dani Carvajal leaving Real Madrid was an emotional one as well. Cesar Azpilicueta retiring from football. I mean, a lot of exits. And I talk about the coaches as well. Andoni Iraola putting Bournemouth into the Europa League, and at the end of the day, ultimately leaving them is going to be replaced by Marco Rosa, former Borussia Dortmund coach. We also have the likes of what was this coach? Now, Marco Silva also leaving Fulham as well. I mean, it's a series of exits, and of course, joyous moments as the top 5 leagues come to a close. We go to the World Cup, but first we still have to stop at Budapest for the Champions League, and of course for the Conference League final, which Crystal Palace and Rayo Vallecano will slug out. So it's good times in football, and as well, like I said, the joy moments, the happy moments, the sad, emotional moments, the exits as well. But that's what makes football so interesting.
I mean, over the weekend, which is your biggest point, the high point for you in the whole of football, based Africa, elsewhere? What's the biggest moment for you?
Yeah, I didn't even mention Mamelodi Sundowns as well. Bruno Fernandes is also an important highlight. Lords, Tottenham also staying in the Premier League is also a very, very big highlight. But I think I will want to stay in Africa with Mamelodi Sundowns. Got their second star, the Masandawana. Good job. They went to Royal Armed Forces, ASFAR, Rabat of Morocco. They were behind with the penalty. But of course, Teboho Mokoena, the man, very, very popular with Nigerians. Remember what happened in the World Cup qualifiers, the eligibility issues and all of that. Teboho Mokoena reminding the South Africa coach that he is going to be an important part of the South African squad for the World Cup. He has to be in there. Delightful assist, even though it looks like he was going for goal. That's talking about Tashik Matthews, who gave him the assist. And they got back 1-1. And they held on and they did well for themselves. And they won the Champions League.
We'll definitely look into all of that. It's actually a very big game. I mean, knowing that they had 2 penalties, one was saved by the
penalty was saved by
Ron Williams. But of course, let's start from home front, where it went down right there in the beautiful city of Lagos. The Flying Antelope, Enugu Rangers, equaled Enyimba's record in the Nigerian Professional Football League by winning their 9th trophy and of course second for the coach Fidelis Ilechukwu in 3 years. Rangers International are champions of Nigeria again. The Flying Antelope head the nap on the final day to beat Ikorodu City 2-1 in Lagos to claim the title. Chidiebere Nwobodo was the hero, scoring in the 30th minute and 2nd minute to put Rangers in control. Ikorodu City pulled back, won through Ali Moses, but Rangers defended late pressure to seal the win. The result gave Rangers 68 points, one more than Rivers United, who beat Katsina United 3-0 but had to settle for the second. It's Rangers' 9th league title and one of the tightest race in the history of Nigerian Professional Football League. I mean, before this particular game, it was 44, away victory recorded. And of course, we also witnessed one that actually led the People's, the Flying Antelope, I beg your pardon, to, glory. I was talking about the People's 11 because Enyimba was actually on 9, record already. And of course, Rangers matched that yesterday by actually, winning that particular game in Lagos. I mean, what a start for Fidelis Ilechukwu. I mean, Lagos was actually where he was molded. Talking about MFM. It took MFM to the second place in the league. Then they lost narrowly to Plateau United in 16-17 Premier League season. Then he moved on to, other things. I mean, Aqua United and all of that before, moving to Enugu Rangers. He won the league 2 seasons ago, and then he lost it to Benga. Daniel Gbonodede, I beg your pardon. Also his colleague in the national team, and now he's back as champions. Let's talk about the man first. Fidelis Ilechukwu has been able to transform this particular side.
Absolutely. He has done so well, Fidelis Ilechukwu. I mean, despite his Super Eagles commitments, he has steered this team to victory. And I was one of those that was saying that since it looked like Afenidi George and Rivers United were about to bottle the league, not winning their scheduled games at this time, Fidelis Ilechukwu, he really grabbed the opportunity with both hands, and it wasn't looking like he was going to drop it. So at the end of the day, Rangers, they have the winning mentality. This is the second title in 3 years. And I think he knows what it means. When he saw that window of opportunity that Rivers United gave him, he acted fast and he led his boys to the title. So you can't take anything away from Fidelis Ilechukwu and, of course, the team, the Igbokes of this world. I mean, Ogbuke, the Oputas, the Nwobodos of this world. You can't take away what they've done for Rangers. And I mean, their season has been rewarded with 2 of their players being called up to a retail squad for the Unity Cup. They've done so well for themselves. Rivers United, they just have to bow their head in shame a little bit and just wonder where it all went wrong for them. Finidi George has to go back to the drawing board. He had all the tools in hand. They were out of the Champions League, the CAF Champions League, pretty much early. But they should have done well. They should have capitalized on that. No continental commitments. You could have just done better, but they didn't do that, and they allowed Rangers back into the race. At some point, Ikorodu City was also sniffing around the top 3. And that game, the highlight of the match day 38 was the match between Ikorodu City and Rangers. And just like you said, Fidelis Ilechukwu knows all about Lagos. He knows where he will be able to punch in this Ikorodu City side and also get the win. So the boys were not phased, and I think that's also resonated from their manager as well. Their manager was not phased. Lagos is a place where he's very, very familiar with. So he transmitted that to the boys as well. And Rangers, whenever they are in that form, home, away, neutral ground, they will hurt you. And I knew that they were just going to go for gold on that day against Ikorodu City. Ikorodu City as well, I think they've already fumbled their continental chance to Shooting Stars before that final day. And it was a tough ask for them. Shooting Stars were at home. They were also at home, but to a much more tougher opponent. We're talking about Rangers that were going for the title, and Rangers capitalized and won. Rivers United also won, but ultimately the day was for Fidelis Ilechukwu for Rangers.
3-0 that one ended right there in the Adeoke Asamaka Stadium, right there in Rivers State. And here in Lagos, the man who actually, is actually the coach of the team who plays their home football in Cathedral. I must tell you, yesterday it's going to be all party right there at the Cathedral. The Cathedral will definitely become a club. I mean, Cathedral is supposed to be where they pray for them.
It's supposed to be an only ground.
It's going to be a club yesterday, and of course all through the week, because it's going to be a huge celebration as the governors and other stakeholders in the state has been pledging, giving a lot of money for the guys. I mean, 2 trophies in 3 years. It doesn't really come all the time in the Nigerian League. But let's move away from the Nigerian League. We'll come back to this particular Rangers story. I mean, information reaching us right now is that the Super Eagles might be finding their way back to the World Cup. I mean, you said something about the 2 Rangers players going to the Unity Cup. So let's take it straight to the national team camp now. The story is that this particular DR Congo that's representing Africa as the 10th team, is actually having issues with Ebola.
Yeah,
and
Ebola
of course,
outbreak,
if that, if the issue of Ebola continues, then definitely it's going to be a huge problem for them going to the World Cup, because American government has actually been speaking about it, that they have to really put all eyes on the DR Congo side, and of course they've been giving them 21 days to actually put themselves in order to ensure that they will be accepted in the United States. They're still very much in Belgium at this point. So all of this is actually going to be a huge why Nigeria and Jamaica actually waits to actually pounce on that if it happens. But let me ask you, if it happens that, for some reasons, the Super Eagles, due to this particular unfortunate incident happening right there in Congo, are you going to take it? Are you going to see it as a worthy chance to go?
Well, first of all,
what should be the lesson for the Super Eagles?
First of all, I think that the DR Congo side, they'll be quarantined. I think they will go into quarantine session. They'll be quarantined and they are going to.
But if any strain, if any sign of Ebola is found on any of the team, that team will be stopped from going to the US.
That is going to depend on the quarantine session. It's going to be for 21 days. There is still time for them to do that just before the World Cup. This should be. It will have about 19 days or 18 days to the World Cup now. I think they will get quarantined before their first game. They are not even playing. They are not playing the first game. So before their first game in the group stage, there will be results where all these players will be checked, and all of that will be tested if anything is going to happen. So that is the way they work over there. You are hosting a global tournament. You are going to solve all of that. You are not like in Africa here where we take things slow.
Afis, we should have to actually also tell our viewers that it's just 15 days to the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Just about 2 weeks from today, right? And now we have 21 days.
17 days.
Yeah. Now let's say we have about 21 days left, and now we have just
you have about 3 days.
Less than that.
We have about 3 days before their first game. They have about 3 days before their first game.
It's not just immediately you get out of quarantine that you'll be allowed to actually mix with people.
They might not spend up to 21 days. It's not as if they are just going to be in isolation for 21 days. They will be checking, their progress as days goes by, right? They will be checking their progress. Aside all of that, right? I'm just saying that even if it's not found out that the DR Congo will not be able to, participate at the World Cup, I think it's going to go to Jamaica because
it's going to be African slot.
No, it's going to go to...
It's African slot.
But they played it in Jamaica.
That's African slot. We won it. It's African ticket.
No, I think they are going to make it the intercontinental stage. They went to the intercontinental stage and they played Jamaica. Right? That was the last team they played. Just like the way Nigerians were clamoring that they should play Nigeria when they play Cameroon earlier. So I think they are going to play Jamaica. I think they are going to give that slot to Jamaica because Jamaica were also in the Intercontinental Cup. And there is also a space for a Caribbean team. So I think it's going to go to Jamaica. Right? The NFF did not do their things right. They cannot come and travel by night bus. Right? They did not deserve to go to the World Cup, and they won't be at the World Cup. If DR Congo is not taking it, we should go for Jamaica. That's it.
Okay, so let's go back to the the MPFL story.
Right.
Now, let's talk about this Rangers side. Fidelis Lechuku and the boys. He went to the Nations Cup with Benga Ogumodende, right? Daniel, I keep calling him
Daniel Ogumodende.
Daniel Ogumodende.
Yeah, maybe you are going to Benga Ogumodende.
Yes.
Yeah.
Daniel Ogumodende, these guys actually were the 2 assistants, from the MPFL who actually assisted Eritrea. Yeah. They both came back. When they came back, their team were, in a very terrible shape, in the league. Yeah. And now, how did Fidelis Lechuku turn around the tides? And of course, what really happened with Remo Stars?
It's a winning mentality. And
but they are the champions.
Right. But then when your coach is not there for most of your games, Fidelis Lechuku will find a way to still talk to the Rangers boys, even when he was not with them. And whenever he's off the Super Eagles duty, he's back, with Rangers, spitting instructions to the boys and the player quality as well. And when we even look at players' quality, right, the Rangers players, even though they sold some of them, they still replaced them with quality. It is not the same as the Remo Stars side. Most of their players were leaving, and players from beyond limits were coming into the team majorly. It doesn't really work. It might work in other leagues in Europe. It doesn't really work with the MPFL. If the quality of players that are going out are not replaced by players coming in with the same quality, you might suffer. And I think that's actually what they faced out there. The beyond limits team is like an academy, and you are bringing an academy to another academy. So I don't think they were really handled very well. From the fact that they were also knocked out from the Champions League very early and they couldn't capitalize. Their coach was not on the touchline. it was when cracks were already like building so much and it looks like the team was already going to be in a divide. That's when he brought in a technical director where this man, Ogumodede, was still not part of the, part of the coaching crew. He was not there on the touchline. There were talks about him going on a coaching course when your team is faltering. So I think it's a collective team right there. Both from the top to bottom, I think they have to be blamed for Remo Stars getting relegated.
Yes, talking about top to bottom. Enugu Rangers top on the log. Of course, Remo Stars is actually the top among the teams actually relegated. And they've actually confirmed, the relegation from the NPFL after a tough 2025-2026 season.
Yeah.
The club released a statement calling it heartbreaking for everyone connected to the club. They admitted they didn't deliver the performance needed to stay up and look responsible. I took the responsibility for their failure. Remo Stars dropped after finishing level on points with Kwara United, but losing out on goal difference. It ends painfully. It ends painful campaign for the side that won the league just last year. And of course, the club says its focus now shifts to rebuilding with purpose. They thank fans for sticking with them through the difficult season and vow to fight their way back to the top division. I mean, we've always called for, top teams in the Nigerian league. We've always called for private, owners to actually jump in, own a club, and then run a football club. Right. I mean, Osoname jumped in. He won the league with Remo Stars. He showed that, yes, we can actually see this thing. City is also another club that actually shown that, yes, we can actually do this. We can actually fight for the league, being, privately owned. But now, the big question is, Rangers won this league 2 seasons ago. They lost it to, Remo Stars. They came back winning it again. Now, we are looking at, a government-owned side, right, and a private-owned side. It shows that at this level, it doesn't look like, privately owned or privately run club are ready for the Nigerian professional football.
Yeah, no, I won't say that. I think we also saw...
Because if you look at the list of winners in the last couple of years, you can tell.
But at least there's a trajectory that privately owned clubs can do it, right? But the thing is
that... But they cannot keep their club, their players.
The maintenance, I understand. But look at Ikorodu City, for example. When they came in, it was like a baptism of fire for them from the beginning of the season. I think they lost their first 3 games, on the bounce. They had to change the manager. Now, here they are still maintaining their MPFL status, right? And they are still joined by Sporting Lagos. Sporting Lagos also, came in, showed a bit of, class and quality. Then they went back and now they are back. I think it's not easy for all of them. But for some of them, they are just, still going against the odds, going against all odds and still trying to battle. Yes, I will accept the fact that it's not easy for privately owned clubs. Even the state-owned and the federal-owned clubs are not even performing up to standard yet. Everything is not up to standard with them. I mean, look at the way Iba are also faltering, right? So it's not, let me use the local balance. It's not pure for everybody at this point in time. But then you can still own some of these privately owned clubs that are still doing well for themselves. Kun Khalifat also looked destined for relegation at the beginning of the season. And look at where they are now. They are surviving, in the NPFL as it is. So I think with performances of the likes of Kun Khalifat, Ikorodu City and all of that, I think privately owned clubs will still, be encouraged to just try and, put in some work and see what they can do in the NPFL. So I won't say that they should just look at what Remo Stars achieved and say, okay, look, we'll be discouraged. No, you shouldn't be discouraged. It's just happened to Remo Stars. There are other privately owned clubs that are still surviving in the NPFL, so you also can also survive.
Talking about privately owned clubs, we have 3 from Lagos that representing Lagos and all privately owned clubs. So let's get to see, how far they can actually dominate the division.
It's not going to be easy.
Maybe if they're able to actually dominate the division in terms of numbers, maybe we can actually start seeing them, win the league. And of course, Rangers, congratulations to them. They actually won it 9 times alongside the People's Elephant. Now we have to see them in the continent to also go and go ahead to actually at least pick the continental, championship, even if it's just once. I mean, to equal the People's Elephant, strides on the continental stage.
Absolutely. I want to see what they would do, on the continental stage. I mean, it's good to see Rangers back, amongst the best in the continent. And besides that, I also want to take a time out to give a big shout out to Shooting Stars. I mean, after 27 years, they're back on the continent. They're in the Confederations Cup, and they also fought well for themselves. Awelo coming in to turn the team around. Absolutely good job done for Shooting Stars.
Ayobami Jr.
The Oli Warriors, Ayobami Jr. As well. I think a certain Tijani Alamin has also been called up.
It's been dubbed, Ayobami Jr. has been dubbed the Bruno Fernandes of Nigerian League. 13 assists this season.
Let's see that in the Unity Cup, if he's given that chance by Rick Shell. And I'm glad that these NPFL players, despite the economic factors, the social factors, the level of insecurity that is going on in the country and all of that, there are players still managing to showcase their talents, in the NPFL. Yes, we know what comes with a good season in the NPFL. clubs will be calling outside of the country and they want to leave because of, one or two factors and all of that. So, but for the fact that these players caught their teeth in the NPFL and that they are now being rewarded by the coach, I think it's just a good thing for the NPFL. And I'm sure a lot of players that were not even called up by Eric Shell, this will bore them to do more for themselves next season. Maybe they can get that call up by the coach Eric Shell.
Absolutely. It's said about 17 players in the camp of the Super Eagles as we speak for 2026 Unity Cup in London. Of course, we'll move away from that straight to what happened right there on the continental stage in Africa, where Mamelodi Sundowns are African champions again. It was actually a very big one. They drew 1-1 away at AS FAR in Rabat, far away in Rabat, if you must say, to win 2025-26 African CAF Champions League on aggregate 2-1. It ended. Teboho Mokoena scored the crucial goal in the first half stoppage time, smashing home after a flick on to give the Sundowns away goal they deserve, as far as taking the lead through a Mohamed Himrat's penalty in the 40th minute. Goalkeeper Rowan Williams kept Sundowns in the game, of course, saving a Himrat penalty 15 minutes before the end of the game. And that actually killed Asfar's momentum. It's a Sundowns' second Champions League crown in 10 years after the first. Coach Miguel Cardozo's win his first continental title in his third straight final. They are now the first South African side with 2 Champions League stars on their shirt. I mean, this man, he's a man who, dominated the headline during the qualifying phase because of his issues where, they actually put him in that particular game where he's not supposed to be part of it. And now he's the one who actually saved the Brazilians. They call them Bafana Bastille. These guys actually are the ones who actually... They came second in the league, closely to Orlando Pirates and actually going to be big. The club is actually owned by the CAF president himself.
Patrice Motsepe.
Patrice Motsepe.
Absolutely.
Hafiz, tell me about this team.
I mean, good job from our Mamelodi Sundowns. From the coaching crew, Miguel Cardozo. He's been there in about 2 or 3 finals and now finally laying his hands on the trophy. Rowan Williams as well. I mean, the likes of Dennis Onyango that was also there in 2016. I think it's just a good story for them. They had to sacrifice their league position, just to focus on this one. And what I just love about the team is their depth of players, especially in their attacking lineup. The likes of Brian Leon, who is like the man, is chosen as the favorite for the Champions League, and he was also going for his goals. Ikram Reyners, Lebo Motiba, and also their in attacking midfield, likes of Nuno Santos, Marcelo Allende, and likes of Otto Sales. Good job there. Teboho Mokoena in the midfield, Tashik Matthews on the wings, Jaden Adams. The team is just a complete team, and from the beginning of this tournament, they just looked destined for it. I mean, yes, there were times in their season where they were having cracks, right? And everyone was already calling for the head of the coach, Miguel Cardozo. But at the end of the day, he managed to bring this team together. They went on a long winning run in the league. They gave Orlando Pirates a run for their money. In fact, it was like they even just sacrificed the league title, even though Orlando Pirates fans would not want to hear that. But they just sacrificed the league title for Orlando Pirates, which Orlando Pirates almost bottled, by the way, but they went on to win. And they just saw how important this CAF Champions League, the second star, was going to be for them. And the last coach that achieved it for them was Pitso Mosimane, the big coach himself. And now Miguel Cardozo has equaled that. I mean, since 2016, they've been going on and on. Last year, they were the finalists. They lost to Pyramids of Egypt. And they just kept going. I think you just have to give it to the Brazilians. They've done so well. Tembazwane, their long-serving captain, also still there to celebrate with them. I mean, you just have to give it to this team, Mamelodi Sundowns. And here they are. And I'm sure that they also had a decent Club World Cup as well. And remember, on their way to winning this, they also trashed Nigeria's champions, Remo Stars, home and away. I mean, who can forget the 5-1, in Nigeria here in Abeokuta. I mean, it's just so good for Mamelodi Sundowns, not Orlando Pirates. Mamelodi Sundowns, good one for them to achieve what they've achieved this season. I think they will take this second star, the winning of the Champions League, they will take it over the league, because they are beginning to turn the Betway Premiership into the Farmers League. They've won that the last 9 editions, right? So they just had to give that a rest, and they went for this one, and they achieved the ultimate glory, winning the CAF Champions League. Kudos to them. They did a good job.
Let's talk about, Miguel Cardozo, right? Yeah. Miguel Cardozo, first 2023-2024 season, he took Esperance of Tunisia to the final. They lost. He took the Sundowns last season as well. Final, they lost, and now he's back in the final again 3 times in a row. What a manager he is! Absolutely,
fantastic coach, and I'm sure but I was having this conversation with some South African friends, and they were saying that if Ugo Bruce leaves, the South African job, the Bafana coaching role, that they should bring in certain Miguel Cardoso. And he also has some of these boys that he already knows. And the fact that some of these players are willing to play for him, the Otto Salles of this world. Otto Salles is Brazilian, right? Santos is Portuguese, Marcelo Allende is Chilean, Brian Leon is Colombian. They have the opportunity to bring in players from abroad, to come and play in the Betway Premiership. And this is what I want the NPFL to also look at. There were times where we used to see players from abroad also coming to play in the NPFL, but hopefully we will be seeing that again. I mean, their league is actually really contributing.
Let's look at Mamelodi Sundowns and Remo Stars, right? Two different owners. Osoname, a thorough businessman, football administrator, owns a club in Portugal, of course now in Nigeria as well. He's run a very good system, beyond Limit Academy, and of course a professional football league side in Remo Stars. They're relegated now. And then they won the league also last season. And let's look at the South African counterpart, owned by the CAF president himself, who is not even a thorough football administrator, just a pure businessman. A mining guru. He's got he's got the wealth of experience in the corporate world, but he's running a decent football club. What exactly is wrong with Remo Stars? Where have they missed it? Is it about the environment, or is it that Osoname is really not really a key into our Nigerian project?
I think what I would give to Mamelodi Sundowns is that despite the fact that they are backed by one of the biggest men in South Africa, Patrick Motsepe and all of that, the club, first of all, is a traditional club in South Africa, whoever the owner is, right? It is Mamelodi Sundowns, right? One of the clubs that when you look at South African football, they are the first names you want to call. I mean, there are reasons why even before he owned them, perennial champions, right? You just have to give it to them.
No tradition anywhere on earth came from heaven. Men build tradition.
Yes.
Remo Stars can be a tradition here.
Right, but Motsepe might not be, demand for the football, right? Just like you said, he might not be the biggest owner, he might not be the biggest man in football, right? Even though he's the president.
He's not even a thorough football administrator, just a business.
Yes, he might not be a thorough football administrator, but he still knows what the club wants, right? It's just like a Stan and Josh Kroenke of Arsenal, right? They have other businesses that they're managing. They have.
But Osoname is a core business owner. Also owns a football club, in Portugal. So
right, but I think maybe he's not giving that same attention to Remo Stars, because when you look at Remo Stars, right, when they won the league this season, a lot of people were expecting them to keep their core players so that they can go again, but they were not able to do that, right? I don't know.
And this begs the question for a football owner that runs a professional club abroad. It says a lot about
in Nigerian football. You need the money. The money is never enough, right? If you have opportunity for your players to leave, you let them leave and you bring more. Probably the belief was that you will bring boys from beyond limits to come into the team, and maybe they'll be able to steady the ship. But then it just shows that the NPFL just flipped on him and just showed him that levels have changed.
So talking about flipping on him, last season we saw Remo Stars took the league from Enugu Rangers, who were the defending champions, and good number of Enugu Rangers players. Some of them, they've been there 2-3 seasons now, and they've been part of the squad. The coach has also been there now, 3 good seasons. It says a lot about how they've been able to actually build a family.
That's the difference with the Remo Stars.
So why is it difficult for a man who understands football administration at its peak? Because now you can't even compare what he's doing in terms of what have experienced outside the shores of the country to the people who are actually running. A government-owned club. I'm not taking anything away from
this
the likes
just
of
give
Amobi Ezeaku, who is actually running the club. But I think
this would rather give give him a lesson to let him know that look, if football is more broader than the way maybe he is looking at it, right? You have to be able to keep some of your players in, and just to let you know that if you don't get to grips with what Nigeria football has to offer, you will just sleep back down. And that's what has happened.
But because if we go into infrastructure, right, we'll definitely agree that what we see...
They're one of the best run clubs in Nigeria.
Exactly. So if we go into infrastructure, that's exactly what it is. Because they have the best of facilities compared to what we see at the Cathedral in Enugu.
Maybe it's just that one thing lacking. It's about the players, right? Like I said, replacing players that are leaving with the same quality, to come in to challenge. You are the league winners, right? I know a lot of people want to come and poach your players, but at the same time, there are some players who should not let go. Do you understand? So that you'll be able to at least be in and around, even if you cannot defend, the title, you should still be able to at least still, try to start making the team feel like a big team now. They've been trying before they won that league title, and looking at them going back down again, it's not the best thing. They should be able to stamp their feet in the league and say, look, okay, even if you're not winning the title, let's be in and around continental places. But this season was just so bad for them. And last time it was in 2009, at, I think, 2010 for Bielsa United, and as well Shooting Stars too in the 98, 99 season. So it's just so bad the way it's happening to Remo Stars, and hopefully they will be able to come back. But the NNL as well is equally as tough as the APFL this season. So let's see how, and I'm sure Beyond Limit. Now that begs the question: how is it going to run Beyond Limit and Remo Stars in the NNL?
So definitely Beyond Limits have to pull out. That's exactly what happened.
Let's see how that's going.
That's what will happen. But then this is exactly where we'll definitely be moving on. But before we move on to another story, also know that Sporting Lagos was also relegated, and of course they came back. So if they can actually do that, I think Remo Stars will also be able to do that. But
did they come back immediately?
Well, I think they were not champions before they left, so it's different. I mean, Remo Stars.
The players that made them champions are not. Most of them are not there.
Yeah, but I think with their Beyond Limits,
the squad is looking a bit ordinary.
With their Beyond Limits academy program. I think they have squad depth that can
now,
bring them back easily.
At least the little lights in their team for this season will also be poached on. They will also want to still play for clubs in the NPFL. I'm talking about at least some of the players that made names for themselves in this season.
It depends on what they're offering,
But let's see how that pans out.
It depends on what they're offering, because I mean it's all about money and of course how consistent this club side pays. So, because sometimes if you go back to hearing the stories of some of these players playing in the Nigerian League, you want to weep. But that's not the conversation for today.
Right.
Let's move away from Lagos, where it happened for the Flying Antelope as they pick up their 9th Premier League title, to Arsenal in the city of London, where they also picked up their very first title in over 22 years as they are crowned champions of England again. The Gunners beat Crystal Palace 2-1 at the Selhurst Park to finish the title-winning season on a high. The goals came from Gabriel Jesus and Noni Madueke. Still the win, Jean-Philippe Mateta pulled one back, but for Palace, of course, Arsenal held on to finish on 85 points, 7 clear of Manchester City. It's Arsenal's first Premier League crown since being visible in 2003-2004 season. Captain Martin Odegaard lifted the trophy in front of the travelling fans after the final whistle. Of course, the last time they did see this was Patrick Vieira, who actually lifted the title, and Mikel Arteta's side Mr. Arteta said the wait made it sweeter. Arsenal now turn focus to the Champions League final against Paris Saint-Germain. I mean, the king of Parc des Princes, of course, the king and the defending champion of European football. Ousmane Dembele at this point is a little bit here and there. We are not really certain if he's going to play. But it's going to be a huge one. I mean, come next weekend, which is Saturday. This weekend, I beg your pardon.
May 30th.
Against PSG. But let's talk about the victory Arsenal. What did Arsenal do to right their wrong since Arteta came back? I mean, since Arteta became manager.
It wasn't rosy. It wasn't rosy. And I think Arteta just defined the fact that you have to make some tough decisions if you want to get there. He came in and made the likes of Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, made the likes of Mesut Ozil at the club, in the 1920 season. He made some tough decisions, bold decisions, letting the likes of Guendouzi, who was a promising young midfielder in the Arsenal squad, letting him leave, bringing Bukayo Saka from left back to the right wing. I mean, letting the likes of Aubameyang and Lacazette leave as well, changing the defense line. And at some point, questions were now begging to be asked, right? And they were begging for answers. It's time to deliver trophies, right? It was in his 3rd, 4th season, 8th twice, when he came in back-to-back, 8th. Next season, he finished 5th. And now people were already asking the bare minimum. With this improvement that you're making in the squad, we need to qualify for the Champions League. Then he started making the top 4. He brought the team back, into the Champions League. They went as far as the quarterfinals, where they lost out to Bayern Munich. Okay, some improvements still need to be made. Went into the next season. They got to the semi-finals after beating Real Madrid, the Declan Rice story and all of that. People were now still asking, when are you going to deliver the ultimate prize, which is the Premier League, where they were getting close 2nd 3 times in a row. It was looking like the 4th, second play was going to happen this season. Of course, PTSD and of course nerves were beginning to settle in. But I just think the fact that he just enabled himself to spread that belief among his players that, look, it's not done. Just like the way Declan Rice said when they lost to Manchester City, that it is not done. We can still push in. So I think it's all about everybody in the Arsenal board, from Mikel Arteta down to the last player.
Let me ask you, right? Defeating Manchester City en route to this particular trophy, first in over 22 years. Right. What exactly is it going to do to the psyche of the player?
It's going to show them that they can go for more, right? And I was saying it, in the Champions League when they were playing Atletico Madrid. I said, look, if they get to defeat Atletico Madrid and they get to, secure the Premier League title, it's going to boost their morale for the Champions League final. Even as it is, PSG are still favourites for the final.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
they are the defending champions, right? Yeah. And you can see the way they play. I'm sure a lot of Arsenal fans were not praying for Paris Saint-Germain to be in the final. They're praying for a certain Bayern Munich. They feel like Arsenal can still go match up against Bayern Munich, and they defeated them earlier, in the league phase. But this is a Paris Saint-Germain side. Luis Enrique has also built what Arteta is trying to build into this Arsenal team is what Luis Enrique has built into that PSG team. I mean, the likes of Kvaratskhelia, Kvaratskhelia coming out to say, look, you have to run for 90 minutes under Luis Enrique, or you will sit on the bench. Ousmane Dembele also said the same thing. He doesn't care to put anyone on the bench just for him to get the result. So they are going against a very, very stern opponent in Paris Saint-Germain. But I feel like Mikel Arteta just spoke to these boys and said, look, let's achieve it, let's get over the line. Right? And I also said it from the beginning of the season that the main goal for this season was the Premier League. Right? Whatever comes with it is going to be secondary. But they were going for this Premier League title just to remove that attack of second place again, ole that they were also singing at the rival ground. So this time around, they were able to get over the line. Whatever it is, whatever comes out of the Champions League, they'll be looking to win it for the first time in the club's history. But they know that they are approaching this game, with lots more confidence. The confidence has now gotten to the max now because they've achieved what they wanted at the beginning of the season, which is the Premier League title. And they will go against PSG and say, look, we have a fair chance.
Let's talk about some of the high points of this particular season when they ended. Erling Bruce Haaland, 27 league goals, Golden Boot Award. Raya, Arsenal's goalkeeper. I mean, 18 clean sheets, Golden Glove. 19 clean sheets, I beg your pardon. Now let's talk about one very interesting one, Bruno Fernandes. I mean, player of the year.
Absolutely. I mean,
deserving?
It deserved that. It deserved that. I mean, in a season where the way Manchester United started, a lot of people were like, oh, where are they going? We've seen them in the relegation places. Under Ruben Amorim wasn't looking so good. And even at the time, was still one of their standout players, even playing as a deep line playmaker. Then when Michael Carrick came in, the vibes changed and he pushed him back to his number 10 role where he could flourish and he could give the assist. Yes, a lot of people will call that a lot of set-piece assists, but an assist is an assist. You have to just take it like that. And he just settled. He knew what he was also chasing, at the end of the season. That, look, I can achieve this record. I mean, breaking the record, taking it from the likes of Thierry Henry and Kevin De Bruyne. What the season is hard in our Manchester United team, where you can even say that he's the best player. That undoubtedly, you can't call 3 players in Manchester United without putting Bruno Fernandes as even number 1, right? And I think going into next season as well, if they can replace the likes of Casemiro very well, I think they are being linked with Atalanta's Ederson. If they can bring a player like that in, with Michael Carrick still on board, I think Manchester United are going to be very, very scary next season. So I think he deserved that. Even though I think I would also want to make a case for the likes of Declan Rice, who has played more minutes than any Premier League player, in fact, this season. He has played over 3,000 minutes for Arsenal. He's like the important machine in the Arsenal midfield. I mean, in a game against West Ham, where he was just shifted to the right back, we saw how Arsenal crumbled in that game. A game that they were taking control. Declan Rice was in the heart of that midfield. He was shifted to the right back, and the old tactics crumbled. They had to be brought back in there, and a player that was subbed on was subbed off again. So I think Declan Rice's importance for Arsenal also cannot be overemphasized. Gabriel also at the back with the likes of William Saliba, and then the goalkeeper David Raya. Yes, a lot of people will say a clean sheet is not a metric for a goalkeeper, but then he made fantastic saves that if those balls went in, Arsenal were not going to win the league. He made beautiful saves. He was there. Look at the Carabao Cup final when he wasn't used.
I tell people, if you take out, David Raya and
David Raya is very, very important.
Not winning the league.
David Raya is very, very important. But I know a lot of people will be saying, Bruno Fernandes in the Manchester United team that are not so good. But then look at the Arsenal team. We are looking at it as the importance of you to your club, right? Bruno Fernandes, his importance to Manchester United is also the same as David Raya, Declan Rice, Gabriel to Arsenal. But of course, ultimately, he won the Player of the Season, and you can't fault England for that. He had a fantastic season.
Absolutely. Still talking about the Premier League, Tottenham have promised to major investment and full rebuild after they actually suffered a very terrible season. I mean, this is Tottenham's worst season since 1977. It's a very terrible one, a major investment and full rebuild after barely avoiding relegation on the final day of the Premier League. Spurs beat Everton 1-0 to finish 17th on the log, 2 points clear of the drop. It's their second straight 17th place finish, and of course their worst spell since 1977. In an open letter, the non-executive chairman, Peter Charrington, admitted the club lost its way. He said the Lewis family, who run majority shares in the club, are wholly committed to backing a rebuild. Head coach Roberto De Zerbi has been given a 5-year deal to lead the project. The club also confirmed the new executive and football structure is already in place. Of course, the fans and Tottenham Hotspur supporters trust called it a serious warning and demanded real change after years of poor decision. I mean, Tottenham Hotspur survived this particular, season again. And
thanks to this,
a lot of questions were being asked. You recall, I think a couple of weeks ago, we were having this conversation about the relegation battle, where we actually looked at it. I think it was 3 weeks ago, we were looking at teams' chance of making it through. And you told me you don't see Tottenham making it through. You said West Ham's got the best chance. But here we are, Roberto De Zerbi, he did the magic for.
I also said I wouldn't like to see Tottenham get relegated.
Yes.
But the way it was looking like, Tottenham might actually be the ones to go down. And before that time, there was no De Zerbi on board.
No, it was Tudor.
There was no De Zerbi. It was still got Tudor at the time. And when De Zerbi came in with not really a bad season at Olympic Marseille, I think it was an internal dispute that led to him leaving. And this was a man that did very, very well with Brighton as well when he was in the Premier League. I felt with De Zerbi, the mentality would change. Yes, the results were not coming in immediately, but there were changes, immediate changes in the team, gradual changes in the team. Players were coming back. They've had a very, very unfair share of injuries this season, Tottenham Hotspur. But when James Maddison came back, a very important part of their midfield, Joao Palhinha as well, their winter signing has also done very well, including getting the all-crucial winner against Everton on the final day. I think Tottenham just had their tools to survive, but it wasn't easy. West Ham as well not getting the result. The last match they win over Leeds United ultimately did not lead to anything, and they will go back to games where they felt that they could have done better, including the game against Arsenal, right, where Marcus Fernandes was one-on-one with David Raya and he missed that golden opportunity. I think West Ham, they will come back straight up, even though the Champions League the Championship is not very, very easy. We've seen teams that have gone to the Championship and they're not back. Yeah. They're not back anymore. The likes of Blackburn, Wigan. I think Wigan are even in League One. So we've seen teams, Leicester City, look at them. They won the league 10 years ago. And now...
I think if they can take a cue from Leicester City, when they went and, of course, came back, courtesy of Maresca, I think they can actually really come back. They're actually a traditional Premier League side.
Yes, but the thing is, how immediate would that be?
Well, there are conversations.
Nobody wants to get relegated.
There are conversations this afternoon. Nuno Espirito Santos with the board having conversation. Maybe he's going to stay on the job. Maybe he's going to be kicked out, but we don't know. If the likes of Nuno can actually remain on the job, and then Jared Bowen and some of the key players stay.
Yeah, I think that happened with Newcastle. With Newcastle in 2009, the 08-09 season. No, 2015-2016 season. I beg your pardon. When they were relegated, I think even the 08-09 they were relegated. They kept most of their players. In 2015-2016, I think it was Benitez at the time who was there with them when they lost the likes of Wijnaldum, but they still kept some of their players and they came back. They came back, almost immediately into the Premier League. So that aside, but for Tottenham, it's a good thing they survived. I don't want to call them a traditional club, but they're a club that they've come to, to terms in recent times that look, they are one of the big teams in England. People put them in the big six, right? Even though they've not won the Premier League title since 1992, that it became the Barclays Premier League. They haven't won it at all, but they are still in and around, the top four. Chelsea fans, they've been singing about it, saying let Tottenham survive because they are sure 6 points, in the season. There's debt, taxes, and Tottenham losing to Chelsea, right? So Chelsea fans are happy that they will get their big.
So these are the three things.
Yes,
taxes and
Tottenham will lose to Chelsea. Even if Chelsea are in the postseason, right, they'll still get the better of Tottenham Hotspur. But that's by the way.
But you think it's going to happen or continue under De Zerbi?
Right. I was going there. I think now that the chairman is promising him, to put some cash injection into the board, and some players will likely leave. I don't think the likes of Kolo Muani will be retained. I think the likes of Richarlison will also leave. If that cash injection comes in, yes. Arsenal fans do not want to hear this. They don't want to see Tottenham really do well because of the rivalry. But I think Tottenham will bounce back under a certain De Zerbi. They actually need De Zerbi first. Before any cash injection, keep De Zerbi first and let's see where
they've given him 5 years contract. So let's see how long that's going to take. But away from football, club football, let's go straight to the national team. The World Cup is at the front burner. Big conversation. Brazil is talking about, Neymar. Will he be fit for the World Cup? Questions have been asked about why, João Pedro still dropped for, the legendary Brazilian player. But then the question is not about Brazil this time around. It's about Lila Roja, talking about the Spanish national side, who have actually dropped their 26-man squad for 2026 FIFA World Cup. And for the very first time ever, there's not a single Real Madrid player included. Coach Luis de la Fuentes picked Lamine Yamal, Pedri, Gavi, and 5 other Barcelona players. Arsenal's David Raya, Martin Zubimendi, and Mikel Merano also made it alongside stars from Athletic Bilbao and, of course, Real Sociedad. De Hudson and Dani Caballero were the closest Real Madrid players, but both missed out. Caballero wasn't even on this 55-man long list after injury and form issues. Of course, these Spanish sides actually kicked off their World Cup campaign in June 15, in particular Group H against Saudi Arabia and next Uruguay. De La Fuente's side De La Fuente said he's not worried about fitness doubts over Lamine Yamal, Nico Williams, and Merino. Nine support players, including Madrid's Gonzalo Garcia, will train with the squad before the World Cup starts. I mean, this is a very big question. People will be asking questions. How come, there's no single Madrid player good enough for De La Fuente's side?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at Real Madrid, how many Spanish players at the top of their game are actually playing for Real Madrid? I think if you look at anyone right now, maybe a Gonzalo Garcia and a Dinargin, right? And if you look at Dinargin, it's not really been what he hoped for since he joined Real Madrid. There have been times where it's been sloppy, and there's been times where it's been okay for Real Madrid. But I think De La Fuente is also sticking with most of the players that achieved the Euros in 2024. I mean, some of those players are still even on top of their game. And if you look at this squad right now, David Raya, obviously one of the best keepers in Europe at this time. Joan Garcia of Barcelona also doing very well. But Unai Simon, it seems like Unai Simon is still going to be the man between the sticks because it looks like De La Fuente really trusts him. Because I think I'll be looking at the likes of Ramiro.
But that's a good headache for the manager.
Well, that's very, very good headache because I mean, David Raya, Joan Garcia, they have a fair chance. Joan Garcia, since he stepped into Barcelona, he has done really, really well. Goalkeeper of the season again, back-to-back for me. I think it was the goalkeeper of the season with Espanyol as well. So, fantastic goalkeeping options.
The defensive lineup, right? Grimado, Pau Kubasi, Llorente, Garcia, Pedro Porro, narrowly escaped relegation.
One of Tottenham's shining lights, by the way, Pedro Porro.
Absolutely, yes. Aymeric Laporte, Cucurella, and Toby. Now, let's look at this particular list, right?
Right.
Tell me, what's going to be the first major 11 for, De La Fuente's side in this particular one?
I think that would be very, very difficult to call. And I won't be surprised if Unai Simon still starts in goal. I think Unai Simon is going to be in goal.
Three decent goalkeeper for most.
Absolutely. Yes, a lot of people will be saying ultimately it should be David Raya because of his performances with Arsenal, right? But I think whoever the coach trusts is going to be the one in goal. For him to still call Unai Simon, it means he still has this level of trust in him. And I think Unai Simon is going to be involved, even though Athletic Club has not been good this season. Unai Simon, I think, will start. At the left back, I remember Alejandro Grimaldo in the 23-24 season when they won the Invincibles with Bayer Leverkusen. Everybody was expecting him to start right at the Euros, but it was given to Marco Cucurella. And I think Marco Cucurella is still going to be the same person to start on the left-hand side.
He's got a decent season, even though Chelsea...
Absolutely. And I think on the right-hand side, I think I'll be seeing the likes of Pedro Porro. No, I think Marcos Llorente will start on the right-hand side. He can also play as a right back. Fantastic, versatile player, utility player. Pau Kubasi, and I think Aymeric Laporte, should be in the center of the defense.
And no Alessandro Balde.
No, Alejandro Balde has also had his unfair share with injuries as well. And I think not bad options, Grimaldo and Cucurella.
So let's look at the midfield.
And if you look at the midfield, I think he's going to go with the same midfield as the Euros. Fabian Ruiz, yes, he's also been unlucky with injuries this season, but whenever he's back with De La Fuente, it shows that he can perform. So I think it's going to be Fabian Ruiz, Pedri, and of course, the Manchester City defensive midfielder, Rodrigo Hernandez. And if you look at the attackers, of course, on the right-hand side, though he'll be missing the first game, I think
most likely also the second.
Most likely the second game. So, but Lamine Yamal, whenever his feet starts. But for the first game, I think it's going to be a certain, maybe a Dani Olmo right there. Maybe he's not going to want to use a winger. He might put Dani Olmo and he might put Ferran Torres, of course, who has also been fantastic for Barcelona. And
so you don't see Nico Williams starting?
Well, because he played well at the Euros, he might want to consider that, but he's not at the best of seasons, right? After especially moving to Barcelona, still staying with Athletic Club. He has not had a fantastic season. Mikel Oyarzabal, I think Mikel Oyarzabal will start. And also a man I want a lot of people to watch at the World Cup with Victor Munoz of Osasuna if he gets the chance. Fantastic player too.
Absolutely. As we continue to actually wait for the defending champion, the Al Barcelona, to actually drop their own list, where we'll definitely look at the big boys completing the list when it comes to the World Cup or teams that will be participating.
Germany's squad is actually funny.
Well, I mean,
Neuer is there again.
Yeah,
at 41, I'll be 40.
That's a conversation. That's a conversation that a lot of persons have been talking about.
Yeah,
what's exactly doing there? No out of it and all of that.
No Atubolu, no Stegen, no Adeyemi.
But then let's get to see what the Germans. I mean, the Germans have actually really fallen off when it comes to national football.
Contenders or pretenders?
Absolute pretenders, if you ask me. But then that's not the
first time you ask me the question.
No, that's absolutely what it is. But then we'll definitely move on to hoping to see what defending champion will definitely bring. Lionel Messi, there was injury scare. We don't know if he's going to make it.
He will play.
At the end of the day, Well, it is
Come on,
America.
come on,
It is
Messi
America.
will play.
For everything, Americans will also want to see him. You
Yeah.
know, the MLS hero right there playing football in the United States. Of course, it's exactly where we'll be living it. Afis, it's been awesome having you. on
Absolutely.
Locker Room.
It's been a fantastic time.
Of course, this is exactly what we'll be living. The show this evening was do well to join us same time tomorrow. And tomorrow, Afis will be here to actually take you around the world of sports. And of course, it is going to be Sport Republic. Now, up next is Political Lens with Chukma Okoro. Have a sporty day ahead.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to Vop TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur Vop TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, Vop TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk, lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue.
The APC primaries, which started with the National Assembly level and saw more than 74 sitting legislators lose their return tickets, culminated in the election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress after beating his co-contestant, Mr. Osifo, with over 10.9 million votes. In the aftermath, the embattled Progressive Governors Forum chairman and Imo Governor Hope Uzodinma declared that APC members alone can re-elect President Tinubu in 2027. Meanwhile, Nigerians have reacted to the emergence of Bola Tinubu as the candidate of the APC. In the meantime, the entrance of Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwakwanso into the NDC has thrown up the party as the non-credible opposition that could mobilize to oust the APC and Tinubu from office, as more opposition figures are angling to join the NDC to form a mega coalition. This and more, including the ADC primaries, which is underway, and we await the results. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us. Now, we've been joined in the studio here by Prince Francis Chilaka. Prince Francis Chilaka is a political affairs analyst. He's going to help us make sense of the happenings within the APC, the NDC, as a matter of fact, within the political landscape. Good evening to you, Mr. Prince Francis Chilaka, and good to have you join us on
Good evening,
View on Political Lens. Thank you. I appreciate your presence.
You're welcome.
We have also been joined virtually by Dr. Moshood Abiola. Dr. Abiola appears there in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Dr. Abiola, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We do appreciate your presence.
Good evening, sir. It's a pleasure joining you.
Big time. Good to have you. Now, let's quickly run into it. Tinubu's journey through the 2027 APC presidential primaries was marked by a sweeping show of support across Nigeria's 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. From Lagos to Adamawa, Kaduna to Imo, his votes reflected a broad coalition that cut across regions and demographics. With almost 11 million ballots cast in his favor, the figures reveal the scale of his political reach and the foundation of his candidacy. The official figures released provide a clear picture of how his support was built nationwide. Tinubu dominates APC presidential primaries with nearly 11 million votes across Nigeria's 36 states and Abuja. Lagos State delivered the highest number of votes for Tinubu with 814,988 ballots cast in his favor. This strong showing reflects his political base and long-standing influence in the state. Northern states show strong backing as well because several northern states contributed significantly to Tinubu's tally. Adamawa polled 644,149 votes. Kaduna, 618,914 votes. Kano, 500,852 votes. Katsina, 467,003 votes. Gombe, 450,507 votes. With Borno polling 414,988 votes. Now, these figures highlight the depth of his reach in the north, where political mobilization remains a decisive factor. Tinubu also gained notable support from the southeast and south-south regions. Imo State gave him 582,960 votes, with Delta State giving him 407,646 votes. Meanwhile, that is the state of his co-contestant, Mr. Osifo. And Akwa Ibom gave him 389,197 votes. Enugu 383,382 votes. Bayelsa 227,192 votes. While traditionally competitive zones, these numbers show his ability to secure votes beyond his stronghold. While the Middle Belt states added steady contributions, Benue gave him 374,787 votes. Plateau State, 241,720 votes. Nasarawa 285,436, Kogi 197,370, Niger 175,487 votes. Now, these results underline the balancing role of the region in national politics. While some states recorded lower figures but still added to the overall tally, Anambra gave him 43,034 votes, Ekiti State 85,340 votes, Osun State 100,888 votes, Cross River State 113,911 votes, FCT 36,103 votes. Now, that is how the president secured 10.9 million votes, almost 11 million votes. Let me come to you, Dr. Moshood Abiola. I would like for you to react. Let's have your reaction to the developments within the APC. But before we talk about the emergence of the president as the candidate of the APC, we need your broad overview of the entire APC primaries, which started sometime a week ago, where the National Assembly members, went to the ballots, to see who will get the tickets. And in all of that, we had 74 of them lose their tickets. They are not going back, to the National Assembly because the party, the people said, well, thanks for the work you have done. We don't want you anymore. Let's have your broad review of the APC primaries that culminated in the election of President Bola Tinubu as the presidential candidate of the APC. Quickly, sir. Yes, Dr. Abiola, go on, sir. Go ahead. Dr. Abiola, can you hear me? Well, unfortunately, we've lost connection with Dr. Moshood Abiola. The tech team will work to get him back. In the meantime, let's stay with the Prince here in the studio. Prince, let's have your broad reaction to the APC primary.
Well, for me, I think it was just shamble. It was just a display of mediocrity that has been that APC is known for. I don't understand what they were trying to prove. Everybody from the start knew that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was going to be returned as their sole candidate, and if that was it, what was all the drama, all the expenditure, everything wasn't necessary. So for me, I think APC is taking our political journey into the graveyard. They're dragging us several years back. The late president took us 50 years back. This president is taking us another 100 years back. Because what is playing out in Nigeria today is a shameful situation.
What exactly played out that is shameful? I mean, it's their internal affairs. They did their
internal affairs.
They didn't get consensus, so they got to the primaries, direct primaries.
When you say direct primaries, the man that contested against the president, who knows, who is he? What's his pedigree? Where is he coming from?
His name is Mr. Osifo.
Where is he coming from?
He's a Nigerian from Delta State.
Are you trying to tell me now that every other person in APC does not have anybody vibrant that can contest against the president? You bring somebody that is not known in the political arena and you say it's contesting against the president, and you expect people to believe that? You expect people to take that and go home and sleep? This charade that APC is doing should come to an end. We are tired of all this charade. We are saying that we want pure democracy. This is not democracy. What we have is not democracy.
Prince, I don't know the problem you have with the APC saying. I mean, Stanley Osifo is a member of the APC. He bought his ticket, 100 million naira. We didn't hear that people contributed for him to buy the ticket. And he ran against the president. Isn't that some level of, participatory democracy?
In 2023, how many people ran against the president? We have notable Nigerians, people who people have known in the political field. So what happened to all of them? Are you telling me that all of them have gone to sleep? Are you telling me that all of them have lost the potential of becoming a president?
Well, some of them might have gone to other political
parties. Or are you saying that some of them have been settled and bought over and they can no longer speak truth to power? See, for me, this is it. What I'm trying to say in effect is that we didn't need this charade that APC is doing. We didn't need it. We all know that they already have a candidate. So why give people the impression that you are having a primary? What is wrong with saying, oh, he's a consensus candidate? President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the consensus candidate of APC. So what stopped them from nipping that in the bud?
Okay. All right. I mean, there are so many talking points in this topic. But in the meantime, I understand that we have been able to reconnect with Dr. Moshood Abiola. Dr. Abiola, if you got my question, I'd like for you to give us a broad reaction to the APC primaries that culminated in the election of President Bola Tinubu as the presidential candidate of the APC in the 2027 general elections.
Yes, I think when you look at the way and manner APC has gone through the primary, you tend to appreciate the depth of internal democracy within the party. Mr. President is not a consensus candidate. He emerged through a transparent process of people coming forward to aspire. What Osifo aspiration has done is to show to the world that the tickets for this dispensation, I think 2023 to 2027 presidency of APC is open. It doesn't matter whether Osifo is known or not known. Let's remember, when Ebele Jonathan was time to return as president in 2015, PDP did not allow any person to contest against Jonathan. In fact, I repeat, I remember the party said only one form was printed, and that's one form was for the president, Ebele Jonathan. But in this case, APC made it open. It is not new that when you see a president trying to return for second term, they tend to have strong hold on the party because it's an incumbent president. But Mr. President has made it open in such a way that every person, every member of APC are eligible to contest against him. And that is what Mr. Osifo exercised. When you look at what happened yesterday at the Bola Ahmed
Hello, Dr. Abiola. Well, I think the internet is fluctuating. It's floppy. We seem to have lost its audio. Well, the tech team will work on that. In the meantime, let's return to the studio. Well, Prince, you heard what the Dr. Abiola said. More like there is always what is called the first offer of refusal, which Tinubu didn't accept, and so he had to throw it open. And we saw someone run against him. But like he cited, in the case of Jonathan, it was only Jonathan.
Well, if you look at the two of them, you need to understand when people are being sincere, when people are just trying to make up issues. In the case of Jonathan, everybody knew that the PDP had a candidate and they were going to return Jonathan as the candidate. So they didn't think it was necessary to subject people to mediocrity.
Okay.
So that was what happened. And we had expected, even though I'm not an APC member, but we had expected that, since it's not even, if you remember, it's not today people, governors and individuals started endorsing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the candidate. He has been known as the candidate of the party even before now. So it would have saved everybody the problem, the charade. You saw how people were counting votes. Adults, matured people, counting votes from 1 to 100, jumping 5, 10, 100, 1 million. I mean, it shows you what we're talking about is the level of mediocrity that APC has displayed in getting our candidates across board.
All right, then. Let's move on. There's a chart I'd like for us to play. It speaks to the concerns that Nigerians have raised, you know. It talks about the vote that the president polled in 2023 general election, where it was not only the APC voting, you had other, the general public, non-members of the party voting, and the votes the president scored. And now when you compare that with the votes that the president got on Saturday, they raised some red flags. Let's go to Lagos State. If you look at Lagos State, in 2023 general election, the president scored 572,606 votes. But in 2026 primaries, in a space of 3 years, the president scored 814,988 votes. In Lagos State, only APC members. 3 years gap.
Okoro, you know, let me say this, whether you like it or not. Across board, you cannot use the membership of a political party to weigh into the general elections. When you say he had 800 and something votes, you ask yourself, is it not the same Lagos State where we are, that the Lagosians themselves, the people living in Lagos, are complaining about the hardship? They're complaining about the poverty. They're complaining about the hunger. They're complaining about taxes. Are you not telling me that suddenly everybody that is complaining in Lagos State have now aligned?
Now, that's one of the talking points. Because it raises concern.
So
how could the president...
Okoro, what is playing out
is
a pre-planned arrangement to rig the elections.
No, I had a guest on the morning show who said exactly what he said.
And Hope Uzodinma has already started talking about it. He has started talking about it already. He's already telling Nigerians that only the members of APC can actually give president the vote. If they couldn't give him the vote when things were far better, when subsidy was still there, when people didn't have to pay through their nose to get petrol, you now think that now that people are paying through their nose, when people are not able to feed their families, when people are not able to have a roof over their head, when 140 million Nigerians are living, within multidimensional poverty, you now think that it is now this time around that these same people will not come out and vote to continue in poverty, to continue in suffering.
Now that's one of the talking points that I raised, and I'm happy that you're addressing it. Let's go back to that chart, because the chart also speaks to some kind of regional permutations. In Kano State, let's get the chart again. I'd like for us to... I'd like to get the chart again so that we'll look at what happened in Kano State in 2023 and what happened on Saturday. In 2023, the president polled on the total general election 513,846 votes. But yesterday, or on Saturday, 500,852 votes. Now, that is the home state of Alhaji Musa Rabiu Kwakwanso. Alhaji Musa Rabiu Kwakwanso is of the NDC and is primed to be on the same ballot, on this ticket with Peter Obi. If the president could pull this kind of weight, what does that speak to? The popularity of Kwakwanso in Kano State, considering that the state governor is in APC.
Okoro, you need to, when you say the state governor, what structure does the state governor have in Kano State? What is the structure?
So you think
you should also realize that it is a Kwakwansia movement that brought the governor to office.
Okay, so do you think that?
And I do not see that governor taking over that movement, because that movement is still intact. It would take miracle for anybody, from not even Ganduje, to take over the Kano state structure from Kwakwanso. So for me, that's why I said this whole thing is just deception. It's like trying to build a castle where you don't even have the foundation to build it.
Okay, all right. Let's go back to our virtual guest. I understand we've been able to re-establish connection with him. Dr. Abiola, good to have you rejoin us. Now, I would like for you to land on your thoughts quickly before we progress. I'll ask you more questions concerning the APC primary that threw up the president as the presidential candidate of the party.
What I was saying earlier is that what we have been experiencing is one of the beauty of democracy. The APC has set us that within the party, there is internal democracy. There is no coercion. The nomination is really done. It's an internal affair. And it is validly done. So if anybody has a, I don't know why somebody will be having problem with what CC is doing internally within themselves. Instead of us to hold the party for throwing the ticket open for allowing Mr. President.
Okay, all right. Dr. Mushood, that point is noted. Well, as far as you are concerned, the APC played internal democracy because the window was open for any other person that wanted to. Okay, beautiful. Now, when you talk about internal democracy, something happened in Oyo State. I would like for us to play back that chart. You know, I would like for us to go back to Oyo State because the the governor aspirant in Oyo State, talking about the last minister of power, Adelabu, he said something that Sharafuddin Ali scored more than 500,000 votes to be returned as the governor candidate of the APC. Meanwhile, he says in Oyo State, we don't even have a registered vote, registered membership doesn't have up to 500,000 votes, 500,000 members. So where did they manufacture all of those votes? Can you help us with that question? I mean, it was former Power Minister Adelabu that posed the question. Can you help us with that when you talk about internal democracy within the APC? What sort of democracy would that be?
I think we need to be guided by facts and not by news. Even if Mr. Sadare, the publicity secretary of Oyo APC, as in by that go announced that there was at any time at which the party was concocted in Syria. So if the state party had media announcing the record, I mean, that particular, I don't think places of John this interview because said address the media and said that he made the publicity of the party.
Unfortunately, Dr. Abiola, you are breaking off rapidly. I don't get a coordination, in your thoughts. I can't get you clearly. You are breaking off rapidly. I would like for the tech team to fix all of that and so that you come back so that we can get a better audio feed from you. I can hardly make out what you are saying. Honestly, you are breaking up rapidly. Very unfortunate. Now, let's return to the studio. Now, Prince, in 2023, the president scored total votes, 8.7 million votes. And now we are back to the primaries alone, and he scored up just about 11 million votes, 10.9. which is practically 11 million votes. Now, that suggests that the president in the past 3 years has done so well that APC membership, swelled. And so there are more members. You know, they've been doing this, their registration updates and all of that. So does that speak to the performance of the president? And when you are talking about that, you'll also understand that, well, someone said, if we ask 74 of our 7 legislators not to return, it speaks to internal democracy. But I asked that person, does it also speak to failure in performance of those members of your party who went to the National Assembly to represent you and they didn't do well because you said they can't go back because they didn't do well. So how could they have not performed and the president performed?
Well, Okoro, this whole thing about performance, we need to begin to ask for a yardstick to measure the performance of the president. First and foremost, this is a president on the 29th of May 2023, as part of his inaugural speech, said subsidy is gone. He had no ministers in place. He had no economic advisors in place. He had nobody in place. And since that statement was made, the whole country has been thrown into chaos. So for anybody to begin to talk of the performance, I always ask, what is the yardstick? If you're telling me now that the fact that Nigerians' purchasing power has been brought to almost zero, the fact that electricity that he promised, which he used as his campaign to say, if I don't give you electricity, when I come back for a second time, don't vote me. Okoro, where is this electricity? Because if you're talking about performance, and we're looking at issues one after the other, we will not say, oh, the president has been able to take care of the national grid. He has improved electricity. But rather than doing that, what did the presidency do? They decided to put solar for the president and forget about the national grid. Is that what you call performance? You have a country where the roads from Lagos to the east, they are unmotorable. Rather than concentrate on fixing these roads, the government is chasing an elephant project known as the Calabar Highway. And then I ask, charity begins at home. Why don't you resolve the small problems you have before looking for how to surmount the big problem? That is on one side. You talk of petrol. Nigeria is an oil-producing country. The war that has happened between America, Israel, and Iran, for every right-thinking Nigerian, is a windfall. How much was the budget? 65 naira per dollar. Isn't it?
$64.
And the oil is selling at $110. So it means that there's a windfall. Where is that windfall? Even with the windfall, we're still paying more for petrol. It is not that we're paying more for petrol and our living standard has improved. No, our living standard is very, very low. So I'm asking myself as a Nigerian, and I think that's the question every Nigerian should be asking themselves. What is the yardstick this administration is using to tell us that they're performing well?
Okay, now I'm happy that you brought us to this point. You are talking about yardstick. And I'm also happy that you mentioned Lagos to the east. The serving minister of works, Dave Umahi, who comes from the southeast, says, well, southeast people, if you don't vote the president in 2027, we are going to starve you of federal infrastructure. And you come from the southeast.
Let me say this. Let me say this to Dave Umahi. Please, no, hold on. No, let me say this to Dave Umahi. I am really disappointed that a man like Dave Umahi could politicize everything about his people. It is so shameful that rather than for us to look at how to unify Nigeria, how to build infrastructures, how to better the lives of the Nigerian people, a minister will open his mouth and begin to talk politics. As a minister that Dave Umahi is, let him tell me one project this administration has brought to the Southeast?
And that's the question I wanted to ask you. I mean, he said there are lots of federal
Where are the
going on in
projects?
Southeast.
We all travel to the east. We're not like, we've not sold our conscience to Lagos. Where are the projects? Are the projects hidden inside his briefcase?
Where he cites Enugu to Port Harcourt, which cuts through like 3 or 4 states of the Southeast, 3 states of the Southeast.
Where is the road? What you have on paper and what you have on ground, they're not the same thing. Dave Umahi should stop deceiving himself. It is clear that Dave Umahi wants to be either a vice president or a presidential candidate after the 2027 elections.
Should he do that at the expense of his people? Now, we have the gas master plan, which excluded the Southeast, where you come from. Good. We have the rail master plan, which excluded the Southeast. So I want. That's why I'm asking you, the infrastructures, have you seen them? Do you know?
I don't. That's what I'm
asking. Because he says, if you don't vote for the president in 2027, we'll start you. You'll not get what you are getting now.
Well, I'm happy it's from the Southeast, but I will always say this. When they finish all this, their politicking, they still come back to the Southeast. And when they come back to the Southeast, those infrastructures they have refused to put on ground, they pay dearly for it. They pay dearly for it.
Okay.
No. Before you go further, we had Rotimi Amechi as a Minister of Works.
Transportation, sorry.
He built rail from here to Mardin. Which one did he build to his state, Rivers State?
No, well, there's one from Rivers State, I think, to Akwa Ibom State.
Which one did he build? Unfortunately, a lot of people who call themselves Southeasterners, they've always sold themselves and sold their people on the altar of politics, not on the altar of development. So Dave Umahi was a governor of
Ebonyi
State. I'll tell you this. Do you know that if, as he claims to be a doctor of engineering in practice,
professor
of engineering in practice, if he had applied it in Ebonyi should have been #1 producer of rice.
But I think he did well in infrastructure in Ebonyi State.
Ebonyi would have been #1.
Okay.
When we talk about infrastructure, when we talk about development, if it does not filter down to the lives of other ordinary people, if it does not change the living standard of the ordinary people, you have wasted your energy.
Okay, it doesn't count. All right, I would like for us to go back to 2027, the APC primaries, and what could be the likelihood, because there are some regional flashpoints. We've talked about Lagos, we've talked about Kano, and I would like for us to go to Oyo State. I would like the back end to play that chart again. Let us go to Oyo State, where in 2023, the president scored 329,427 votes. But in this 2026 primaries, he scored 142,754. Meanwhile, in the Guba primaries, the winner, Sharafaddin Ali, scored in excess, I think, 518,000 votes. And that is why the person that was defeated, Adela, the former power minister, is saying, hey, in Oyo State, we don't even have up to 500,000 registered members. So where did they manufacture the 518? Now, at the presidential level, does it look like Seyi Makinde's influence in the APM is already playing out for the president?
It's not about whether it is playing out. It's about the people. The Nigerian people are ready and willing to take back their country. No matter the reason you want to read.
Lagosians and Nigerians, they gave 800 and something thousand votes.
Okoro, that 800 and something votes, you and I know that it is impossible.
Oh, but it's there on paper.
Well, it's on paper, but we know it's impossible. We know it's impossible. The current state of affairs in this country today, it will be suicidal for anyone to go and vote APC.
Well, some people believe that the APC is making progress.
Well, I don't know where they see the progress. I don't know where they see the progress and the kind of progress they see. You are a worker, Okoro. The minimum wage in Nigeria today is 70,000 naira. Maybe by the time you add other small here and there, it brings you to about 100,000 naira. A liter of petrol today is what? 1,300, 1,350. In some places, it's going for 1,005. So what it means is that if you're buying 20 liters of petrol, for instance, 15 liters of petrol is 20,000 naira. 15 liters of petrol cannot carry you for 1 week. So it means that in 1 month, your whole salary has gone on petrol. You have not talked about electricity. You have not talked about food. You have not talked about accommodation. So those who came out to vote, where did they come out from? They crawled out from the ground? Or are you telling me that, the normal saying that Nigerians love praising those who hold them by the truth? Is that what we're looking at?
All right, then. I understand that we've been able to re-establish connection with Dr. Abiola. Dr. Abiola, unfortunately, network has not been friendly. And so I would like for you to conclude what your take on the APC primaries that produced President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the candidate of the APC in 2027 general election, and the fact that I would like for you to talk about 74 of their national legislators not going back, to the National Assembly because they lost their tickets. What does that tell you about performance, at the National Assembly level, at the state level? And then just suppose that with the performance of the president, is there a possibility that the president may have done well for his people, to have, increased his political value, his electoral value? Meanwhile, 74 of his party men in the National Assembly couldn't do that because the people said, well, you didn't do well for us, and so you are not going back. How do you explain all of that for us? Briefly, like 2 minutes, so that we'll move on to the next topic of discussion. Dr. Abiola, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, I can hear you. Dr. Abiola, go ahead, I can hear you.
Now, before I go into those things that you asked me to discuss, I was in the studio has told us he said that it belongs. It's quite unfortunate that spend his whole time lying to Nigerians because of his own political goals and objectives. In Southeast, is it telling us that Enugu is going on? Is it telling us that Enugu Port Harcourt Expressway construction is not going on? Is it telling us that construction is not going on the access road at Niger Bridge? Or you tell us?
Well, unfortunately, Dr. Abiola, you are still breaking off. I can't get a coordination to what he is saying. But before we move on, Prince, he says, are you telling Nigerians that there is no work ongoing in the Enugu-Port Harcourt way, federal highway? Are you telling Nigerians that there are no federal access roads being built in the Southeast? That's his question.
Well, it's one thing for you to sit in your bedroom and feel that every other person is comfortable because you're living in your luxurious apartment with air conditioner and all of that. And you fail to understand that there are people out there that are living in squalors. This is, in the next few days, this administration will be 3 years, isn't it? In 3 years, all I'm asking is the president to point to, or the minister for works to point to one project that has been completed in the Southeast. You've seen what is happening in the FCT. I may not agree so much with Wike, his style of politics, but I'll tell you that, yes, we see the things he's doing. We see the roads he's constructing in the FCT. People are using them. The roads are being commissioned. So please, all I want to say is, show me one road or show me one infrastructure that in 3 years has been completed in the Southeast. You are from the Southeast, Okoro. Can you point to one?
Well, I don't have an opinion on this program. So I'd like for us to move on. I don't have an opinion here. I'm just the anchor. Now, the NDC, registered in February 2026 and led by former Bayelsa Governor Serake Dixon, has rapidly transformed from a newly formed party into a major political force. Built on promise of competence, structured governance, and people-focused leadership, the party quickly established nationwide structure and gained attention as a credible alternative to the APC and the PDP, where the NDC's rise accelerated after prominent opposition figures, including Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwakwanso, joined the party alongside influential politicians, lawmakers, and defectors from other parties. While these defections gave the NDC grassroots networks, legislative presence, and growing national influence, positioning it as the new rallying point for opposition consolidation ahead of the 2027 general elections. However, the party faces major challenges despite its momentum: internal power struggles, weak ideological identity, litigation risks, and the possibility of becoming a coalition of political ambitions rather than ideas threaten its future. While many Nigerians see the NDC as a potential third force capable of reshaping the political landscape, its long-term success will depend on maintaining unity, discipline, internal democracy, and clear policy directions. Prince Chilaka, does the NDC qualify to be characterized as the most potent opposition in Nigeria at the moment?
Yes, as at today, yes. As at today.
I mean, it's a new political party. The presence of Obi and Kwakwanso is not enough to
well, when you say a new political party,
registered in February this year.
It doesn't matter when it is registered. When you say a new political party, you saw what happened with Labour Party. Who knew Labour Party before Peter Obi adventured into Labour Party? A party is made popular by those that are inside the party. The ideals, the vision, what they're bringing to the table. That is what makes a political party strong. And I tell you this for free, of all the people contesting, in various parties for presidential election, I've not seen anyone that has the capacity, the capability of Peter Obi. Is it in terms of discipline? Is it in terms of accountability? Is it in terms of transparency? Sometimes I ask myself, is Peter Obi really a Nigerian? When you look at the pedigree of most Nigerian politicians, you ask yourself, why is it that the name of Peter Obi stirs confusion all over the place? I take you to APC, for instance. People are saying, you have not given us light. It is Peter Obi. Nigerians are being killed in South Africa. Being chased around in South Africa. Peter Obi went to South Africa. It is Peter Obi. We talk about insecurity. Peter Obi.
As the cause of insecurity or what?
Well, they just talk about him because it's an excuse.
Okay.
But the point I'm trying to make is this. It's not about how, when the party was set up, it's about those who are behind the party.
Do you think that NDC, as presently constituted, has the structure to battle Tinubu in 2027?
NDC, as presently constituted, has a better structure than Labour Party had in 2023.
Why? Because of who? I mean, Obedient Movement. They just pulled out Obedient Movement from the Labour Party. Labour Party is still there.
Well, you know that
NNPP.
You know that Labour Party is right now is a scarecrow of its own.
Okay.
And then if you talk of NNPP, since Kwakwanso left NNPP, who has been talking about NNPP?
So exactly the point. Labour Party is the structure. Obedient movement is not the structure. Now, Kwakwanso has left the NNPP. He left with Kwakwansia. Kwakwansia, is that the structure? It's just the movement. Do they have the structures across 700, in fact, 17,000 polling units?
Well, the structure is growing. PDP did not build that structure in one day. This same APC you have today did not build that structure.
But APC had.
It built it as a conglomerate, so to say.
Okay, APP had.
APC, I mean.
APP had, which they collapsed. ACN had, which they collapsed. A section of ABGA had, which they collapsed. There was the NPDP, which they had, which they collapsed. But in all of this, obedient movement is just a movement. Do they have party structure?
It's a movement of the people.
Okay.
And there's something you need to be worried about when you talk about a movement. A movement does not pay allegiance to a political party. A movement pays allegiance to the individuals.
But they need the party structure. Do they have it?
They will create, the structure will be there.
Between now
They are
and
building
January 16th?
Yeah, they are building the structure. The mistakes made in 2023 in Labour Party is being corrected with NDC. And I'm telling you the gospel truth. Every Nigerian out there today wants a government that has the semblance of good governance. They want a government that has empathy. They have a government that believes in the people, which is what democracy is all about. It's about the people.
The Prince, a court shifted the window for submission of list of candidates and all of that, and so there's still room for defection. Do you think that between now and September, when that window will close, that the NDC will still be intact? Do you think, wouldn't we see a group of people, join the party to say, oh, I was here before, and well, this person is not the candidate, this person is not the chairman, Omar Ado is still in court.
If you have followed law cases that has to do with political parties, you will realize that if you are not a member of a political party, going to court is a waste of time.
Well, we understand all of that, but we know that what happens in Nigeria.
Well, things are changing as well.
Okay, things are changing.
Yes. So but you asked a very pertinent question. And that question is, like I said, the things that went wrong with Labour Party, where people came and rode on the back of P2B to get into national prominence. It cannot happen again. It can never happen again.
But I see a lot of people trooping to the NDC, collecting tickets because they want to ride on the back of P2B.
No, I'm not. We have already told the P2B and the party has been told, if you don't learn from your mistake, you keep making the same mistakes. And that's why I've always advocated that this idea of somebody winning an election in Party A and moving to Party B and holding on to that position is something that we need to abolish in this country. That is why there's no accountability. That's why there's no respect for rule of law.
The Prince, ADC primaries is underway as we speak. What do you expect? What do you see coming?
Well, for me, I don't see anything different from the core reason why P2B left ADC. And that core reason is, one man believing that that party belongs to him. And that is not democracy, because you are subverting the will of the people. Moreover, I am shocked, and I feel so terrible, I feel so bad, that somebody like Alhaji Atiku Abubakar can actually say that, he's not a party to 4 years to the north, 4 years to the south. Well, he benefited from it when he was in PDP. He benefited. And I find it very, very intriguing that a man who calls himself a Democrat, a man who says he wants to serve the people, does not want to listen to the people. Everybody has told you, even his own brothers from the north have told you there is a structure on ground. And that structure is 8 years to the north, 8 years to the south. Why do you think you're the only person that can usurp that arrangement?
Why do you want to disrupt that arrangement? Prince, in 1 minute, can you give us your concluding thoughts?
My concluding thought is that the elections are drawing closer. Nigerians shouldn't be bothered with all the shenanigans that APC is doing with their primaries and announcing results. Go and get your PVC. Let us go out there on the day of the election, vote your candidate, and stand by your vote.
Thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka. This is where we have to end this conversation. We've been speaking with Prince Francis Chilaka, who appeared here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. We also had Dr. Mushood Abiola, who appeared here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Unfortunately, network was not very friendly. He was breaking off rapidly, and we couldn't get his audio feed very well to coordinate his sentences and all of that, unfortunately. Well, on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemdioto. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chupuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching Vop TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akpeja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to Vop TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is Vop TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndumdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Atiku and Amaechi slugging it out in ADC's presidential primary, to Tinubu winning APC's presidential primary with over 10 million votes. Also, Umahi describes Tinubu as the Biafra Southeast is looking for. Finally, ASU threatens fresh strike over delays in implementation of 2025 agreement. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amaechi have cast their votes in the African Democratic Congress presidential primary ahead of the 2027 elections. The ADC primary expected to determine the party's presidential flag bearer for the next general election is being held simultaneously across Nigeria's 8,809 wards, adopting the option A4 voting method, with accredited party members queuing openly behind their preferred aspirants. The contenders are Atiku Amaechi, an economist, and former PDP presidential aspirant Mohammed Ayatuddin. The primary election is being closely monitored by political observers, and party officials say the process is expected to be concluded after votes from wards nationwide are collated and announced. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by just one distinguished guest. We have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Okay, Dr. Anosike, the ADC presidential primary is underway right now. There's been talks at some point of consensus candidates and all of that, but it looked like nobody was agreeing to a consensus candidate, and now you are seeing them. The voting is underway for a presidential candidate to emerge. Who do you see coming out victorious in this?
Well, they are in the field, so what will determine who will come out is preparation. Who prepared more than the others? Understand? Who is more popular than the others? And who spend more than the others? Because this is Nigeria. We cannot rule that out. So Rotimi Amechi said that after casting his votes, he said that things are going on well. So he didn't express any feeling. He was in high spirits. Understand? So for me, the beauty of democracy is the freedom to choose between 2 or 3 people. Because if you just a candidate, it means an imposition or a consensus, which might not really be the mind of every body. So it is going on at the end of the day. The person that prepares more will carry all the day.
Okay, you made mention of who is more popular. So I'm going to ask you, between these 2 people, I'm going to ask you 2 questions in one. So you made mention of who is more popular. So between these, okay, there's a 3rd person, but okay, amongst these 3, because I was just going to say between those 2, but amongst this, he said it's just Atiku and Amechi that are...
It's just a 2-horse race.
A 2-horse. So the other person is, because even in my... I don't really consider him as... Yeah.
He just wants to
just add his...
To enhance his CV.
Oh, okay.
Former presidential aspirant.
Oh, okay. Well, so between the 2 major contenders, who do you think is more popular? That's one. Also, you mentioned money and said this is Nigeria.
No, we cannot rule money.
But why? Why do we have to? Why does it have to be that way for us?
Well, it's because of the stage of our development. It's because of our stage of development. If you read the history of democracy in the United States, they were once worse than the situation that we are in now. Understand? So it is part of it. Nigeria is evolving. So right now, money is still a factor in Nigerian politics. So popularity is there. Then the financial muscle is there, and then some bit of bias, which may include religion, ethnicity, or otherwise.
Yeah, my second question, you didn't answer the popularity question.
No, popularity is not in contest. Atiku Abubakar has been there for a very long time, since 1992, and he has been a former vice president. He has been a former vice president. So at least there's nobody in the South that have not heard of that name, Atiku Abubakar, unless somebody who was born maybe yesterday or today. But I'm sure somewhere in the far north, there could be people who have not heard of Rotimi Amechi, even though he had once been a minister of transport. But you cannot compare minister of transport and vice president. And he was an active vice president, unlike the current vice president, Shetima. Because I know that if you go down to some villages in the southeast and south, and even southwest, if you mention Shetima, they will ask you, who is that? But Atiku was a very popular vice president.
Okay, but Dr. Nasike, why talking since you said Atiku, of course, from what you've reeled out, that Atiku is more popular. Does that mean that he's better positioned to challenge President Tinubu nationally? Now,
it is not that's between Amechi and the Atiku. Atiku should throw far more punch than Amechi.
Okay.
That's against Tinubu. That's if it's between the two. Why? If you done north and south, understand me? The north has more votes. Atiku is very, very popular in the north and also in the south. He married a Yoruba woman and an Igbo woman. So that makes him a pan-Nigerian. So in an election between, if the contest is just between Atiku and Tinubu, as the country stands today, Atiku will win.
That's very, very, this your analysis. Because, okay, so if you say Atiku would win, if it's just the two of them, but now if we have the three persons that we hope to have, okay, we don't know yet because Atiku hasn't emerged. But if Atiku emerges and we have Atiku, we have Tinubu, we also have Peter Obi. The
equation is going to change if Peter Obi enters at the fray, because Peter Obi is running as the candidate of the youth.
Okay.
Understand? Peter Obi is running as the candidate of the youth, and over 65% of Nigerian population are youths under the age of 40.
Okay, but in 2023, we know that these three people also were the people that were the top contenders, and we saw how the votes went. According to INEC, we saw Tinubu, we saw Atiku, and we saw Peter Obi coming in as third. So where does these...
That was the result that INEC gave out to the people, and not what Nigerian people voted. Understand? 2023 was the result that INEC gave to the people, but it wasn't a true reflection of the votes that people cast.
But we still have the same INEC. What do you think will make the difference in 2027?
But the situation is changing.
What makes it? Why did you say the situation is changing?
In 2023, Peter Obi was unknown.
Okay.
That Ahmed is not a popular politician from the north. He just entered the Senate, and after some months, God ruled against him. So he's not a very popular candidate in the north. But now Peter Obi has a very popular person, that's Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, who has been a two-term governor, Minister of Defense, Minister of Defense, and coming from the most populous state in Nigeria, Kanu, with also a popular movement. Understand? So putting Peter Obi that's in the fray changes the equation. Understand? It changes the equation.
Okay, let's go back to happenings in ADC. We've seen that the other faction of ADC has come out with a presidential candidate, which is Ibe Kachuku. So what does this internal rivalry within the ADC, wouldn't it weaken the party ahead of the election?
Well, I know that ADC still have cases in the court. So it is whoever or the court gives judgment in favor. If the High Court, the case in the court with Banda Gombe favors David Mark, understand? It means that it is the Congress or the primaries of David Mark team that will be recognized by INEC. Then if it's not, it means that Atiku would not be in the game. And if Atiku is not in the game, then it will be too bad for Boname Tinubu.
Okay, why do you say so?
Well, because after Atiku, the most popular politician in the north is Alhaji Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. So if Atiku is not in the game, it means that the bulk of the North is going to back Kwankwaso. And with Peter Obi's popularity in the South and Kwankwaso popularity in the North, if Atiku is not in the Bar North, Tinubu is out of it.
Okay, while you were speaking earlier, you made mention of something very concrete. I would like to take you back to. You said Nigeria is evolving. Nigeria's democracy is evolving. Do you really think, with all the happenings, we've seen the APC primaries, we've seen so many things, even the ADC primary, when you see some clips of it, you see how, numbers are being manipulated and all of that. And then you've seen how even our elections have gone over the years. And it looks like, would you actually say we are evolving for the better or are degenerating?
We are evolving. I said, America, do you know the reason why America have a electoral college? Understand? That is because it is not America. President doesn't emerge by popular votes. It is the electoral college that determines it. Understand? Which means a few determines what the well-being or the welfare of the of the majority. Electoral college was slave owners, the rich. Understand me? Or the rich making decision for the poor. It was still known as democracy. In Britain in the 18th century, there was a time, if you don't go to church, you pay tax. So in order not to pay tax, on Sunday everybody will rush to the church and stay. Britain of all countries. But they have gone beyond it. Understand? So evolution is a continuous process. So one day we'll move from this point. We'll move away from this point.
Okay, well, you're saying that there's hope for Nigeria. That's what I hear you say. There's actually hope for Nigeria, irrespective of what is happening at the moment, isn't it?
I say one day we'll move out of this point.
You don't want to agree to my statement of you saying that there's hope for Nigeria.
One day we'll move out.
But isn't that the same thing? It's just semantics that is just the problem.
I said one day we'll move out of this. I don't like that word, hope.
Oh, why?
I don't like the word hope.
Generally, you don't like the word hope.
We are evolving. We are evolving.
Okay, so you rather prefer evolving than hope.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We are evolving.
Well, let's still talking about this opposition. Many times it looks like what the opposition brings forward to Nigerians is more about the personalities and not concrete alternatives. Does it look as if that's what our opposition parties get to offer Nigerians? They don't really offer concrete alternatives, but rather they just offer personalities to us.
One, there should be a face behind every movement.
Okay.
There should be a face behind every movement. In South Africa, we had Steve Biko, we have Nelson Mandela. There should be a running point. Understand? Everybody there must be somebody who has influence that others would converge. Understand? So now we are seeing P2B, we are seeing Atiku. Understand? And so it is or the popularity or the acceptance of the faith, that's of the faith that determines a movement. You cannot have a movement without a face. Somebody must need a movement.
I'm sure that I will take you back to our town hall meeting that we had on Friday. I'm sure you were there and you watched some of the things. The opponent, the person who was speaking for AAC, he made mention of something I would like you to speak about. He said many of these parties and the people that we had the spokesperson for somebody who was speaking for the APC, then somebody who was representing the Obedient Movement. Then this person from the AAC talked about the fact that these other parties don't have ideology. And oftentimes you see our opposition parties not having ideology. Do you think that that's the case that we have in the country today?
The issue is that democracy in Nigeria that's uninterrupted is just 27 years old. So that's what nascent democracy or new democracy. Some countries in the world has had over, America has had over 250,000 years of uninterrupted. So Nigeria and them we cannot be mates. Understand? But the issue is this: there's no policy, there's no politics of ideology in Nigeria. An instance, the manifesto of PDP and the AD were written by one man. That is Bonda Ige of the blessed memory. An individual writing a manifesto. You know, manifesto is drawn from the ideology of a party. So this is an individual writing a manifesto of two political parties. Understand? So, and mind you, it is still these two parties that are still in existence today, because AD evolved to AC, to ACN, and then to PDP. Understand? No. From AD to AC to ACN to APC. So PDP is still there, and many people in the old PDP are now in the other parties. So which means it is the ideology or the vision of one man that the two political parties are using. Understand? The only person that I saw that won an election without using this manifesto is P2B. P2B just used the MDG, Millennium Development Goal Program, as his manifesto. And whoever does that, understand, whoever can implement the MDG goals has done marvelously well as a governor, as a president of a country.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has emerged winner of the All Progressive Congress presidential.
There was no contest.
There was
no contest. Who is standing?
Don't worry, we'll talk about
who
that.
Is standing?
Don't worry. Let me give our viewers, an insight. Don't worry, we'll get to that point, because I really needed to ask you that question as well. But don't worry, we'll get to that point. After polling over 10.9 million votes nationwide, the result officially confirms Tinubu as the APC's presidential candidate for the 2027 election. This exercise reportedly recorded participation from party members across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Tinubu, while accepting the nomination, pledged to continue ongoing economic reforms and governance programs if re-elected. The outcome further positions the president as a ruling party's leading figure ahead of what is expected to be a highly competitive 2027 presidential race. Nanasike, first, I know we're going to get to the Stanley Osifo's issue. But first, what do you make of the presidential primary that was held?
Well, it was a joke, a caricature of a primary. You are from Ambia. We witnessed what Benjamin
in my local government
Kano did, where or they will count 100 to 7,000 and so forth. So to me, it was shameful. It was very so. What they just did is a prelude, an introduction to the rigging that they hope to do in 2027. Understand? It was a prelude, understand, to the rigging that they hope to do in 2027. That during the primaries, he had 10.9 million votes, understand, which means just from the members of the APC, adding that if other people could vote, he will not score less than 11 million votes. Understand? So, but we know that the whole thing was a sham. The whole thing was a sham. Everywhere you see them counting 1, 2, 3, 400, 150. Understand? And again, Section 77 of the Electoral Act tells us how primaries should be conducted. You cannot conduct primary without a membership register. You can never conduct primary without a membership register. If you read Section 77 of the Electoral Act, none was used. So for me, I was telling somebody about 3 hours ago, I said, if I'm Atiku, I will write a 50 million votes for myself. Understand? Because one, APC did not conduct any primary. APC did not conduct any primary. They just sat down and wrote figures. So for me, it's nothing that to write home about. And the Stanley, understand? One, I don't want to believe that he has that 100 million to waste.
So what do you think happened there? You think that
so maybe they just
a ruse?
They gave him form that to fill. Understand? Go and stand. Let us give you impression of the democracy. There was a contest. You cannot just go into a fight. You know that you will not win. Even his wife and children will know that he's going to waste that money, assuming that money is from him. Understand? But they just want to bring one shoe shiner somewhere, come and stand. You are contesting against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So if APC want to pick a rival, it is one Stanley Usifu, who I'm hearing his name for the first time. The people that are doing primaries is ADC. Understand? Rotimi Amechi has been one speaker, Rivers State House of Assembly, 8 years, governor, 8 years, DG campaign for Muhammadu Buhari nationwide, 2015, 2019. Then Minister of Transportation, 8 years. Understand? This shows you what capacity. Mention one capacity that Stanley has. So the people that fought or are fighting is in APC. I mean, it's in ADC, and that at the third one is even more popular than who they just picked for Tinubu. It's like a contest between an elephant and an ant. Understand me? APC primaries is like a contest between an elephant and an ant. So we cannot say that Tinubu won. There was no contest at all.
Wow, an elephant and an ant. That's a very huge disparity.
Exactly. If there's something that is less than ant,
you would have said that. Wow. But then I was saying, while you were speaking, you made mention of these over 10 million votes that was said to have been gotten by our president. And then this has raised questions, and thank God you made mention of it. Said it's like a prelude to what APC, some persons have actually said, and he also said what they hope to do. But if you say that is what they hope to do, how do you think Nigerians can actually stop them from doing what they hope to do? Because if they can raise numbers, it looks like do Nigerians really have any hope of a fair and credible election, really?
One, in 2015, Buhari scored 15 million. Understand me? So him scoring, assuming he gets this his 11 million, somebody can still score more. Understand? Assuming he gets this his 11 million, which is not going to get, somebody can still score more. Nigeria is a country of over 200 million. So it is not going to work for them. The whole world know what happened. The whole world, we are watching those shameful videos. Understand? So it is not going to work.
When you look at this with the happenings, do you think that the APC seems to, be more united, and then they have a better control of their party structure than other opposition parties?
One, they have the security that apparatus behind them. Understand? The whip is in their hand. Understand? So, and if a soldier is holding a whip, whatever he tells you to do, whether you are happy or not, that's what you are going to do. That's assuming that Stanley, understand, really come out to oppose Tinubu. EFCC would have asked him, where did you get that money? EFCC would have asked him, what is the source of this your money? But this is an arranged thing. Understand? This is an arranged thing. So the truth is that over 70% of the people in APC are held hostage. Understand? In the party. Because you can see what has happened to Manami and El-Rufai because they moved out of APC. So they use them to show example of what can happen to anybody if you go out of APC. So those who are really going out are the good Nigerians, are those who don't have skeletons in their cupboard. So anybody who defects from APC, that guy is a credible person because he is sure that they have nothing. EFCC, ICPC, DSS don't have anything against him.
But let's look at this, how will I call it the political network of the president? We see that he has more than 30 governors, more than 34 governors. More than 34 governors, because it seems to just be like 2 or 3 or 4 governors. So let me say 32 governors on his side. How difficult, don't you think it's going to be very difficult for opposition parties to really be able to, challenge this sort of political network that the president has been able to build around him?
In 2023, P2B did not even have a councillor. In 2023, P2B did not even have a councillor. So it's not only about governors. The governors have no control over their people. Understand me? The governors don't have control over their people. An instance, let me use Edo State. Monday, Bebono, who has been boasting, if he doesn't give Tinubu 2 million votes, he will resign. How many people came to his to the primary? 120,000. So if he can only get 120,000 votes for Tinubu, where would the 2 million come from? Where would the 2 million come from? He didn't even have up to 500,000. Understand? Where would the 2 million come from. So this shows you that his people decided that is to throw him under the bus. This thing that this man is talking about, he doesn't have the capacity. Understand? So the governors don't control anybody. P2B is a case study. 2023, he did not have any governor. He didn't have any House of Assembly. He didn't have any senator. He didn't even have a councillor. And INEC, after doing everything to reduce his vote, stopped at 6.1 million. Understand? So if he can do that as an individual, imagine what he can do now with Kwankwaso. Understand? This is a giant of the south and giant of the north coming together.
Okay. One of the things that the president, said while he was during his acceptance speech after the primary, he made mention of the fact that power, like he has done well in that sector. Wouldn't you, in the power sector, he talked about that Nigeria's megawatts has gone to 6,000 megawatts. Wouldn't that be, wouldn't you think that the president, because one of the things he actually said he was going to do when he was coming into office, one of his campaign messages was that he was going to, like ensure that power sector becomes stable, or the power sector is more stable than it used to be. And then we've seen how it is right now. We've seen insecurity. It's also nothing to write home about. And if he's still able to come back again wants to come back again for a second time, when all of these things have not actually been done, what do you think would actually be his campaign messages if the insecurity he had promised to fight, or which he should actually, which he should actually fight as the president rather, he has not done anything about it? What do you think he would actually want to use to campaign again?
Well, for me, at times we used to reason with these people or understand their mindset. When Buhari was the president, we were talking, said a lot of things. The country was going from bad to worse. This man was not doing anything about it. Understand? We keep on talking, nothing was being done, understand? Until it was now discovered that he was taken to London as he had ear problems. Understand me? So I said, oh, that's why he's not hearing what we are saying. Understand? So in that, we have to reason with him. That's why he was unable to do anything, because he had ear problems. So Tinubu now is using sonar. So Tinubu is using sonar. He doesn't know when there's night and when there's none. So if he tells you that he has improved on electricity, we can also reason with him, because in the vineyard there's 24 hours electricity, but courtesy of sonar. So his mind might be telling him that that's how it is everywhere in the country. Understand? His mind might be telling him that that's how it is everywhere in the country. So for me, he is talking from the bubble he is living inside. Understand? He's not using electricity that the rest of the country are using. Understand? He is on a different, let me say, network. So he doesn't know what the other people are going through. Do you know that with what happened in Oyo, the students that were kidnapped, up to today, Tinubu has not issued any statement. Tinubu has not issued any statement. This morning, a palace of an emir was burned down in Kwara State. People kidnapped. In Ekiti, yesterday, there were kidnapping. Understand? This man is not even saying anything about it. Understand? So, for me, it is a pity. And my prayer is that there should be democratic rebellion of the Nigerian people. Nigerian people need to take back their country from a despot and give it back to somebody who has the mind of the people, who feels what the people are feeling. Understand? Who will be using the same electricity that we are using, and not using solar and keep us in band A, band B. Understand me? So that's my prayer for the country.
You said democratic rebellion, but do you really say Nigerians get to that point of democratic rebellion?
When you democratic rebellion is already going on in the north.
Okay.
Understand? Democratic rebellion is already going on in the north, and it is also going on in the east. What happened to Kobana chief priest is a democratic rebellion. Understand? We don't want you. Understand? We don't. So this is what Nigerians should do. This is what Nigeria should do. Power belongs to the people, and the people should give their power to who they feel that has empathy. Understand? That has empathy, that has compassion. So
okay, you talked about the rebellion in the east, and you used Cubana chief priest as an example. Let's see something that one of the ministers from the east is actually saying. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has declared that President Bola Tinubu is the Biafra the southeast has been looking for. Umahi noted that Tinubu has integrated the entire southeast into the mainstream. Speaking during the All Progressive Congress APC presidential primary in Ebonyi State, the minister said the president gave the Southeast what he described as juicy appointment. Meanwhile, Deputy Speaker Benjamin Carlo said Tinubu's victory at the primary reflects growing confidence by Nigerians in the president's leadership. And of course, he also noted that the outcome of the APC primary demonstrates strong support within the ruling party ahead of the election. Zanosike, first, what do you make of the statement by David Umahi that Tinubu is the Biafra, the Southeast has been looking for? What do you make of this kind of statement?
One, Dave Umahi is like somebody who doesn't know that he will be given a chieftaincy title, and when he gets it, understand that's everything concerning it. He is he is abusing it. That's to start with. We are hearing Dave Umahi because of the part of Igbo land that he came from. That is it. We are hearing Dave Umahi because of the part of Igbo land that he came from. Assuming he's from Anambra State, he cannot even contest for State House of Assembly.
So how do you mean that? Can you throw more light on that?
I say, assuming that Dave Umahi is from Anambra State, he would not have even contested for State House of Assembly.
So I won't even understand why you said from the part of the Southeast he's from. Does it mean that people in that part of the Southeast don't have very I don't know.
They don't have. They don't have. They are not progressing.
Okay.
Understand me? They are not. So he is just like a king in a pond. Understand me? So that's why we are hearing him today. Again, talking of a juicy appointment, he is the only person among the